Huge monsters surrounded the frightened people. The day the gate opened, the world fell. A knight in armor stood before the heroes in suits. While helpless people died in the thousands, some awakened special abilities within themselves. They were called the saviors of humanity, players. The guy controlled metal needles, attacking monsters. And among them was him, an F-rank player, the great tamer of steel, Hunwuk. The guy with an eye patch extended his hand. They called him the last hope of humanity. The picture of the guy shattered into pieces. Curses were heard. The blue-haired guy stood upside down, leaning on his helmet. He thought, hope, of course, is not life, but a nightmare. The guys in camouflage stood with their backs up during training, until the elder shouted to keep their heads up. At the arched entrance was a poster of the anti-monster squad. People who have awakened abilities are required to serve in it. Hunwuk gritted his teeth in displeasure. He thought, why the hell did he, the last hope of humanity, end up here? He doesn't understand anything. The squad's training ground was located in the forest. Weapons were collected near the car. The man stood with his hands on his hips and shouted at the soldiers, asking if they were the strongest. Then how did they manage to lose 9 bullets? Blue lightning appeared on the tip of his finger. A shining bullet jumped out of his pocket and flew straight into the hero's mouth. At this time, the elder shouted furiously, asking if they were stupid. The soldiers lined up upside down shouted that they were not. The guy glanced sideways at the information window. It said that the weight of the metal available for manipulation was 300 grams. He chewed the bullet, thinking how could he not go crazy if this was his second time in the army. He remembered how blood gushed from his mouth. A cloaked figure in a raven mask stood among the ruins. In the near future, the buildings were destroyed. An explosion was heard near the bus. Piles of human bodies lay on the street. Hunwuk lay among them and smiled, saying that in the end it was not monsters that destroyed humanity, but players. The man began to remove the crow mask and said that the hero of humanity is the great tamer of steel. No. The man with red eyes removed the mask and said that he was an F-rank player, Mr. Hunwuk. He spread his arms and triumphantly said that he was wrong. They are the highest beings, they decide the fate of humanity. The bloody guy grinned and said that they were ordinary possessed. If he had known how to become stronger a year ago, no, even a day ago, he would have finished them all off. Possessed are people who sold their souls to the devil and committed mass genocide. The bearded man grinned and asked if he regretted it. He looked at the guy lying under him and said that he shouldn't, even if he knew a certain way. Tears poured from the guy's eyes. The muscular man stood behind the red-eyed man, who mockingly said that an F-rank lowlife like him would have died right there anyway. And this deaf. The huge man raised his hammer while the cloaked man spoke, which was quite suitable for such a low-level player. The hammer approached Hunwuk, who shouted, Gordon Precy. This is how he died. Standing upside down, the hero thought that of course he didn't expect to be reborn like in some stupid novel. A notification appeared in front of him, saying that he had found a way to become stronger. There were 9 minutes and 59 seconds left until the metal was absorbed. One of the soldiers trembled, while the elder shouted that he would put their heads back in place. If he says 1, let them answer to think. If he says 2, answer like a soldier. Hunwuk trembled angrily, thinking that he had returned to the past, and his skills had rolled back to the beginning, but that was nothing. The men lined up with their butts up shouted the assigned lines. The painted figure on the poster gave a thumbs up. The blue-haired man wondered why the hell he was back in the army. The soldiers lined up, shouting the count. The man held a clipboard and said that Parade Ground 3, the second squad, should enter, while the guys discussed that they would be given stewed chicken for lunch today. One of the soldiers looked ahead with displeasure. The hero thought that he did not expect to end up here again. The cat jumped back from the bowl in fear. The senior addressed the reserve squad, and the hero raised his hand, introducing himself as a corporal, and heard that they had another mission. The hero tiredly touched his helmet and said that they had just returned from training. The guy in the cap grinned and asked, from training? The blue-haired man looked at him with displeasure, thinking that he almost forgot the army scum Sanguk. He came up, saying that it turns out that his guys need to work in their place. Knocking his helmet with displeasure, he said that they, F-ranks, can't even level up, which means they have to work harder as compensation. They are only here for this. The hero thought that in his past life he couldn't even dream of surpassing his rank. Sanguk pushed the hero's helmet, asking that they would be the ones to be in the front lines if something happened while they were gone. His comrades turned around and laughed at them. They heard him. He decided that since he was a corporal, nothing would happen to him. The soldiers in the canteen were also watching with interest. Hunwuk frowned and thought, what kind of loser was he in his past life? Sanguk got angry and asked, what kind of look is that? Does he want to die? Magic symbols appeared next to his palm. The guy was surprised. The elder created a magic seal and shouted that he got into trouble. He was a D rank. The hero pursed his lips. Then he smiled calmly and said that he would complete the task, but first let him at least give them something to eat. The opponent's eyes widened. He asked what. People were looking out of the windows. The hero ordered them to look back. Many were already starting to think that he was being too aggressive. The elder looked at those watching them with displeasure. With a cheeky smile, Hunwuk said that he was afraid that these rumors could seriously harm him if he wanted to succeed in the future. He had a bright future ahead of him, right? The discouraged guy answered that he did, and thought that everything was supposed to go completely wrong. The people at the cars heard the hero shout that, following his order, they would eat lunch very quickly and get to work quickly. The man coughed into his fist and said that great job. He looked away. The elder shouted at the soldiers, why were they standing there, let them go have lunch. Turning around, Hunwuk told Junmo to go, he was not hungry. The guy looked at him with alarm and agreed. Sanguk turned around with displeasure, wondering why the hell this guy seemed to have changed. Meanwhile, Hunwuk walked around the corner. He bit his lip. He stopped and thought that he had done a great job. Imagining the images of the past and the possessed man, the hero thought that this was nothing compared to what that bad man had done. He cursed angrily at Gordon. The guy thought that if he stayed here for a long time, he would not be able to meet him. The system reported that he could now manipulate 1 gram more steel. The absorption of the metal was complete. The blue-haired man looked closely at the notification that appeared. He was holding a bunch of spoons in his hands and said that okay. Anyway, there was no need to let everyone know that he could level up. A surprised question was heard in the soldiers' canteen. Where did all the spoons go? He didn't take them. Junmo with a tray was surprised to hear that they had a problem. Their spoons were missing. Hunwuk put the spoon in his mouth and swallowed it. The cat spat out fur, and the guy screamed that it tasted disgusting. The system reported that metal absorption had started, and there were 13 minutes left until absorption. Holding the weapon in his hand, the hero said that the M7 bayonet weighed 140 grams, and if he wanted to level up faster, he could only control one of them. Scratching his head in confusion, he said that the cartridges gave 1 gram and the spoons 1.25 grams, and he would go crazy trying to reach the level he had in that life. Turning around, he looked at the tower in the distance and wondered if there really were no other ways, and said out loud that he thought he had about 3 days to prepare. The look in his blue eyes became determined, and he thought that he should then destroy the first level boss. The strap of his backpack moved aside. The edge of the sheath rose up. A knife hovered above the guy's palm. With a predatory smile, looking at him, Hunwuk said that he would show them what an expert is. 3 days later, night fell on the towers in the forest. 3rd Brigade, 5th Post of the 1st Battalion Namsen. The soldiers were standing on the observation deck. The guy turned to the side. Hunwuk looked ahead. His comrade turned his gaze to him. And then, awkwardly scratching his cheek, he noticed that he had not been himself lately. Looking at his watch, the hero asked, does this bother him so much? Junmo waved his hand, saying no. The system reported that he can now manipulate metal 9 grams more. The soldier awkwardly raised his finger and said that he meant that he had only become better. Hunwuk turned to him abruptly, and the guy asked fearfully, why him? With a determined look, the corporal asked, does he trust him? Junmo confusedly said yes. Blue-eyed clarified, really? There were trees growing behind the net. The guy called his comrade. He was resolutely clutching his rifle. Sharp-toothed monsters were coming out of the blue portal. They threw their weapons over their shoulders. The monster was looking at the building from above. At that time, the soldiers were sleeping in the barracks. The monster opened its mouth when suddenly it was blown away by a bright beam of a knife, and flying off, it hit the ground. The hero stood near a multitude of goblins. Pointing his finger, he controlled the hovering knife. The monsters bared their teeth, looking at him. The blue-haired one smiled and said that he never thought he would be so happy to see them. He waited for 3 whole days. Suddenly, he looked to the side carefully. The monster was leaning on the weapon. Lowering his palm, Hunwuk said that no ambush would pass by him. It seemed that he was already at the 1st level. The knife was spinning in his palm. Green blood flowed from the monster's mouth. The hero said that he was already living for the 2nd time, so he was not going to do the same job twice. The goblin rushed forward. The warrior spun the knife, saying that if any nonsense fell out of them, he would be really angry. The monster stuck out its tongue. Hunwuk swung his hand, attacking it. The goblin plowed the ground nearby with his face. Surrounded by a glow, the knife crashed into a tree. The monsters grinned, holding swords. A red stone fell to the ground. Hunwuk knew the future. Lightning sparkled at his fingers. He used his ability to lift the stone up and threw it into his mouth. The goblins looked at this in surprise. The guy chewed discontentedly, saying that it was the bad taste of mana metal. The monsters looked discouraged. The hero thought that he should eat steel to become stronger. The system congratulated him on absorbing mana metal, an item from another world. The weight of metal available for manipulation, 1,359 grams. Looking at the information window, Hunwuk thought about what it would mean if he ate all the metal he saw. With a predatory smile, the hero turned his head. Then life will become much easier. The monsters froze in confusion at the portal. A controlled knife jumped out of the tree. Putting out 2 fingers, the blue-haired one decisively shouted that he was starting an all-out mukbang. Surrounded by lightning, the knife flew forward. Hunwuk with a weapon looked resolutely at his surprised comrade. towers towered in the forest, the 3rd Brigade of the 1st Battalion of the 5th Post Namsen. The guy covered Junmo's mouth with his hand and said that he felt the movement of metal. He asked, he can't see it, can he really feel something that is not in his field of vision? Of course, this is a lie. Removing his hand from his mouth, the guy shouted that this should be reported. Hunwuk answered, no, will the squad believe that he can feel objects without seeing them with his F rank? The soldier stared forward in amazement and asked what they should do. Putting his hand on his neck, the hero asked him to promise him one thing. He will go check everything, and he should not leave his position and not report this to his superiors. The blue-haired man turned around with a predatory smile. He looked at the many monsters at the portal. If the superiors find out, they will take all the weapons for themselves. A knife surrounded by a glow flew out of the tree. The goblins ran to attack. Hunwuk pointed his fingers with a satisfied look and said that his mukbang was about to begin. The shining knife flew forward. Several goblins attacked the hero. The ground shot up. The hero somersaulted. The knife, spinning, flew forward. With a movement of his hand, the guy sent it flying. The spinning knife cut the monsters. With a sharp movement, it cut their legs. Leaving a bright trace, the knife flew from the movement of the guy. The monster with plates on his chest bared his teeth. One of the monsters swung his knife. Hunwuk sullenly said that it was right, let them continue to squeal. The goblin swung his weapon. The monster's sword lying on the ground glowed blue. The hero swung his fingers sharply. The sword trembled. With a sharp movement, the guy sent it flying. The monster screamed in amazement. Then his appearance became shocked when lightning cut him. The foot slid on the ground. Green blood gushed out of the monster's mouth. Hunwuk waved his hand in a circle and said that this could scare them more. A red mana stone fell to the ground. The shocked goblins heard that he died because he was attacked from behind, and they were trying to do the same. Angrily clenching his teeth, Hunwuk said that if even one more attacked from behind, he would eat him alive. The goblins froze in surprise. The guy thought that he probably scared these brainless bastards enough. He turned his head, saying that it was time to move on to the main course. His gaze looked to the side. The guy thought that he was difficult to find. He looked in the other direction and thought, where is he? The monster bared his sharp teeth. The hero thought where the insidious boss monster was hiding. The goblin shaman was clutching a staff with a skull. There were vertical pupils in the eyes. Hunwuk leaned over to the stone and said that there was an object here. He was picking it up now. He offered himself. The boss waved his hand. The hero thought that he would not miss such a chance. The guy reached for the red stone, thinking that he was different from the other fools, right? Green symbols appeared above the boss's palm. Hunwuk slyly held the radio with his shoulder and thought that great, the victim was in place and would show up now. The goblin shaman grinned. Surrounded by symbols, the stone in his hand cracked. Hunwuk quickly jumped forward. Stone peaks scattered the goblins. There was light in the building near the forest. The guy turned to the red-haired man and asked the platoon commander if he imagined it or if the earth had just shaken. The guy sitting at the table asked if he was scared. If he woke him up again because of nonsense, he would kill him. The goblin was hanging from a sharp stone. There were many more of the same kind nearby. Several monsters looked ahead in surprise. The boss sitting on a branch saw sharp peaks. He threw his head back. The look in his vertical pupils was wild. The hero exclaimed that he had been found. The boss looked ahead in surprise. A goblin sword was flying towards him, spitting. A bright glow surrounded the monster. With a sharp movement, he blocked the weapon. Hunwuk exclaimed in displeasure that he had ruined his perfect shot. The monster bared his teeth as if in a smile. Waving his fingers, he slyly said that it was a trap. A knife was flying, surrounded by a glow. The monster saw it approaching him in surprise. Leaves flew from the trees. Hunwuk opened his mouth in surprise. The goblin caught the knife with his hand. He held it, preventing it from cutting into his neck. And then he looked angrily at the guy. The hero chuckled and said that he was speechless. He managed to grab his sword. What kind of loser was he in the past? The boss squeezed the knife so hard that he cut his fingers. Clutching the gun, Hunwuk shouted that he sent a gang of goblins after him, so he shouldn't complain about the scratch. Let him come down, he'll cut him into pieces in a moment. The goblins began to surround the hero, who thought that the boss had finally joined the fight. The monsters opened their fanged mouths. The guy thought that this raised the morale of his minions. A warning appeared that he was quickly using up his mana. He had less than 40% left. He should use it more carefully. Hunwuk turned his frowning gaze to the side and thought that what was more important was that he had a problem with mana. Since things turned out like this, he clicked the safety. The goblin shaman waved his staff. The boy clutched the gun, shouting that if he couldn't eat it, then they would die together. No matter how long it took, he would eat it and return to guard duty. The monster watched intently. His lips stretched into a smile. Behind them in the forest, Junmo was looking for the corporal. The boy turned to him, startled. The soldier put his hands to his mouth and shouted, asking where he was. Swinging his staff, the monster said something in his own language. The goblins suddenly jumped up, rushing towards the boy. Hunwuk turned angrily. Junmo waved his arms in fear. A goblin attacked him with a sword. A cry was heard demanding that he dodge. A bullet pierced the monster in the back. A shining sword flew at the second. The third monster swung his sword and then smiled slyly. However, Hunwuk flew in, kicked him and shot him right in the open mouth. The goblin's body flew back. The guy was aiming his gun. He was standing right in front of the spikes. A blue portal was shining in the clearing. The knife was stuck in the ground. The hero lowered the gun and thought that he had missed everything. Gritting his teeth angrily, Hunwuk thought that he had been very vigilant. Suddenly, words were heard from the radio on the guy's shoulder that he had heard gunfire. Let him report the situation. Touching the radio, Hunwuk shouted that this was the 5th post. Their gates had opened. He repeated, the gates had opened on the territory of the 5th post. The monsters turned out to be goblins. After the first skirmish, they left. The hero looked at the trembling Junmo and said that they had losses. He squeezed the radio with his hand. In the forest near the tower, his cry was heard that there were no losses. The interlocutor said that he understood them. Let them stay there and stay in touch. The light was on in the building. An order was heard to defend their post. Hunwuk turned around in surprise when he heard the order to stay at his post and thought that she would come soon. The girl in armor held a sword behind her back. Words were heard that the situation was urgent. Readiness in 5 minutes. A portal opened on their territory. Paladin amped. The red-haired girl, Lieutenant Yuna, resolutely looked forward, hearing that a portal opened on their territory. The girl stood next to the bodies of the goblins. The hero thought that if she came, she would close the gates and take all the weapons, like in her past life. He remembered how the soldiers locked the stone in the suitcase, saying that there was a legendary item here. From now on it belonged to the army. The crystal shining in different colors is the legendary item Adamantium. In the past, this was the main item, thanks to which the hero was called the Emperor of Steel. Hunwuk remembered how he hovered, controlling many swords. If he missed his chance to get it now, the next one would come in 4 years. He remembered the blood gushing out of his mouth and thought that history would repeat itself then. The guy angrily clenched his teeth and said that he would take it first. They had to make it before the backup group arrived. Turning to his comrade who was getting up, he said that the goblins needed a human sacrifice. Junmo pointed at the monster's body and asked what was going on. The hero replied that maybe they would show up in the city center. No. Looking to the left, Hunwuk said that the goblins hunted in groups and the population density there was too high. Where then? He turned to the radio, hearing that post 6 was on the line and a cry about goblins. A bright spark appeared among the trees. Hunwuk smiled. Clutching the radio, he said that post 5 was speaking. They would go to post 6's aid. A disgruntled cry came from the radio. Did they not hear the order to stay and defend their post? What was he, an F rank, going to do? The guy turned the volume wheel, drowning out the words that he wanted to be killed. Junmo grabbed the hero by the leg, shouting that they would definitely not just restrict his ability to move further than the post. This would be enough to send him to a military court. Hunwuk looked down at the guy and said that at the 6th post, either archers or mages, they fought at a long distance, and therefore they would not be able to resist the goblins and would die. The soldier screamed in fear that he would betray alone. The corporal pointed his finger at him decisively and asked if he was alone. Junmo was with him. The guy looked at him discouraged and asked if he had not heard what he said. In the darkness near the forest, a cry was heard that they should help the 6th post. Corporal Jiang Oke was injured. The radio said that the response team had moved out. The 6th post must defend the territory at the cost of their lives. The monster bared its teeth and struck down. A scream was heard that they would die like this. Many goblins surrounded the post building. The guy stood in the corner and asked Corporal Jiang Oke if he was okay. He winced in pain and said that he doubted that the barrier would last long. His comrade exclaimed, "When would they come?" "Only after they died." He turned to the side in surprise, asking why it had suddenly become quiet. Shining stones were hovering nearby. The goblin boss was holding a staff. The stones were rapidly rising up. The soldiers felt the blows, asking what the hell was going on. The post building was covered in cracks. A frightened voice was heard that it was the boss monster. The goblin hung out his tongue greedily. Words were heard that the goblins would destroy the post and then deal with them. They will take their bodies to the altar and rip out their hearts while they are still alive. The soldier waved his hand, asking the corporal what he was doing. He held the gun, saying that ending his life now would be less painful. Tears began to flow down the soldier's cheeks. Many stones were smashing against the outpost building. The shaman swung his staff. The boy held the radio, from which words were heard that they would help the 6th post. Let them get ready to shoot, aim at the light in the personal park of archers and stay away. The surprised boy heard that he should use the fire ability. He repeated, when he was ready to shoot, let him use the fire ability and aim at the light. A light burned at the muzzle of the gun. The soldier said that it would take a whole group of archers of his level to resist. What was he planning? Rocks were hovering ahead. The shooter was clutching a burning gun and said that he couldn't see anything. Where should he aim? A spark flashed behind the rocks. He thought it was there. Hunwuk was sitting on the monster's shoulders, holding its head, and told him to aim. A flashlight was burning on his shoulder. The guy said into the radio that he would control the trigger himself. He moved his finger. The shining trigger moved. The guy looked at the gun in surprise, shouting that it was moving. The projectile, surrounded by flames, flew forward and pierced the monster's body. The goblin looked at the burning arrow in surprise. Hunwuk jumped back from the goblin's explosion. The system reported that he had used up 1% of his mana. Smiling, looking at this, the guy said that the consumption was now moderate. The shooter's destructive power was a good help. The goblin looked back in amazement. The soldier was surprised. The second one exclaimed in surprise that they had hit. The monster boss bared his teeth angrily. He waved his staff. The stones quickly flew forward, past the flaming goblin. There were scratches on the roof of the outpost building. The shooter was surprised to hear the order to reload. He took out a new shell, hearing that when he was done, he should aim at the light. The goblin shaman stood at the edge. The explosion engulfed the body of the next goblin. And another. The monster looked at this angrily. In the middle of the night forest, words were heard that he was a simple private. Junmo made his way through the bushes, asking how he could find the boss. Even if he found him, as soon as he sent a signal, he would be immediately killed. Bright lights were burning in the forest. The guy looked at this in surprise, saying that the corporal said he would distract them, but it felt like he was planning to kill everyone himself. The goblin turned to the guy in surprise and swung his weapon at him. Junmo asked for help, his mouth wide open. The shining knife flew across the monster's hand. A lantern was burning on the hero's body. Hunwuk quickly ran to his comrade. He waved his index finger. The monster turned around, seeing a flaming projectile. A bright explosion struck his body. Hunwuk pointed his finger in the other direction. Junmo, surprised, shouted that he would return to his position now. The goblins' heads were burning. A question was heard, was this the same Corporal Hunwuk he knew? The monster stood angrily in the middle of the forest. His brows were furrowed. The hero said that he had proven himself enough, it was time to go out, okay. The player glanced at the information window. He wondered if this was really a bastard. The screen said that he was using up his mana very quickly, 12% left. Hunwuk gritted his teeth, wondering if he really wanted him to wait until he ran out of mana and his subordinates were destroyed. The boy was surprised to hear him being called over the radio and asked for help. Hunwuk slid along the ground. The monster boss held Junmo by the head, who said that he really did everything as he ordered. The blue-haired man waved his hand, sending the knife flying. Tears appeared in the frightened boy's eyes. The monster sullenly said something in its own language. Hunwuk gritted his teeth. Throwing the knife, he turned to Junmo. He waved his hand. He said that it was because of him. Two goblins rushed to attack. With a satisfied grin, the corporal pointed his finger and said checkmate. He made a movement with his index finger. The trigger glowed. Junmo's gun fired multiple shots at the boss. Green blood gushed from his mouth. Hunwuk jumped back, dodging the goblin's attack. The private fell from the shaman's hand. Lying on the ground, he shouted that he was fine. With a predatory smile, the corporal exclaimed that great, then enjoy your meal. He threw a knife at the fleeing boss's back. It bounced back with a glow. Hunwuk asked displeasedly, leather armor. The system notified that there was 9% of mana left. Catching up with the monster, the hero asked why he only covered his back. The boss was running up to the portal. Grinning, he turned around. Hunwuk caught up with him, shouting gate. Waving his hand, he furiously shouted no. The shaman was already running up to the portal. He extended his clawed hand towards it. The decoration on his neck rose from running. Hunwuk exclaimed in surprise steal. There was 7% of mana left. The hero extended his palm and clenched his fingers into a fist. The goblin was surprised to feel the necklace pulling him back. 4%. The blue-haired man angrily clenched his fist. 3%. The necklace was tightening the goblin's neck. 2%. The monster fell on his back. Hunwuk said that was enough, just let them give it to him. 1%. The knife surrounded by radiance approached the monster's head. The guy shouted to eat. With a movement of his hand, he stabbed the goblin with a knife. The system reported that the mana was over, 0% remained. Leaning on his knees, the hero said that he had the skills, but his body was as weak as it was in the past, he needed to train. A signal flash appeared from behind the trees. The hero thought that it was clearly divine light. The girl stood, directing a bright beam upward. The guy cursed. Yuna resolutely looked forward. The guy thought that she was here. Hunwuk was kneeling by the monster's body, asking where it was, quickly. He took out the legendary item from the monster's body. A cry was heard that they had found the gate. There was green blood on the crystal. Putting the stone in his mouth, Hunwuk raised his hands, hearing the order not to move, otherwise they would shoot. Without turning around, he heard the order to state his rank and name. The hero's mouth was stained with green blood when he said that he was Corporal Hunwuk. A cry was heard that they had found a wounded person. The soldiers at the portal asked for a stretcher to be brought. The boss monster was stabbed with a knife. Words were heard that since the gate was open, the enemies were still here. Yuna turned and thought, did 3 normal soldiers defeat the boss monster? She looked at the goblin's body and thought no. The monsters were lying on the ground. She thought that they all had the same wounds. As she watched the boy being carried away on a stretcher, she thought it was the work of one person. The system congratulated him for absorbing the legendary item Adamantium. Hunwuk on the stretcher covered his eyes with a hand and smiled. The system reported that the metal he was absorbing was enchanted. After absorbing it, he would develop magical abilities to match the enchantment. An indefinite amount of grams was expected to increase. Weight and mana could increase significantly from their current levels. Yuna looked at him in surprise and wondered if he was laughing at a time like this. The system congratulated him on the rare skill that appeared immediately after consuming the legendary item. He could now detect all metals within his control radius. Hunwuk opened his eyes, thinking that it was finally his. Yuna clutched the sword behind her back as she heard 2 goblins running away from the 6th post. He could sense the response of all the metals around him. The monster's swords, shields, and knives were glowing. The hero clenched his fist, slyly thinking that today was the day the Great Steel Emperor had truly returned. A few days after the gate incident, the 3rd Brigade, the 1st Battalion Squad. The female soldiers were walking along the sidewalk. One said that those rumors about the F rank were true. She was told about it by someone who was there. The pink-haired girl waved her hands and said that the others were just waiting to die, when suddenly a corporal with a big sword appeared and cut the goblins. The friend asked in surprise, is he really an F rank? They passed by, saying that this was some kind of fantasy. The guy spat, saying that the atmosphere in the platoon was terrible. Sergeant Sanguk, a magician, a signalman and the commander of the 2nd platoon, asked with displeasure, do they want him to believe this lie? The warrior standing next to him exclaimed that it was true. The second one told them to be quiet. The fat man put his hand on the shoulder of the frightened soldier and said that the sergeant did not respond to his greeting, and he was already lowering his hand. Private and ill, a drenched in fear and an archer and sentry at the 6th guard post, was shaking and saying no. Sanguk was sitting on a bench and called out to the future ace. A fat guy, Private Wonsuk, a high-ranking barbarian rated as C rank, put his hand on the soldier's head. He heard that he could tear 3 goblins apart with his bare hands, as he thought, and that he and 3 guys could go on a raid to the gate, and he replied that it was impossible. There was a military vehicle in the room, and he heard someone say that he himself had not seen them defeat the boss, so it was more logical to think that someone had come to their aid. Sanguk frowned and said that if F rank went crazy, it would violate military discipline. Wonsuk smiled broadly and said that this could not be allowed. Flags were waving outside the building. Light from the window illuminated the corridor. Words of greeting were heard behind the door of the battalion commander's office. Hunwuk saluted the man and said that he came to him on orders. In his mind, the guy from the past grimaced, saying that everything ended well. They could have turned a blind eye to his misdeed. Why did they call him? Lieutenant Yunha, a B-rank black paladin, folded her hands behind her back. Lieutenant Minhee, a C-rank distortion wizard, stood grimly next to her. The man with scars on his face asked if it was true that he disobeyed the order to wait in place. The battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Kangseok, a druid, the king of Mount Namsan, a B-rank player, ranked 166 in the Korea player rankings, sternly continued and repelled the first wave of monsters from the gate. Hunwuk looked at him carefully, thinking that one wrong word and he would be sent to a military court. He needed to pull himself together and make amends as much as possible for everything that happened during the guard duty. Standing in front of him, he shouted that it was true. He had witnessed the gate opening while on duty and immediately reported it. The man replied that he had read the report but could not understand his motivation, usually a soldier of his rank. Frowning, he finished, they would tear him apart. Hunwuk pursed his lips, thinking how he was pressing. If he retreated, his army life would be over. The guy remained silent, and then said that he felt insulted. Standing still, the hero said that he thought the lieutenant colonel was deceiving him. He asked again. Then he threw up his hands, asking how he could talk like that to the battalion commander. He turned to the man in surprise. Kangseok stopped him with a gesture and asked why. Looking at him resolutely, the blue-haired man replied that during their training together, he always emphasized one thing. The man listened attentively as he asked, does he remember? The hero remembered Kangseok at the podium, how he said that no matter how low his rank was, if he studied the monster tactics manual, then even a D rank, no, an E rank, would be able to withstand the trolls. Yuna looked gloomily at the guy who said that from his words it was clear that he might have problems with the troll, but defeating the goblin was quite within his power. The commander listened silently as the hero said that he disobeyed the order of the central command. But otherwise, without his support, everyone who was at the 6th post would have died. Hunwuk smiled to himself, thinking that great, he made a reasonable argument. Now it was time to press on the emotions. Hunwuk remembered the man pointing his finger, shouting that there was no concept of rank for a real soldier, let them prepare for the worst and fight like it was their last time. Standing in front of him, he said that this is what he always emphasized, because as a true soldier and a subordinate of the commander, whom he respected infinitely. The man frowned when he heard that he used the tactics he learned during difficult training and tried to implement his strategy together with other soldiers, risking their lives. The only reason he could endure life in the army, where he was despised and ridiculed because of his rank, was because of his mindset, which was instilled in him by the commander. Believing in his words was his support. Lowering his head, Hunwuk finished that. Therefore, hearing that he had changed his view, he felt as if his whole life here had been a mistake. That was why he felt deceived. The hero remembered the attacking monsters and the man closing his eyes. When Battalion Commander Kangseok was promoted to second lieutenant, the gates began to open. The man lay in an oxygen mask. He almost died in a fight with orcs. He then adjusted his cap and stood next to the other soldiers. However, he returned to the army without hesitation and became one of the first members of the Amt. Hunwuk smiled contentedly, thinking that in other words, he was a soldier to the core. He said that he took his words as an example and believed in them, putting his life on the line for his comrades. Could he send him to a military court after that? The hero saw the man touch his shoulder and say that I understand. Towering over the boy, Kangseok said that this is what he believed in. Junior Sergeant. Hunwuk smiled in confusion. Surrounded by lightning, the captain decisively declared that he would now be a junior sergeant. The system reported that the metal absorption was complete. A new ability was obtained, a steel physique that temporarily strengthens a part of the body. Hunwuk looked at the man in surprise. Minhee opened his mouth in shock. Yuna covered her face with her hand. Tears appeared in the eyes of the stern captain. Hunwuk opened his mouth in surprise. Sweat was pouring down his face. The flags were fluttering under the clear sky. A question was heard, did he hear right? The members of the 3rd Brigade were training in the 1st Battalion's training hall. Hunwuk held the barbell and cursed. It fell onto the support. The disgruntled hero stood up, thinking that he had been in such a hurry to avoid the guard that he had stepped in shit. The guys watched as he wiped his face with a towel. Sanguk slyly hit Wonseok in the chest. Wiping his face, the hero remembered how Minhee waved his hands and said that it was impossible. Never before had a person with an F rank become a junior sergeant. Thanks to the fact that the platoon commander began to dissuade him, he was able to buy himself time, saying that he needed to think. The blue-haired man frowned sullenly, thinking that he would prefer to live like a mouse and not attract other people's attention. Wonseok came up behind him and called him, saying he doesn't need the bench anymore. There was an empty one just like it next to him. The fat man stretched out in a fake smile. Hunwuk turned around and asked, what's wrong with him? Lifting the barbell with one hand, the berserker said that he thought that if the most famous man today lifts such weights, then it's a disgrace to their unit. The soldiers turned around in surprise, asking, what's going on? Hunwuk turned to the guys who were laughing. Sanguk was lifting a small dumbbell with a sly smile. The hero thought that the sergeant was a real loser. He imagined himself sitting surrounded by gloomy, laughing figures, and he thought that if he let him get away with this now, he would start openly mocking him like in his past life. It was very annoying. Hunwuk buried his fingers in his hair, thinking that he had just decided not to attract attention. Sitting on the bench, he said that he was in a bad mood, so he came just in time. The guy turned around sullenly and suggested a fight. Wonseok and Sanguk looked at him in surprise. The lights were on in the barracks windows. Shouts were heard that the future ace Wonseok and that F rank were going to fight. The heroes stood opposite each other on the ring platform. Hunwuk was pulling on a blue glove. Wonseok, displeased, was pulling on a red one. He leaned over solemnly and said that he would teach him a lesson. The players stood opposite each other on the platform. With a smirk, Wonseok raised his fist. Swinging his hand, he struck. Two men stood at the entrance. A shout was heard. June went on vacation. The man touched his head, saying that he was very happy when he learned that he had the talent of a holy swordsman. He wished he could see it with his own eyes. The guy waved his hands and asked to be allowed to speak. Although he is considered an ace now, there is another guy who was called a future ace. He has a barbarian class. Nyomho, an ensign, a combat instructor of the elite Black Tiger Association, all information about whom is kept secret, turned his gaze to the guy. He pointed his finger and asked to show him something while he was here. Hunwuk dodged a punch. His leg slid on the ground. He ducked and dodged the second one. Wonseok struck repeatedly, but the blue-haired man managed to dodge. However, after that, he flew into the net. His leg took a step. With a cry, the fat man swung. Hunwuk looked at him in fear. The spectators also looked worried. The blue-haired man ducked and rolled away from the blow. Then he rose to his feet behind him. He confidently waved his fingers, beckoning. This made the opponent furious. Standing in front of him, he raised his hand. Pointing his hand, the soldier told the ensign that this ring was set up as if for him to watch the fight. He looked at the thoughtful man, asked if he was thinking about something. His technique was very impressive. Wonsuck quickly waved his arms around the guy. Nyongho touched his chin and asked what was the point if he couldn't hit the opponent. The guy threw up his hands and said that he just lacked experience, but if he hit the target, it would be the end. Sanguk growled furiously, pointing his finger. He angrily shouted, "Is he giving in to him? Let him pull himself together." The red-haired guy raised his fist, asking if sparring was a joke for him or something. The blonde exclaimed that he had bet on him. Wonsuck grimly clenched his teeth and thought that he couldn't give in. His whole body felt heavy. He jumped up, preparing to attack. The metal parts on his boots were glowing. Hunwuk waved his fingers. His foot fell to the ground with a noise. His ability to control metal does that. Wonsuck trembled. His foot seemed to be stuck in liquid. He swung his hand, but the guy dodged. Raising his eyebrows, the fat man thought, "What's wrong with him?" He seemed to be drowning, quickly swinging his fists. The hero thought that it must seem like he was fighting in a swamp. He grinned decisively. Dumbbells were collected in the corner. A request to wait was heard. Wonsuck extended his hand and said that something was wrong with his legs. Hunwuk smiled, clenching his fist, and asked why. Because everything was not going according to his plan. The fat man gritted his teeth and cursed. Steam rose from his body. The men looked at it in surprise. Wonsuck became even more gigantic, using body enhancement, berserker mode. His eyes glowed red on his angry face. Hunwuk folded his fingers and resolutely raised his fist to his face. Nyongho watched in surprise, thinking, body enhancement? This is no longer like a simple sparring match. What about his opponent? He did not even flinch. He imagined wild animals, thinking that their fight resembled the confrontation between an enraged buffalo and a leopard hiding its fangs. Wonsuck leaned on his knee. The guy, seeing that the sergeant was interested, exclaimed that he said, "Wonsuck is not a joke to him. He is a D rank, and he can already use enhancement." He saw something like this for the first time. The huge guy clenched his fists and said that he will kill him right here and now. The jump left a mark. A powerful blow threw the hero back. Covering himself, he crashed into the net. Sanguk shouted words of support in a predatory manner. Someone exclaimed that their strength was not equal. It was not for nothing that he was called the future ace. The fist in the red glove was smoking. Wonsuck looked at him in surprise and thought what was going on. It was as if he had hit a steel door with his bare fist. Hunwuk stood, covering his face with his hands. He applied the effect of steel physique. This effect turns part of his body into steel. The hero with metal arms smiled predatorily. He waved his fingers, beckoning, and thought that he would take revenge on him. Let him attack. The giant screamed furiously, insulting him. He swung for a blow, but the guy ducked. The blue-haired man looked at him resolutely, thinking that it was stupid to waste such an ability on him. His leg became metal. Hunwuk kicked the bully hard under the knee, and then he punched the defeated guy, thinking that for scoundrels who pretend to be God knows what because of strength, beating is an excellent medicine. The metal fist slammed into the fat man's cheek. He fell to the floor of the ring. Sanguk recoiled in surprise. Nyongho looked ahead in dismay, thinking that he had finally shown his fangs. Leaping on the berserker, Hunwuk punched him with his fists. The man imagined a leopard biting a water buffalo and thought that it had grabbed his throat. Nyongho's brows furrowed when he thought that a real beast would never let go. Let it choke him. He imagined the fangs sinking into the water buffalo. A huge hand grabbed Hunwuk by the clothes. Wonsuck lifted the guy high above the ring. His eye was already bruised. He said he didn't know what tricks he was using. Baring his teeth, the hero grabbed the huge glove. The blonde crouched and swung. The guy felt like he was being thrown. Hunwuk clung to the glove to keep from falling. Wonsuck looked at him with his black eye. The blue-haired man's head was almost touching the ground. The hero grabbed the giant's arm with his whole body. The giant, gritting his teeth, tried to unhook him and thought that it was a flying armbar. Nyongho thoughtfully touched his chin, thinking that if the blow had hit the target, he would have broken his arm. This buffalo's instincts were better than he thought. Hunwuk held onto the guy's fist. The man continued to think that an ordinary player would never defeat a barbarian who used body enhancement. Or had he overestimated him? Wonsuck swung his other hand, screaming, how is he fighting for his life? He moved his fist, screaming, how does he expect to break his arm like that? Hunwuk, who was holding onto the huge finger, screamed. The giant cursed. The guy managed to unclench his huge fingers. He spread his arms and moved down, and then, twisting, he grabbed the giant by the hair and clamped his neck in an elbow grip. Wonsuck was surprised at how his opponent grabbed him. Nyongho clenched his fist in support and thought, a choke from behind? That's it? Great. Body strengthening only works on muscles, so he can still squeeze the carotid artery. The blonde tried to unhook the guy, cursing and saying that he just needed to throw him off. The hero smiled predatory. He used a steel physique. His arms became like metal. Wonsuck thought that even with all his strength he could not get rid of him. The system reported that he was using his steel physique in a wider range than what was currently available to him. Hunwuk continued to squeeze, surrounded by lightning. A notification appeared that if he continued, his body could be damaged. The guy, throwing up his hands, shouted at Sanguk that they needed to stop. Wonsuck was not the type to agree to give up. Veins bulged on Hunwuk's face from the effort, he thought for Sanguk. The guy clung on top, continuing to strangle the big guy, and thought that this warning should be enough. The guy in the white suit froze in alarm. He looked ahead, stunned. Wonsuck's huge hands were shaking. Did he think he would lose to this loser? Through his half-closed eye, he saw the crowd gathered and thought that he would embarrass himself in front of them. Him, the future ace. Energy surged around again. The guy looked at him with red eyes from the effort. His clothes were torn from the muscles that had grown. Wonsuck clenched his fist and roared, smashing the room into pieces. However, Hunwuk continued to hold him down with gritted teeth. Myomho watched closely, thinking that it was amazing that he had used body enhancement twice. But if he couldn't get out of the choke, it was the end for him anyway. Who would win? Which one was the predator? Wonsuck, covered in bulging veins, raised his hands. Hunwuk, who was choking him, screamed with effort. The blonde's mouth opened wide in a scream. Finally, the guy managed to knock him down to the ground. The spectators looked on in amazement. Myomho clenched his fist in joy, thinking that he was a true fighter. He imagined an enraged leopard, thinking that he was a real beast. Hunwuk stood on the huge body of the berserker. The lights were on in the building. A question was heard, is Wonsuck okay? The guys surrounded the huge body. Words were heard that fortunately he was breathing. It seems he just lost consciousness. How can they turn him over? Junmo happily threw his hands up, shouting to the hero that he knew he would win. Stretching out his hand, Hunwuk stopped him by the head, while the guy asked, "He is not injured. It is not that he is worried, just..." Sanguk turned his head in surprise. Then he looked down. Hunwuk frowned at him. Myomho approached him and asked what his name was. The hero recognized him. Putting his palm to his temple, he saluted and said that he is a junior sergeant from the 1st platoon. The hero thought, how did he end up here? Saluting, the man said that he is an instructor of the Black Tiger Union. Their sparring impressed him greatly. The man handed him a black business card, asking if he would like to participate in a special raid operation. The soldiers looked at each other in surprise, exclaiming that this was the Black Tiger group. The blonde man was surprised and told his friend that the ensign himself had offered him to join the best group. Seriously. Hunwuk looked at him and apologized, saying that he was only an F rank. The ensign firmly replied that ranks were what helped distinguish between ordinary people. They needed a fighter like him. In his mind, the Hunwuk from before cursed in defeat that they all had their eyes on him. The army was a very closed place. The hero looked at the black business card, thinking that he would definitely be caught if he got into fights with all sorts of villains. Taking the card, he thanked him for his kindness, and thought that he should keep his distance. The guy clenched his fist, seeing how the hero replied that he would think about it. Sanguk gritted his teeth in displeasure. At night, the lights were on in the building. On the door was a sign that read the battalion commander's office. The man sat in the chair opposite and asked how the Black Tigers were doing. Myomho held a cup and said that they were always short of people. Kangseok held the same one and said that it was expected. Now guilds are ready to recruit even those with a C rank. They raise them, and they take them for themselves. It is not easy for them either. The men looked at each other carefully. Kangseok smiled and asked, did he come because of Sergeant in June? He imagined a swordsman in a cloak. The interlocutor answered with a smile that yes, but he heard. The man opened his eyes, saying that he was on vacation. The second one looked at him carefully. The face was reflected in the cup. The ensign said that thanks to this he noticed another interesting soldier. He imagined Hunwuk surrounded by blue lightning. The brown-haired man brought the cup to his mouth. The comrade looked at him with a smile. The commander crossed his arms and asked, interesting. Exhausted, Hunwuk ran across the field at night, while his comrade caught up with him. Kangseok watched this through the window. Holding the phone, he said it was the battalion commander, nothing serious. He just wanted him to find out about Sergeant Hunwuk's life before joining the army. The guy tried to push Junmo away from him, who asked how he could become stronger and shouted at him to stop clinging. He was barely hanging on. The blue-haired man started running away, while the guy was catching up, shouting that he wanted to be like him. He asked why he couldn't see how he ran. Standing by the window, the man agreed, saying that they would do just that. Exhausted, Hunwuk was breathing heavily. A silhouette of a man was visible in the window, who asked the soldier not to blame him. It was exclusively his business. Kangseok had a sly smile on his face. He said that it was the greed he had awakened in everyone. People were standing at the bus stop. The boy standing next to the woman turned around. He rushed to run after the beast, shouting that it was a monkey. Stopping at the gateway, he shouted and called for the monkey. The monster with the yellow eye turned to him. The child trembled in fear, asked, is he a monkey? Many monsters bared their teeth. They appeared from a huge portal. A scream was heard. Hunwuk looked ahead in admiration. He was standing in front of the shelves in the battalion armory. Glancing sideways at the red-haired girl, he heard her say that the battalion commander recognized his achievements and gave him a day off, as well as the right to choose a weapon, but the platoon commander did not believe in him. Hunwuk grimaced mentally and thought that in his past life he was very arrogant. This is a feature of his personality. Picking up the cloth, the hero said that whether he believed it or not, it was in the past. Yuna turned around. Looking at him seriously, she said that he was overconfident. Recalling the bodies of the monsters, the girl said that judging by the wounds of the goblins who were closest to the gate, he stopped the first wave by himself. Is that possible? Hunwuk held a small golden sword, saying that he would take it. He waved his hand up and down. Putting her hands on her hips, the girl said that there was no need to take anything just because she had cornered him. Let him take a normal weapon. The hero replied that he liked this one. It was a cloud blade that absorbed water and created a humid fog. The hero imagined a guy in a cloak raising this sword in front of people. It may seem useless and worthless, but in the future, thanks to this, Sergeant Ingjun will be known as a holy swordsman. He imagined deities sitting on clouds and thought that the real name of this item was the Dark Hand of the Master of the Clouds. In myths, the followers of the three weather gods descended to earth. They were the masters of the wind, rain, and clouds. The blade was surrounded by a golden glow. The latter was called the Hands of Darkness. A bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. The Hands of Darkness could also be interpreted as blades hidden among the clouds, which in turn belonged to the god of thunder. When unleashed to their full potential, lightning could be used, powerful enough to clear a dungeon of medium-sized monsters by himself. Hunwuk raised the sword with a smile and thought that the combination of steel and lightning could not be defeated. This time, the blade would be his. Yuna, who was standing behind him, asked if this sword was too small for a reward, considering his achievements. The blue-haired man replied that it was fine with him. Looking away, he said that there was no time to choose another one. The girl raised her head in surprise. At night, the lights were on in the building and an announcement was heard that the gates of Idiwan had opened. The soldiers jumped out of their beds. They ran out into the corridor to the sound of the notification. Hunwuk looked ahead attentively. Yuna looked at him and thought he was not surprised and also remained calm as if he had been expecting this. Two men in armor were holding flags. A figure in a blue cloak moved forward. The soldiers stood not far from them. One said that it was the first time he saw the Blue Flower Guild, and the second that they were sent as reinforcements to the gate. They stood not far from the guild, saying to just look at this armor and weapons, they were designer. The guy in the helmet waved his hand and said that if you sell everything they were wearing, you can buy a building in Gangnam. The second laughed, saying that after his service he would be transferred to the guild and he would enjoy the rest of his life. The soldiers lined up to the sound of the calculation. Hunwuk looked at them resolutely and said that this was, as they had already heard from the platoon commander, the gates with the kobolds that had opened this time. Although they were small, they used poison needles and gas, and their casualties were usually greater than after a battle with the Great Orcs. The guy was pulling up his sleeve, and Hunwuk shouted to stop rolling up his sleeves during service. The soldier looked at him and asked, they wouldn't get here, what was the point of such serious preparation? The guy frowned and said that he wasn't on a training exercise. Would he like a kobold to rip his eyes out while he was still alive? The soldier answered fearfully that he hadn't, and the sergeant ordered them to check their gas masks in case of emergency. The guys who came up laughed and said that the pathetic squads were also holding a strategy meeting. They could be confused with a support squad or something like that. The soldiers looked down sadly. Hunwuk scowled at them. Then he turned angrily to Jinchial and said that there were many kobolds escaping from the red territory, so he shouldn't relax because he was standing in the rear and better get his gas mask ready. The impudent one put his hand on his friend's helmet and said that he would handle it himself. He was not a low-level person like his subordinates to give him advice. The hero looked at him with his brows furrowed. Turning around, he said that it was his job to warn him, and the guys left, falsely agreeing with him. The soldier looked down sadly. Hunwuk clenched his teeth, and then, standing in front of the squad, he shouted at them to come to their senses. With a determined look, he exclaimed that this was not the first time they had heard such a thing. Now they were on a real battlefield where they could lose their lives. They should not lose heart. The soldiers, closing their eyes, responded. Hunwuk showed them the item and said that the kobolds were small, so they needed to install these motion sensors in the sewers and narrow passages. The soldiers ran to the car, hearing that they only had 20 minutes. Junmo raised his hand when the senior called him. The soldiers stood by the box, saying that the sergeant was unusually excited today. The second agreed that he was very serious. The area was fenced off with tape and cones. Hunwuk looked at the boy. His eyebrows arched. Junmo awkwardly asked, "What is it?" The blue-haired man swayed when a needle entered his neck. He looked at it in surprise, and then he fell, swaying. The boy was thrown back by bright green smoke. Many columns of green gas rose into the air. The soldiers covered their mouths. Someone managed to put on a gas mask, shouting that it was poisonous gas. The monsters that appeared began to attack. Hunwuk grabbed his neck, gritting his teeth. He saw the monster approaching him. The kobold with glowing yellow eyes bared his teeth. The guy's eyes widened in shock. The monster raised a curved blade above him and swung it down. Suddenly, someone's figure knocked him down. As it fell, the kobold injured the hero's eye. A question was heard, "Is the corporal okay?" A dark silhouette was visible in the green gas. The headdress on the monster's head was burning. Hunwuk took the gas mask, telling Junmo to run. The guy handed him a mask and asked, "What's wrong?" Suddenly, his surprised head flew off. The hero screamed no, splattered with blood. In the present, Junmo touched his helmet in surprise and asked, "What is wrong?" The guy looked at him sadly, thinking that in his past life, he died here, trying to protect him. The soldier at the hatch waved his hand, saying that they had installed everything, let them bring more sensors. The guy thought that the main battle would take place here today. Hunwuk called Junmo. He stood next to him, shouted that he was listening to the sergeant and would carry out any order he gave. Looking at him resolutely, the blue-haired man said that he would give him a signal later. When that happened, let him gather the squad members and leave the operation zone. The guy was surprised to hear this. A car was driving with its headlights on. The soldier exclaimed in fear, "What kind of desertion was this?" Illuminated by the headlights, the blue-haired man objected that no, this was tactics. The squad's operation took place at night near the hangar. Delta reported that there were no survivors in zones 1 and 3, and Epsilon also reported about the other zones. Beta and Gamma said that the other zones were also empty, but a kobold nest was discovered in Square 9. The fighters began to show each other gestures and commands, noting that the number of kobolds was more than 200, because they should form a line and use magic with a large radius of action. It was a closed, worn hangar door. The commander pointed an outstretched finger to the side. The military immediately burst into the building with bills. They moved in line with shields. The command was given to the offensive squad to create magic circles and hold positions. The fighters formed a circle with shields and emitted magic circles. A whole flock of monsters tried to surround the glowing shield of the military. Bloodthirsty monsters continued to attack to help. Special forces held the line with shields against a whole crowd. These monsters with picks almost caught up with the military, who were supposed to shoot them. The monster with a pick was trying to pounce on the magic circle. With these magic circles, they used flamethrowers. Flames emitted from this surrounded ring. At this time, the military scattered from the street to the sides to carry out the command to push these monsters towards the drains. The military installed all the sensors in the second zone. The military was digging in the sewers to install this sensor. The main character was sticking duct tape on the road. A lieutenant approached him from the side and asked what he was doing. The commander immediately straightened up in front of the military and said that according to the manual, he installed motion sensors and marked the corresponding places with aluminum tape. The red-haired fighter looked at the subordinate with the helmet. Other knights with flags stood under the color on the road. This red-haired fighter put his hand on his belt and was Lieutenant Lee Minhee, a magician of the mage class, who explained that they were supported by the Blue Flower Guild, and therefore there was no need to fool around. The protagonist looked out from behind his helmet when he was told that the first platoon should begin the operation in 20 minutes, and this squad should support, so they should get an antidote. The protagonist stared through the helmet if he said that the platoon vice commander ordered them to stop the monsters that could get out of the rear and go to the residential area. The protagonist stood with the lieutenant under the color of the lantern. The red-haired guy began to look around worriedly. He moved his eyes in different directions. Then Minhee bared his teeth angrily and did not believe in this seriousness. The lieutenant frowned and noticed with concern that the guy forgot that he got his position because the battalion commander did him a favor. He poked him in the helmet with his finger and said that he was the only boy in the barracks who only fought in a real battle once. Hunwuk angrily opened his mouth, listening to this remark. A girl ran up to them from the side as the lieutenant tried to reason with the young lad. An alarmed Sergeant Choi Seoner ran up to them, being a spellcaster, holding onto her helmet and asked the second platoon commander what was wrong. The lieutenant raised his hand in surprise when he saw the vice commander and was about to tell her. The protagonist looked away and imagined himself gloating, because he provoked the lieutenant so that he would come here and the girl was his weak spot. Then he immediately hugged the protagonist with a smile and told the girl that the support squad was not coping here, and he was simply explaining to them what it was like to participate in a real fight. The blushing lieutenant smiled mockingly and asked the girl what she was doing here. Seonha widened her eyes in amazement, stretching out her hands and reminded that the battalion commander had called Hunwuk to him. The protagonist pointed at himself in surprise. The military was on the roof, patrolling the entire street. The red-haired girl was looking through binoculars together with the sniper. She saw the conversation between the protagonist and the vice commander through the binoculars. Hunwuk stood in front of the caster, who asked him not to let the second platoon commander find fault with her. Seonha winked at him through her helmet and said that she would finish installing the sensors so he could go free. The player timidly looked away in front of the girl. Then he looked away and realized that there was too little time left and did not understand what the battalion commander suddenly needed. The sniper raised his head in front of the red-haired girl and asked her if she was sure that the attack squad should be here during the raid on the kobolds, because they were under the direct command of the battalion commander. The military was patrolling the building around the roof, and the girl said that this was exactly what he ordered. Yuna put away her binoculars, looking at the sniper, and reminded that the soldiers should just do what they were told. A military truck pulled up to the building, because it was the temporary command post of the battalion commander, when the main character greeted him because they were looking for him. Kang Seok looked at the guy with an angry expression. Also there was Ensign Myungho. The main character was standing at the table in front of the commander. The sergeant in the helmet looked at what was happening in confusion and did not understand why the commander was here. Kang Seok crossed his fingers in front of his face and said that he wanted the guy to pass the test because he was supposed to take the place of Inju, who was currently absent IP while he was acting as the commander of the first squad of the first platoon during the mission to re-attack the gate. The sergeant's eyes widened in shock, imagining himself excited, because the commander did not pay any attention to him in his past life, but now something incredible was happening. The protagonist looked through his helmet in amazement and understood that he had no time for this, because he had to return to his squad. The ensign approached the healthy commander. The protagonist began to shout that since his assignment, he had always carried out missions only with the support squad, and they were not in training and did not understand why they should risk the soldiers of the first platoon. The wheels of the car were not far from the hatch. Kang Seok looked angrily from under his brows at the guy and added that it was an order. The sergeant, closing his lips, lowered his gaze. The commander and ensign looked at the young fighter as they heard on the radio that Delta was reporting that the boss monster had left the kobold nest and the personnel in the second and third red zones should remain vigilant. The protagonist looked to the side and understood that the kobolds would soon attack the support squad, and if he did not arrive in time, the squad in the rear would be destroyed. The radio said that the personnel in the second and third red zones should still remain vigilant. Hunwuk bared his teeth angrily and understood that he needed to get out of here at any cost now. Kang Seok looked attentively at the sergeant opposite him, who was supposed to tell him something. The commander with a scar on his face looked attentively at the guy. Hunwuk lowered his gaze. At this time, Yuna continued to look through the binoculars. She saw through them that the protagonist ran out of the van. She looked at it in bewilderment herself. The main character ran with all his might to help. In this run, he furiously shouted at the support squad. He briskly ran along the empty street and gave them a command. It was a wide street of a night city. The motion sensors began to work and glow. Hunwuk looked around in amazement. The vice commander also widened her eyes in shock. Suddenly, green spectra of poison began to explode from the ground. Hunwuk spread his legs wide from the splashes of poison. This green smoke enveloped the entire city street. The protagonist covered his face with his hand through the smoke and realized that everything happened faster than he expected. The battalion commander's temporary command post in the form of a truck was standing outside the building when the protagonist was about to tell him something. Kang Seok frowned attentively and listened to the soldier. Hunwuk lowered his gaze and reminded that on his first mission, Kang Seok lost all the members of his platoon. The ensign immediately became alarmed along with the commander. The sergeant stood in front of the table and replied that this was why he could not believe that he ordered him to join the attack squad for the sake of testing, despite the fact that he was a junior sergeant, the so-called bad support squad. From under his helmet, the protagonist angrily asked if he should interpret this as him, the battalion commander he respected so much, also treating ordinary soldiers as expendable material. Kang Seok, with a sad expression on his face, lowered his hands and said that the guy had misunderstood because the attack squad was under his direct command. Hunwuk held onto the weapon strap and cried out that he was ready to say goodbye to his life even now at his command. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise, imagining himself with horror because it was difficult that he could not tell him that he knew the future. Kang Seok crossed his arms, sitting at the table, when Hunwuk noted that if he were to command someone else's squad without sufficient combat experience, then there was a very high probability of heavy losses. Through gnashing of teeth, Hunwuk declared that he would be grateful to him for believing in him, but if the price of this test was the life of his comrade in the army, then he refused to carry out the order. Kang Seok lowered his head, plunging into the shadows. Myungho, the sergeant, immediately cried out angrily that disobedience during combat was a grave crime and the consequences would be severe. In his mind, the protagonist imagined himself in hysterics because he already knew all this in advance, and if he did not leave now, then everyone in the rear would die. The sewer hatch was near the wheel of the car. The commander crossed his arms and angrily agreed with this statement, since the guy insisted he should stay with his support squad today. In his mind, he imagined himself surprised by such a statement, but kept his cool. Kang Seok was going to notice something else and this surprised the fighter. The commander angrily frowned and cried out that, like a real soldier, he would later deal with the consequences of his disobedience to the order. The entire street of the city was filled with green smoke. The protagonist covered his face with his hand from this acrid smoke. Right there, sitting on the ground, he put on a gas mask. He held his respirator on his face with his hands and was indignant. Then he was going to take out the blade from the small inventory bag, because it allowed him to load items from military supplies. He immediately began to pour water from the bottle. He poured this water on his blade. Information about the cloud blade item came out, which absorbed water and created a wet fog. He continued to pour water on the glowing blade in a gas mask, because of which nothing could be seen. He peered into the depths of the green poison and assumed that he was too late. The protagonist peered through the gas mask at the smoke and wanted Junmo to gather everyone and run away. This smoke began to fill the buildings around while the monsters raged. These beasts wounded a fighter with their pickaxe. A rat with a pickaxe bloodthirstily attacked a fighter who wanted to summon Private Junmo. The curly-haired fighter looked to the side. He aimed the barrel towards the wounded fighter and the rat. Junmo immediately started shooting from a machine gun to make this rat leave his fighter behind. This rat looked to the side, getting ready to finish off the fighter. Light bullets drove the rats away from the fighter. The guy was holding his wound on his body. Junmo looked out from behind the boxes and saw the silhouettes of the battle, shouting to the support squad to climb into the military boxes and take Minty with them. The soldier crawled for his wounded comrade to save him. This special forces was pulling their wounded comrade to the boxes. Siana was excitedly holding her helmet. The private looked back at the worried girl and asked her to come to her senses. The curly-haired guy looked intently at the girl and realized that she was only 20 years old. He convulsively held the gun in his hands and realized that this was her first real mission after the appointment. He convulsively held his rifle, looking at the girl, and realized that in the current situation, he could not do anything for the soldiers of the support squad. The bloodthirsty rats were about to attack the fence of boxes, and the soldier was shouting to the private that they were running out of supplies and this was his last magazine. Junmo squinted angrily and assumed that they could die here. He immediately bulged his eyes and tried to figure out how Sergeant Hunwuk would act in this situation if he were here. The soldier was about to perform CPR on the wounded Minty, who needed urgent medical attention. Junmo took a hammer out of his pocket. Another soldier looked at his gun and said that they were out of supplies. The private in the gas mask looked at his hammer. Then he looked back angrily and was about to give an order to the support squad, explaining that the kobolds were crazy about shiny things. Their squad was hiding behind the boxes. The lead soldier said that he would attack them to get them out of here, so he asked all the members of the platoon, the vice commander and the wounded to leave. The soldiers walked in a row. The pink-haired girl anxiously asked Junmo what he was saying. The private raised his hammer above his head and explained that this was the vice commander's order, since Sergeant Hunwuk said that the Blue Flower Guild was outside the red zone. He added that when he gave the signal, they would grit their teeth and run. The bloodthirsty rats were ready to attack. The private raised the sparking hammer above his head and understood that his pathetic electric power was not even able to kill one monster, and yet he would have to use it to save the rest. He immediately began to run away from the rats with the hammer in his hands to take them further away. The bloodthirsty monster saw the guy in the reflection of his eyes. The other soldiers watched as all the rats were distracted by this glowing silhouette. The curly-haired guy with the sparking hammer continued to run and ordered his guys to save themselves. The special forces and respirators looked away. Siana also looked sadly at Junmo's feet. Those rats almost caught up with the fleeing guy. He looked back with anxiety and realized that if the sergeant was here, he would have found the same use for his pathetic forces. Those monsters ran from all sides from the back of the private, who said that if Hunwuk was here, he would definitely use him as bait. Suddenly, a blue stream of light surrounded all the monsters. At the same moment, they were all cut off and killed. Junmo crashed into the silhouette of the protagonist. The guy with the hammer immediately plopped down on the ground in front of the protagonist. A notification about the information of the cloud blade item that absorbed water appeared. Junmo saw Hunwuk in front of him, who was using a glowing blade. A message popped up that the wet fog neutralized the poisonous gas. Closing his lips, the sergeant stood there calmly. Junmo looked at his savior in amazement. The protagonist opened his mouth and said Junmo's name. The private immediately covered his face with his hands and wanted to justify himself that he had been misunderstood because he was simply trying to imitate his commander and wanted to take the boys away, and was immediately praised for surviving. The protagonist looked at the guy with a smile and said that he had tried his best. Junmo's tears began to creep through his mask. The bloodthirsty monsters continued to run to the attack. The protagonist sincerely said with a smile that he was proud of the guy, because thanks to his bravery, he would be able to enjoy the feast. The remaining rat monsters stopped in front of their slain brothers. Hunwuk smiled bloodthirstily and cried out that since so many dishes had been prepared for him, he would eat each one. The protagonist immediately raised his blade with a malicious smile and wanted to taste all the monsters. He immediately began to cut the monsters with a stream of aura light. He used the vortex light of the blade to drive away the monsters. These dead rats dropped glowing crystals on the ground. The main character closed his lips and watched them. He held the blade in the air and took out another one, noting that they looked very tasty. The rats immediately became bloodthirsty and angry and growled. The character looked to the side in bewilderment and understood that he could not eat because of his comrade. He saw a whole pack of rats standing near the dead comrades. The guy looked at the monsters in bewilderment and did not understand where their boss was hiding. The hieroglyphs on the rats' heads began to glow. The main character cast his gaze to the side. The monsters began to look back. Junmo looked at the commander in amazement. The sergeant twirled the glowing blade in his hand. Suddenly, a whole pack of rats began to run in the opposite direction. Hunwuk immediately began to run bloodthirstily and asked his comrade to save their squad, which was in danger. The snipers were on the roof and peered into the green smoke, realizing that the gas was making it hard to see and that it was impossible to provide assistance. While the sniper was aiming, Yuna walked behind and added that the attack squad had to stay in their position and shoot the monsters that were leaving the gas area, so they had to take care of them with the Blue Flower Guild so that they wouldn't get to the civilians. The sniper looked back at Yuna in confusion and asked where she was going. The red-haired girl in the mask thought tensely that Hunwuk definitely acted as if he knew what was going to happen and she needed to check something. She immediately jumped off the roof and into the gas cloud. Siana held her head with tears in her eyes and screamed for someone to save her. The soldier was trying to revive the wounded Minty and reported that this guy had lost consciousness and was going to die soon, so he needed to be treated now, and he was asking the vice commander to get his act together. Another soldier was holding his wounded arm. The warrior was trying to revive his wounded comrade. Dark aura discharges enveloped the boxes because the shelter was torn apart. The squad tried to hold the box from the onslaught because the boss monster's aura spell was too strong and they had to hold on at all costs and not let him pass. The leader of the monsters used magic to knock down the cover of the boxes. You were a bloodthirsty rat with fire on your head and magic. Streams of black aura with yellow color broke through the barrier. A whole pack of rats ran bloodthirstily to finish off the remaining squad. The entire horde of monsters ran to attack. The fighters frantically watched the attacking wave and assumed that they were finished. The monster Poppy stretched out his hand to use a magic circle. Black silhouettes of the main character and Junmo were visible beyond the integrity of the Stam Islands. The magic boss looked away angrily. The sergeant waved his hand with an angry look. He released a light blade straight into the boss's head. This rat mage managed to return from the flying blade. Suddenly, this glowing dagger changed its trajectory. It flew around all the rats to reach the main boss. The light dagger flew straight into the vase on the magician's back. Then the glowing dagger changed its trajectory again after dodging. The magic boss monster was in a fighting pose. He looked back in amazement at his cut vase behind him. This boss with a sharp crown on his head was angry. The glowing emblems on the heads of the other rats grew. The rats continued to angrily run to attack. The main character watched what was happening in surprise. He saw how all the monsters immediately ran in different directions. Rats were running from the side to these black silhouettes of the guys. They began to shoot iron needles from the tubes. A whole barrage of metal needles flew at the main character. The sergeant managed to swing his blade and fight off these sharp spikes. Junmo was going to cover his commander with his body. Hunwuk, angry, stretched out his hand and asked the private to duck. The curly-haired guy heard this and followed the order. Information about the ability to control metal appeared. With his blue aura, the commander was able to stop the glowing needles. With the help of the aura, he was able to redirect these needles towards the monsters. A message, a warning that he had lost control of the bayonet knives. The boss of the monsters walked forward, not looking back at the swords. He angrily bared his teeth and frowned. He was a damn dark kobold mage. The sergeant furiously fired from a machine gun and understood that this boss did not command the monsters, but controlled them personally, so scaring them away would not buy him time. Light bullets drove away the rats, which ran away. He angrily bared his teeth, aiming from a machine gun, and understood that it was dangerous to fight when Junmo was nearby. The private threw the rifle around his neck, and Hunwuk shouted for everyone to return to the fortification. They immediately started running away without any signal. The rats continued to shoot needles from the tubes. From all sides, the magic rats shot bayonets. The commander and his ward tried to run to the boxes. Hunwuk looked back and saw the needles catching up. Junmo managed to jump when the protagonist used mind control and repelled the needles. After the repulsed attack, he jumped behind the boxes. Then he angrily looked back from the last needle. The sorcerer closely watched the barricade of fighters. He was furiously angry and bared his teeth. The protagonist looked at the boss with a smile and ironically said that they were a little late, but they managed. Then he looked at his fighters, who looked dejected and wounded. The special forces looked intently at their sergeant. Junmo anxiously held onto the wounded Minty and said that he was unconscious. The protagonist said with a sad expression that there was a person in charge with them. At this time, Siana was clutching her head convulsively. The protagonist was shouting at the girl with disappointment that the private was dying. Siana, with tears in her eyes, bulged them through her mask because she was consumed by a panic attack, and if their only healer was in this state, then they would be destroyed. The protagonist frowned angrily. The commander opened his mouth in displeasure and said the girl's name. She waved her hand with a downcast and agitated look. She grabbed her face and stared at the commander. He looked down on her. He continued to look at her with displeasure and told her to come to her senses, because she obviously shouldn't want everyone here to die because there was a battle going on. Siana, with tears in her eyes, clutched her face and was told that she shouldn't plan to spend her whole life regretting it. The commander looked at her angrily, gritting his teeth, and said that she should know how terrible such a life is. The magic caster continued to watch what was happening, dumbfounded. The monsters watched the light emission from the barricade. This girl used her magic to heal the wound. All the fighters carefully watched the healing of their comrade. When the magic caster said that this guy lost a lot of blood because of her, Siana carefully watched through the emission and said that she would not give up. The sergeant looked at her with a smile and thanked her. Then, with the help of magic, he took out all the blades and wanted to borrow them. Junmo looked up at the sergeant in surprise and understood what his plan was. The protagonist angrily bared his teeth and said that he needed to take revenge on the monsters. At this time, the limousine was driving along the night highway for the person in whom such a wonderful event happened. The girl ended the phone call. A huge tarantula was sitting on her shoulder. The woman with the spider on her chest crossed her legs and realized that she had to pay a visit for comfort. Their black car was moving along the empty highway because they were going to Itaewon. The monsters looked at the protagonist, who was emitting sparks of Siana in the fog. The sergeant walked up to the pasted tape. The magic sorcerer was watching the Siana vortex. He bared his teeth angrily, peering out from behind the boxes. All the rats immediately pulled out their chopping picks. Hunwuk raised his blade above his head and twirled the daggers. He looked to the side with a smirk and realized that all the victims were gathered in the perfect hunting spot. He imagined the layout of the streets by the letters on the sides and realized that around the marked place in the center. He installed boxes and sensors in the right places because the only error was in Zone A, which was commanded by the vice commander of Siana. He closed his eyes and realized that the game would be over when he got to their leader, who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. He imagined the counter geolocation of all things, like metal detection, because any metal that could not see must be a kobold. He imagined the black silhouettes of monsters with glowing axes. He opened his eyes furiously. Those glowing daggers were about to fly in different directions. Information about the ability came out, the name, Metal Control. He immediately swung his blade and shot glowing daggers. The magic sorcerer bared his teeth angrily. Those glowing blades began to fly in all directions and kill the monsters one by one. A glowing dagger flew between the boxes and cut the monsters. Then one glowing dagger flew straight at the boss. The sorcerer used his magic circle and flame to protect himself. The red aura streams were going to stop the blade with the discharge. The chieftain continued to use the magic stencil to restrain the blade. The sergeant cast a sharp glance to the side. He took a fighting stance and pointed the magic daggers. From all sides, glowing swords flew at the chieftain. The monster immediately furiously opened its mouth with flames. The protagonist looked to the side in amazement. He saw how the sorcerer forged all the glowing blades with the help of magic. He also frowned furiously, baring his fangs. The commander extended his fist and opened his palm. With the help of the glowing outstretched hand, he was going to take the knives. Information about the ability to control metal popped up. The brunette looked at the system window in bewilderment and realized that it did not work. All the monsters with glowing stencils on their foreheads became wary. They immediately took out their tubes and began to shoot needles. Hunwuk looked back and saw a barrage of gunfire. He covered his face with his hand, screaming. He continued to cover himself with both hands from the flying barrage of needles. After the attack, monsters began to peek out from behind the boxes. The sorcerer raised his hand above his head and used streams of magic. Without lowering his hand, he looked forward. Then he extended his finger with fury. He gave the order to his army of warriors to finish off the guy. These metal needles pierced all of the guy's arms. He bared his teeth angrily and realized that they almost made him think that everything was over, just like in his past life. Then he spread his arms to the sides, calling for metal needles. Inside his suit, the muscles were covered in a different appearance because if it were not for the body enhancement, then this would have happened. Glowing daggers flew back to their owner from the monster. Returning in space, they rotated in a circle. The tattered protagonist angrily looked through his bangs. The whole army of the monster almost caught up with the sergeant and surrounded him. He immediately waved his hands with fury and wished death to the enemies. These glowing blades cut the monsters from behind. The whirlwind flow of the dagger cut another rat. A hurricane of daggers rose around the army. A whirlpool of daggers blew away all the smoke in the street. Hunwuk stood with his hands covered in the street. The sorcerer watched what was happening with fury. He saw the character's silhouette covering himself in the distance. Hunwuk looked at him angrily, pointing his finger, and said that it was time to settle the score for revenge. The monster bared his fangs. Liquid gushed out of the pot behind the monster. Green smoke began to cover the area. The protagonist covered his face with his hands. The soldier looked at the monster menacingly, saying that it was pointless to fight, asking if he even understood how much effort he had put in so that only he remained. Hunwuk narrowed his gaze and frowned, using metal detection. Metal objects began to glow blue. The young guy looked menacingly ahead, noting that if he threw blades at him like last time, he would simply catch them and that he needed to attack carefully. The monster stood motionless near the metal objects. The main character looked at his opponent in bewilderment, wondering why he was not moving at all. Red threads began to creep towards the fighter. The enemy drew a magic circle on the ground, from which the threads emanated. Black vines grabbed the protagonist by the leg, after which he fell to the ground. The monster bared its teeth furiously. With the help of the threads, it lifted the protagonist into the air. The monster began to swing its vines, after which it threw the soldier into the air. The young guy fell from the air through green smoke. Fog enveloped the streets of the city. The monster stood motionless, watching what was happening, after which it smiled contentedly. The monster widened its eyes when the protagonist called out to it. The commander looked at the enemy with a furious look, asking what was so funny. The sergeant's legs were covered in metal armor. The main character looked at the monster furiously, asking how many more times today he would have an attack of PTSD memories because of it. The monster got into a fighting stance, after which it bounced off the ground into the air. The guy's eyes flashed blue lightning. The monster quickly ran through metal objects, when suddenly it appeared behind the main character. The protagonist looked back when the monster swung its weapon. The soldier dodged the monster's attack, after which he moved his leg to the side. The fighter swung his hand furiously, asking what he was aiming for in the back. The enemy looked ahead in bewilderment, grabbing his hand. Hunwuk asked if he knew how much he hated being attacked from behind, after which he attacked his enemy. The enemy looked at the soldier in horror. The soldier swung his steel leg, using his steel physique, after which he punched the enemy in the face, saying that he needed to give him a beating. From a powerful kick, the monster was thrown to the side, after which he began to bounce off the ground. Hunwuk threw the blade over his shoulder, saying that he did not know how many times since returning in time, he imagined the moment when he would finally take revenge on them. The monster rested his hands on the ground, baring his teeth at the protagonist. Hunwuk said that he was the first to fall and he should consider it an honor. The soldier smiled bloodthirstily, noting that when his mask was destroyed, he would not be able to use his shitty magic, offering to cure his PTSR. Daggers appeared behind the frightened monster. Many blades attacked the monster, cutting it into pieces. The enemy's weapon fell to the ground. The pot of green smoke shattered on the ground. The monster was lying on the ground, bleeding. Hunwuk asked what it was squealing about, noting that it wasn't dying yet. He then grabbed his opponent by the face. The protagonist reached for his blade, asking if he knew how many years he had spent being crippled because of him. The protagonist raised the monster in front of him, noting that he would only be pierced by blades, adding that they were the members of his squad that he had killed in his past life. Images of his comrade Junmo, who was addressing the corporal, began to appear in the furious protagonist's mind. The protagonist plunged the dagger into the monster's chest, saying that this was his revenge for Junmo, who had died trying to save him. The monster grabbed the dagger with its hand. A system notification appeared. Item information. Name Cloud Blade, which absorbs the blood of elite monsters and is filled with an unknown energy of 1%. The soldier continued to hold the monster's face. The curved blade lay on the ground, emitting a blue aura. The curved blade flew towards the monster. Hunwuk told him to wait a little longer and not to die, since there was one last step left. The protagonist's spirit looked at the monster angrily, saying that this was revenge for the scar he left on his face. The blade pierced the monster's head, after which he cut the monster's face into pieces. The enemy lay on the ground with a dagger stuck in him. System notification. Item information. The name is a cloud blade that is filled with 11% unknown energy. The hidden power of the cloud blade will be unlocked when it is completely filled with unknown energy. The soldier looked at his dead enemy with a serious look, noting that he finally changed one event and in his past life, it tormented him. Green fog spread across the city street. An emblem fell out of the monster's body. The protagonist looked at the item in surprise. A system notification appeared. The Devil's Medallion. He received Inferno. This Hellfire Medallion contains the power of the devil race of demons, and it is the highest level item among the medallions. The soldier looked at the item in confusion, wondering why it appeared here. The fighter presented the emblem above the head of a huge dragon with an army. He noted that the Devil's Medallion, Inferno, belonged to him. On the head of the disfigured monster sat a man. The protagonist noted that his army of the dead was Adam for the surviving people, and this is the worst enemy of humanity. The man's red eyes sparkled. Hunwuk noted that this was a necromancer and there was practically no information about him. The soldier remembered his past self next to the necromancer. He noted that the only thing they had in common was the peculiarity of pumping, and after returning in time, he hid the fact that he could increase his rank because of him. The protagonist added that in his past life, he barely managed to finish the fight in his blue lava golem workshop and got a pathetic copy of Inferno. The protagonist clutched the medallion in his hand. The medallion's eyes glowed red. Hunwuk wondered why the real Inferno was here. He bared his teeth, asking what he didn't know. The green fog began to recede. The young man noted that the poisonous gas was dissipating. The soldier opened his mouth, about to swallow the medallion, saying that he needed to eat it quickly. The girl suddenly called out to the soldier. The protagonist looked ahead in horror. Yuna pointed her gun at the protagonist, asking who he was. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, noting that he screwed up, wondering how much she had seen. A red-haired girl appeared not far from the boys. She took off the gas mask from her face, saying that it was an impressive fight. The girl handed her business card to the protagonist, saying that she was glad to meet him and that her name was Hyena, the leader of the Soul Strike Force of the Blue Flower Guild. Yuna pointed her spear at the protagonist by clicking on him. The dead bodies of the monster were lying on the ground. The protagonist's dagger was stuck in the monster. The red-haired girl looked at the sergeant with a serious look, asking who he was. The sergeant put the medallion in the back pocket of his pants. The girl asked what he was hiding. The protagonist smiled confusedly, thinking that he had screwed up, wondering how much she had seen. The brunette asked what she was talking about. A red-haired girl appeared not far from the guys. A giant hairy spider was standing on her shoulder. The girl said that she had been watching from afar, noting that the fight was impressive. The stranger took off the gas mask from her face, noting that she was the third daughter of the paladin commander, noting how much she had grown. The protagonist frowned. Yuna looked at the stranger with a serious look, saying that she was the commander of the offensive squad of the 1st Battalion of the 3rd Brigade of the VSBM, noting that she was in the territory of military operations and civilians were prohibited from entering here. The stranger abruptly approached the sergeant, saying that she was glad to meet him. She handed the business card to the protagonist, saying that she was Catherine Yu, the head of the Soul Strike squad of the Guild Blue Flower. Yu Hyena, the second daughter of the head of the Blue Flower of the strongest guild in Korea, and a rank player. The sergeant took the business card in his hand. Hyena looked at the guy in bewilderment, asking that he did not know her. The young man gritted his teeth, noting that of course he knew her. Of all the villains who destroyed humanity, he would never forget her. In the memories, Yuna held a shield in front of her, protecting herself from the fire. She told the protagonist to pull himself together because he must survive at any cost. The boy asked what she was doing, adding that she had to leave. The red-haired girl looked at the protagonist with a smile, saying that she was his shield because his life was in her hands. The dead girl's body was lying on the ground and insects were crawling out of her mouth. A black silhouette of a girl was visible against the red moon. The red-haired girl looked ahead with a cold gaze. The protagonist noted that this was Yuna's killer, Hyena. The squad leader smirked slightly, asking what was going on. He did not realize what an opportunity had opened up before him. The soldier clenched his hand into a fist. Yuna looked towards the guys, saying that there was a battlefield there, and she was asking her to leave. The head sighed heavily. She looked at the girl with displeasure, asking that shouldn't a soldier address others by their rank, noting that she should call her the leader of the Soul Blue Flower Strike Force. The girls glared at each other with furious eyes. Hunwuk wondered what was going on, noting that he felt uneasy around them. Suddenly, a car appeared next to them. A bright, blinding light emanated from the headlights. The car door opened slightly. A red-haired girl greeted the man, saying that she was Lieutenant Yuna. The battalion commander looked at the guys with a menacing look, telling her to stop. Kangseok turned his gaze to the side. Dead bodies of monsters lay on the ground, after which the commander looked to the side. The monster lay on the ground with a dagger stuck in it. The young guy widened his eyes along with his spirit of the past. The man looked menacingly in front of him. The protagonist grabbed his spirit with his hand, who said that he could not get out of there and let him deal with it himself. The guys stood opposite each other. Kangseok said to the head of the Soul Blue Flower Strike Force that he was glad to meet him, and they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl noted that it was definitely asking how he was doing. The battalion commander frowned, stated that they were incredibly grateful for the reinforcements from their guild, but this was a place of military operations. An unauthorized entry without prior approval was not allowed even for a member of the Blue Flower Guild, and he asked her to leave. The red-haired girl closed her eyes, asking that he was serious, noting that he was a typical soldier and could not understand them, adding that she had an important matter here. Hyena kissed the business card, leaving a trace of lipstick on it. After which she put the business card in the main character's armor. The head of the strike force touched her finger to Hunwuk's nose, asking if she was telling the truth, adding that he should call her. The battalion commander called out to the sergeant. The soldier pressed his hands to his hips and looked at the commander, saying that he was listening carefully. The big guy looked at the guy with a serious look, saying that from now on he would be commanding the operations to clear out the kobolds and rescue civilians as a priority, noting that he was giving him the authority to distribute the squad members. The sergeant frowned, wondering what the battalion commander was thinking. The big guy looked at the soldier with a frown, saying that when he settled everything, he would report to him personally about the results. The main character stood with his back, looking at the commander, saying that he would do everything. Yunho looked at the young guy with a serious look. The protagonist looked at the girl with fear, noting that at least he managed to survive the dangerous moment. The weather above the building was clear. A week later, 3rd Brigade of the VSBM, 1st Battalion. The system notified that the absorption of the metal, the Devil's Medallion, Inferno, was complete. The weight of the metal available for control was increased by 499 grams. The weight of the metal available for control was 3.458 grams. There was a sign with a blue man on the wall. The system notified that a breathing place was being formed in his stomach, and he could feel unbearable pain. The protagonist was sitting near the toilet when fire came out of his mouth. Hunwuk noted that he had already been through this once and his body was still too weak, which is why it hurt so much. A soldier entered the toilet, calling out to the sergeant. He approached the toilet door with a sly grin, asking why he was watching something interesting alone. The protagonist grabbed his stomach with his hands, saying that everything was not as he thought. A bright light came out of the protagonist's eyes and mouth. Junmo asked if he would show him later. He jumped back from the toilet door when he saw a bright light. The soldier shouted that he had already told him he was thinking about something else. The soldier stood next to the dead bodies of his comrades. The protagonist noted that the gate with the kobolds, which everyone underestimated, caused a large number of incidents. The protagonist stood next to the gurney where his comrade was. He noted that, fortunately, Sergeant Sana brought Private Minty out of critical condition and he was taken to the military hospital. The sergeant stood on the platform opposite the training soldiers. He noted that after the incident, he gave up the idea of trying to protect everyone alone and began training the members of the support squad so that they could at least stand up for themselves. And this led to two problems. The vice commander waved at the sergeant with a smile. Siana looked at the protagonist with a wide smile. Hunwuk noted that, firstly, Sergeant Sana began to bother him often after that day. Hunwuk turned to the girl, asking what was going on again. Then he watched the scene with an angry expression. The sergeant noted that there were too many variables in the military for everything to go according to plan. The battalion commander looked ahead with a menacing expression, telling the sergeant that he was offering him the chance to become an officer. Hunwuk mentally imagined himself covering his face with his hand in confusion. He mused that he wasn't even surprised anymore. The soldier noted that, secondly, Battalion Commander Kangseok said that the operation and anyone convinced him about him. The big man spread his arms out to the sides and raised them. The soldier noted that he had a dream of creating an ideal military culture where ranks would not be more important than convictions. Hunwuk turned his head away, testing himself in his feelings of excitement, wondering why the hell he wanted him to help him with his fantasies. The soldier said that he would think about it during his leave. The weather was clear above the station. The protagonist noted that after 3 weeks, it was finally time for a vacation. The first day of vacation. The resident looked fearfully at the bright light from the toilet. The system congratulated the protagonist on fulfilling special conditions and receiving a new ability. System cards appeared. Ability: breathing place, fire, effects. In the furnace of a living organism, the absorption of metal is accelerated, and the more effective the furnace, the greater the pain caused to his body. Fire breath: he can save some metal in the breathing chamber and burn it out when exhaling. Fulfilling hidden conditions will increase the level of the ability. The protagonist sat on the toilet with an exhausted look, saying that he can finally stop doing what causes gossip, as if he is doing something strange in the restroom. The main character stood near the mirror, noting that in his current state, there is a chance that he will not be able to cope with the next gate. The military man stood opposite the paparazzi. The reporters asked what he meant by that and what he meant by that they would eventually leave Seoul Station. The man looked down at the floor. The reporter told the army and the authorities to explain their position, asking if they would really abandon the citizens at the station. The residents were beating on the doors with a frightened look, asking to be let out and saved. The young man looked at his reflection with a frown, noting that he really could have died. The sergeant left the building, thinking that he needed to fully prepare during his vacation and that it was time to really influence the future. The pink-haired girl held a cigarette in her hands, saying that she hadn't had a vacation for a long time and that the army sucked. The vice commander stood outside, trying to light a cigarette, asking what was up with that lighter again. The protagonist looked away in surprise. Siana looked at Hunwuk in surprise, asking what it was. The guys stood opposite each other. The enchanter asked if he had a light. The boys stood opposite each other. Siana thought that she had unconsciously shown her true nature. The sun was shining brightly above the train. The boys were riding in a carriage. They awkwardly looked around. The pink-haired girl turned her gaze to the protagonist. She smiled widely, asking that this was his first vacation in a while, adding that his parents must be happy. The protagonist looked straight ahead with a serious look, saying that they were both dead, and they died when he was still little. The vice commander looked away in confusion. The sergeant turned his attention to the girl. He smiled widely, saying that everything was fine. It was hard and lonely for him then, but when he grew up, he found people who became like a new family to him. The enchanter looked at the protagonist in surprise, asking that they became like a family. The boy remembered his friends waving at him and calling him by name. The sergeant turned his head to the side, asking if they were friends, co-workers, or comrades in arms. The soldier looked out the window with a smile, saying the last sounded appropriate. The main character got off the train in the Yongdyunpo area. The soldier noted that he had to fully prepare for what awaited him in the future for 4 days and 3 nights in this short time. The soldier smiled widely, noting that among the preparations, the first thing he needed to do was get money. The main character stood next to a poster. The signboard said that they support their players. The protagonist noted that the owner of the blue tree is already a multi-trillionaire. The sergeant imagined a man under a rain of money. He noted that this was Gordon Precy. Gordon shook the aristocrat's hand with a sly grin. Hunwuk noted that his black money buys high-ranking strong people and players and acquires items. The soldier imagined the land over which it was raining money. He noted that gradually, naturally, everyone was being introduced to management, and they lost to the villain for many reasons, but the main thing was money. And even if it was impossible to compare financially with Gordon, he should have enough so that he could not drag him into his money game. The weather was clear over the city. A taxi was driving along the road. The soldier noted that he knew the key future events and where and when the money would accumulate. The main character was climbing the stairs to the Hope Guild. He noted that, simply put, if he simply invested faster than everyone else, then even peas would accumulate like a snowball, and he would need a person who would not betray him no matter what happened. The sergeant was climbing up, noting that he needed to entrust this to someone who would not abandon him even by simply promising in words. The guy asked what he was talking about and that he was an idiot. The main character looked up in bewilderment. The stranger said not to make him beat him for heaven's sake. The white-haired guy held the man by the shirt, swinging his hand at him. The brown-haired guy told Wunchel that he knew that there were few clients this month. Wunchel said that he didn't care, noting that the master was a weakling, so all that was required of him was to provide the work that was left after the others. The protagonist entered the office. She also said that he tried very hard to find one, but he refused everything. The white-haired guy asked what he thought. Could he be offered to be a bodyguard at the event, noting that it was humiliating. The guys turned their attention towards the protagonist. The brown-haired guy greeted Hunwuk. The white-haired guy smiled widely, saying that he was the pilot of the tin can, noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. In the memories, a young Wunchel extended his hand, saying that he heard that he had awakened just like him, adding that his name was Lee Wunchel and he was glad to meet him. The protagonist shook the guy's hand, saying that he was glad too. The protagonist furrowed his brows, noting that they were not on good enough terms to be happy to see each other. The soldier passed by the guy, telling the brown-haired guy that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The man greeted Hunwuk. The brown-haired guy looked at the protagonist in confusion, asking why he came. The white-haired guy glared at the soldier, asking why he ate his brain for lunch. The sergeant looked at the guy with displeasure. Wunchel said that he greeted him normally, asking if he had really forgotten all their past memories. The white-haired guy bared his teeth angrily, asking if he needed to refresh his memory. In the memories, the protagonist lifted objects using force. The guys crowded around the protagonist. The schoolboy asked what it was, adding that he should stop fooling around and show what he could do. The student noted that if that was all it took, he thought he could become awakened too. The white-haired guy looked at the situation angrily, asking why he was awakened, noting that he was just a loser. The floating objects fell to the ground. Hunwuk grabbed his cheek with a broken lip with his hand. Wunchel angrily hit the protagonist in the face. He looked at the guy with displeasure, asking why he calls himself awakened with such worthless strength, noting that if he hears him bragging again, he will finish off his bragging, then finish off his bragging, then finish him off. The man looked at the protagonist angrily, asking why he is pretending to be strong. Lee Wunchel, rank C, class, fighter, signature player of the Guild Hope. There were blades near the wall. The fighter asked if he would mind if he beat him up like in the good old days. She also stood in front of the player. Wunchel said that he would beg for mercy. The brown-haired man asked him to stop doing this. The player looked angrily at the brown-haired man, telling him to get out of there, otherwise he would die with him. Hunwuk told him to try. The fighter looked at the guy in bewilderment, asking what he was saying. The soldier looked at the guy with an angry look, telling him to try to kill him if he could. Wonchul looked at the protagonist in fury, saying that he was a scoundrel, after which he swung his fist at the soldier. The main character stood motionless in place. A compass appeared in front of the fighter's eye. A blade appeared in front of his leg. Wonchul looked at the blades surrounding him in bewilderment. The protagonist stood in front of the fighter, saying that he was not sure that he could handle him, but he would definitely beat him half to death as if an entire army squad had beaten him. The protagonist glared at the player, noting that otherwise he could end his life as a melee player. The fighter gritted his teeth, looking at the object in front of his eye. A guy entered the office, telling his friend that it was time to leave, otherwise they would not make it to the event. The bald-headed man watched in bewilderment, asking what was going on. The protagonist looked at the guy with a pitiful expression, saying that he was so sorry and next time he would be more careful. Hunwuk hugged the guy, who asked what he was doing. The protagonist continued to hug the guy, noting that he heard he was kicked out of the White Tiger Guild for peeing and running away during the first raid. Wonchul ran away from the huge monster in panic. His comrades asked where he was going, telling him to stay in his position. The fighter glared at Hunwuk, asking how he knew. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth, noting that he understood to chatter. He can ask what else he was going to fight in front of his friends with an F-rank player. The soldier looked at the fighter with a frightening look, saying that he would preserve his dignity, which he cared about so much, so while he was here, let him not catch his eye. The weather was clear above the building. There were 3 business cards on the table. Hunwuk and Chialsu were sitting opposite each other. Satan asked that he told the truth and that these shares would skyrocket. The sergeant looked at his comrade with a serious expression. Chialsu looked at his tablet in surprise, saying that if so, it would change their whole lives. There were guards near the entrance to the building. The guard asked how much longer they would have to stand guard and maybe they would try to participate in the raid at least once. The bald man looked at his friend in bewilderment, asking what had happened to him all of a sudden. Wonchul shouted that it was driving him crazy. The man in the suit looked at the guards, asking what they were making noise about in the reserved area. He approached the blonde man, asking that he was the one in charge here. The angry man frowned and replied that he had told him that this was Zonji, asking that he hadn't learned the alphabet or something, and how many more times did he have to repeat it, noting that if he couldn't read, then at least learn to listen. Wonchul, in rage, struck the man. The attack sent him flying. The bald man watched what was happening in horror. Wonchul began to beat the big guy viciously. He kept hitting him in the face. The guards watched what was happening in fear. The blonde man got to his feet. He looked at the guys with a terrifying gaze, telling them to find him Hunwuk, that damn bastard, and he would finish him off. She also looked at his tablet in shock, saying that if the stock skyrocketed, it would change their entire lives. Park Chialsu, the leader of the Guild Hope class analyst, the player who continues to lead the reopening of Rank F, Hunwuk's benefactor and the one who found a way to level up his abilities. The weather was clear above the guild. The leader apologized to the guy, noting that it was hard to believe. The guys were sitting opposite each other. The protagonist thought that his reaction was understandable and it was hard to trust someone who claimed to help him change his entire life by making money out of nowhere. There were 3 business cards on the table. The analyst asked if it was possible that they shared this information with him to spy. The soldier pressed his palm to his chest, which, based on what he knew about him, he thought he could be trusted. The player looked at the guy in surprise, saying that of course he believed him. The main character smirked slightly, thinking that he had told him the whole truth, except that he had taken the information from his past life. The young guy told him to look, because he was not lying. On the phone, he saw a correspondence with the battalion commander. Hunwuk asked the commander if he remembered their conversation regarding the officer's name. The commander replied that of course he remembered. For someone with an F rank, this was a proposal that was quite difficult to implement, and he would give his recommendation and persistently seek to be given the rank, but it mostly depended on him, and he should make a decision quickly. The analyst looked at the correspondence in surprise, saying that it was true. The protagonist held out the money, saying that he wanted to entrust him with his investment, adding that 20 million won was not much money, but it was all he had left from his parents. She also extended his hands to the money, asking that he sincerely believed him, and then thanked him. In the memories, the protagonist shed bitter tears. She also sat next to the protagonist, saying that everyone in this world has their own talent and in their time, it is called superpower. The man grinned widely, telling him not to blame himself and to just continue living until their talents were also recognized as superpowers. The protagonist looked at the guild leader with a smile, thinking that this investment was his way of repaying him for the warmth he received in his past life when he had nothing. A gate appeared in the sky, from which a hovering ship came out. The protagonist and the guys stood in front of the little people. He noted that in the future, humanity will encounter extraterrestrial beings who can communicate. The bearded men were conducting chemical experiments. Hunwuk noted that acquiring technology from interacting with them will be a turning point in the Gate War, and their abilities will be vital in stopping the gate and the waves of monsters. The bearded men created magic circles where the blade hovered. They looked ahead with furious looks. The protagonist noted that he will need an expert who can communicate with extraterrestrial beings so that they will give him their technology. The protagonist walked down the street. He asked the merchant how much this mana stone was worth. The merchant asked how much he would offer. Yonggyungpo, the alley of blacksmiths. The protagonist walked between the buildings, noting that the second point of preparation for the future, he and the 7 dwarf artisans will create his 1 master level item. The guy in the purple hoodie watched the protagonist. Hunwuk noted that for recruiting blacksmiths in honor of the status will later rise from artisan to master until the villains found out. The protagonist entered the forge, greeting the old man. The blacksmith was sitting with his work, saying that he was selling or what was on the shelves and nothing else, let him not ask and choose from what was available. The protagonist noted that this was the artisan Kang Jeongdo, and he was kicked out of the blacksmith guild for eccentricity, which is not surprising. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, saying that he understood. Jeongdo continued working on the weapon. The main character noted that it was a spear made of orichalcon. The soldier recalled how this spear stuck out of the monster's body. He noted that it looked simple, but it was capable of killing a dragon and in the future, piercing the heart of the Terax dragon, and it was clear to him why the blank for the first master level item was in this dilapidated workshop. A girl walked towards the main character, who said that they had another jerk. The old man asked how she dared to call the buyer a jerk. The main character looked at the girl in bewilderment. She said that he himself also responded to others, asking that she was not allowed. The soldier smiled slightly, thinking that they had not seen his comrade in arms for a long time. The girl leaned slightly, looking intently at the main character. Hunwuk noted that this was the blacksmith Kang Bixial, and 4 years after Jeongdo's death, she would inherit all of his abilities and become a master blacksmith, surpassing her mentor. Bixial studied the protagonist closely, after which she looked at the guy with a smile, saying that he was a respected customer, asking what he was interested in. The sergeant smiled awkwardly, noting that her blind obsession with money was like a dwarf's, and she paid attention to him and would now trust him. Bixial smiled widely, noting that it was 18 million won and he was not just a customer, but a boss. The craftsman looked away in confusion, saying that he was definitely not a mage, asking why he needed poisonous magical metals and beads made of mithril tungsten alloy, which he could not even process, and whether the money was counterfeit. The girl looked at the old man with displeasure, telling him to calm down because he probably had a place to use them. The protagonist said that this was exactly what he needed, and these were great items, and he would visit them more often. The old man agreed with the guy. The protagonist looked at the smiling girl, saying that they would see each other again. The red-haired girl told him to come again. The protagonist remembered the girl's dead body, mentally apologizing to her, adding that unlike his other comrades in arms, he would have to call her to battle again. Bixial bowed to the protagonist, saying goodbye to him. The protagonist noted that this time he would protect her at all costs. The guy in the purple hoodie was watching the building. He was looking away intently. The protagonist reached out for the bag. He sat on the bed, crossing his legs, noting that by the end of the vacation, he should have significantly increased his poison resistance and the weight of metal available for control. The system notified that the metal enchanted with poison was being absorbed and there were 19 minutes 59 seconds left until the metal was absorbed. After the absorption, his resistance to poison would increase slightly. The soldier closed his eyes, thinking that usually it took that long, but now he had a breathing place. The protagonist imagined a piece of metal in his stomach, after which a fire appeared near the metal. The cube began to melt. A system notification appeared. The ability of the breathing place, fire, his internal furnace is activated, the absorption of the metal is accelerated, and he will be inflicted with acute pain. The sergeant widened his eyes. The system notified that he would be inflicted with acute pain. The soldier clutched the blanket with his hand, saying that he knew it himself. He bared his teeth in pain, thinking that he had little time left before the opening in a row at the Seoul station, and he must eat everything and endure it. The guy pointed the fighter towards the building, saying that he was there and he had no idea what he was doing, but he hadn't come out for 2 days. 2 days later, the night light was creeping into the protagonist's room. The system notified that he had been poisoned by various poisons. Poison resistance level 2. He had absorbed all the metals he had absorbed. The weight of metal available for control was 17.499 grams. His metal detection ability had been improved, and he could now detect up to 500 grams of metal within a radius of 135 meters. The protagonist stood on the floor when an aura emanated from him. The sergeant looked at the system notification with a serious look. He wondered why he had metal resistance level 2, noting that he had expected more, but at least the weight available for control was enough to control 60 blades. The system congratulated the protagonist, saying that he had successfully passed the first hidden breakthrough and received the ability Metal Strike. Spend mana to break a certain amount of metal, and the amount of mana depends on the amount of metal. Hunwuk noted that this is a powerful ability that destroys metal. The protagonist grinned maliciously, thinking that with it he can disable almost any equipment in one swing, and it is very good that he got it. Suddenly, lightning passed through the protagonist's head. The guy turned his attention to the side. Wonchul smashed the door to the room with his fist. The fighter looked angrily at the soldier, noting that he was not even surprised, asking what he was hiding there. The protagonist looked at the player with displeasure, noting that he is a soldier and has many prohibitions, asking if he could leave. Wonchul smiled angrily, saying that this is nonsense. After which he rushed to attack the soldier, asking that he was afraid that he would die, so he was making up nonsense. He swung his fist, saying that he should just die. The protagonist pursed his lips and extended his hand in front of him. Wonchul looked at the guy in bewilderment. The soldier's hand was covered in metal armor. The fighter asked what happened to his body. The sergeant squeezed his opponent's fist, suggesting that they continue outside, otherwise the civilians would interfere. Concerned people came out of the rooms. The blonde looked angrily at the soldier, saying that he was a pathetic tin can. After which he kicked the main character, asking that he would bluff until the very end. The protagonist dodged the blow, noting that 2 days ago it really was a bluff. After which he swung his fist, saying that not now. He struck the blonde in the stomach. The guy's face twisted in pain. The protagonist said that he would ask him just one question. The soldier looked angrily at the lying fighter. He said that this was nothing compared to what he had done to him, asking why he had gone so far. The player smiled angrily, noting how self-confident he had become after one successful blow. Hieroglyphs appeared on the guy's leg. He told him not to look at him like that. The protagonist bared his teeth. He looked at the guy in fear, asking him what he didn't understand, that civilians could get hurt if they continued to fight there. The fighter furrowed his brows, asking what did it matter. The protagonist looked at his opponent in bewilderment, thinking that he had gone crazy. He turned his gaze towards the window, noting that he needed only him and the only chance to minimize the damage to the building. After which he rushed towards the window. The blonde looked at the soldier in fury, asking where he was going. The protagonist bounced off the floor. Wonchul struck the protagonist's body. From the blow, Hunwuk flew out of the window, after which he crashed into the wall of the building. Wonchul rushed towards the protagonist, shouting that he would finish him off. The hero used steel physique in the air, and his legs were covered in metal. A glow from using metal control began to emanate from him. And finally, the ability chain. The guy dodged the enemy's blow in mid-air. The brunette appeared behind Wonchul, and he was mentally amazed that the soldier changed his trajectory in mid-air. Hunwuk landed on the asphalt, jumping off the roof of the building. He frowned and thought that he couldn't fly as freely as in his past life, but using the abilities Steel Physique and Metal Control together allowed him to at least somehow control his body. The blonde jumped from above, swinging his leg. He shouted that the army seemed to have given the hero some cheap buffs, but pathetic tricks wouldn't work against him. The soldier jumped back, dodging the attack. Surprised residents leaned out of their windows, trying to understand what was going on there. Whirlwinds were visible in the parking lot below, and people assumed that they were players. Wonchul turned to the brunette and asked if he was really going to continue dodging like this. The man rushed forward, demanding that his opponent attack as well. The blonde began to deliver a series of blows, but his opponent dodged everything. The shockwave moved the cars, the alarm sounded. People ran out into the corridor, shouting for no one to go down to the first floor because the players were fighting there. Someone had already reported it, so all they could do was wait. The hero frowned and noted that many civilians were watching them. He was a sergeant and therefore could not respond to his blows in full. If people interfered with their fight, it could ruin his plans for the gate at the station. The opponent stopped, braking with his foot. The residents of the hotel were filming on their phones, looking out of the windows. Wonchul grinned and asked if it was all about the spectators. He said that he would get rid of this interference. The player crouched to the ground, accumulating energy, and the symbols on his leg glowed. The protagonist spread his arms and exclaimed that he was really going to destroy the building. The brunette reminded him that there were innocent people there. Hunwuk frowned and shouted that they had nothing to do with him. The opponent grimaced in anger and said that both he and these damned nobodies pissed him off. The blonde rushed to attack the guy. The enemy shouted that everyone was doing nothing but getting underfoot. Hunwuk's eyes lit up and he said that he shouldn't have done that, adding that it was time to put an end to his life as a player. Magic sparkled around the guy's pupil. 2 rings appeared in his eye. Cracks appeared on the enemy's leg. The blonde's shin broke into pieces. Ability information: Metal Strike. Rank: D effect, spends mana to break a certain amount of metal. The amount of mana depends on the amount of metal. The armor on the opponent's leg exploded. The protagonist looked ahead menacingly, and blood splashed on his face. A scream was heard near the building. Wonchul grabbed his leg and screamed in pain. He looked at the hero standing in front of him and asked what he had done, demanding that he not come closer. The soldier frowned and asked one last time why he had gone so far. The interlocutor clenched his teeth and, trembling, exclaimed that if an annoying fly annoyed him, then, of course, he would kill it. The brunette looked at him with displeasure and said that there was probably a reason why such a rat, who had been chased out of a pack of wolves, was squeaking. He added that scoundrels like him with delusions of grandeur did not deserve to be players because they always became villains. The blonde grimaced and shouted that what was such a pathetic piece of shit capable of, who was pretending to be something. The hero moved his finger. A sharp steel fragment approached the back of the opponent's head and he froze. Hunwuk looked at him menacingly and demanded that he never show up in his sight again, otherwise he would get off with one leg. The interlocutor's eyes widened in fear and he clenched his teeth. The brunette tensed up and said through gritted teeth that he should thank the gods for being a soldier. The hero could not miss the chance to save his comrades and take revenge on the villains, getting rid of people like him. The police drove up to the hotel building, a special commission for awakened affairs. The guy said that he was just trying to stop Wonchul. The inspector looked at the hero and replied that this matched the testimony of witnesses. Besides, that guy was very problematic and evil, so he was lucky. The man raised his eyebrows and noted that for the first time in his service he met a low-ranking player who emerged from a fight without any serious injuries. Hunwuk smiled and said that he was saved by the armor suddenly activating. The policeman waved his hand and said that the guy could go free. The hero thanked him and turned around. The brunette frowned and thought that he had always thought that F rank was a shameful stigma, and he helped him avoid suspicion. A subordinate ran up to the man and noted that he would definitely want to take a look at this. The guy said that Wonchul had no problem with long fights in mana. The inspector looked at the report in surprise and asked if an F ranker could really penetrate the armor of a C rank man and defeat him without a scratch. He muttered that it made no sense. The protagonist quickly ran away from the police station. The guy jumped off the ground. Creating a strong wind, he rushed past the woman. The brunette squinted as he ran forward. The hero's memories. The TV was broadcasting breaking news. The hero looked at the screen from the hospital room. The presenter reported that at Seoul Station, the number of civilian casualties from the gate that opened at 15:24 today was 745. Excluding the first, second, and third waves, this disaster was unlike anything they had experienced so far. The player stood in front of the TV and listened as expert players and public associations were criticized for the Seoul Station disaster. People were starting to ask questions about the fundamental limitations and problems with the current gate response system. Hunwuk was currently racing between the buildings. Unlike the previous two gates, he had not encountered this one directly. He had little information, so it was not entirely clear what to expect. The brunette landed in front of the station and remembered that among all the disasters, this was one of the worst. The time on the clock was 15:16. The hero wondered if he could prevent it with his current level. The townspeople walked around the room carefree. The guy thought that part of him wanted to fly into a rage so that more people would evacuate, but it was impossible. Two soldiers were patrolling the platform. Hunwuk carefully turned around. He was standing in the middle of the crowd, thinking that the villain was hiding somewhere here. The brunette frowned and realized that if everything went wrong and he went into hiding, the hero would never find a turning point that could change the future. The soldier closed his eyes and exhaled. 2 minutes left. The time was 15:22. The hero flinched, hearing someone call his name. Siana leaned over to catch her breath and muttered that she had been looking for him for a long time. The girl put her hands on her hips and exclaimed that she heard that he ended up in the police station last night and the whole squad was in an uproar. The interlocutor asked how she knew where to look for him. She replied that the guy himself said that he had business here and asked why he wasn't answering his phone. The guy raised an eyebrow and thought that Siana wasn't here in his past life. He replied that the phone was broken. The hero assumed that he had changed the past, so the vice commander was here. The brunette looked at his watch and noticed that there was a minute left before the opening of the most terrible gate. The interlocutor looked at him and asked him to explain what he was doing in the department. Hunwuk frowned and thought that he didn't have time for chatting. He had to stick to the plan. The time on the watch was 15:24, and the guy took off his bag. He threw it sharply, spilling the contents. The girl narrowed her eyes and asked why he was silent. Small balls scattered on the floor. The interlocutor exclaimed whether he had gone crazy. Siana raised her eyebrows and shouted why he wasn't answering and why he was doing something incomprehensible. The brunette narrowed his eyes and asked to run to where the gas masks were stored when he gave the signal. The girl looked at him questioningly. People looked at their feet in surprise. Suddenly everyone covered their faces with their hands from a strong gust of wind. A hole appeared in the ceiling, sucking in air. A dark funnel appeared above the hull. The soldiers raised their heads, looking at it. The first monster burst out of the portal, and the hero turned around. He frowned and shouted a command to his interlocutor. On the street in front of the station, a woman said goodbye to a girl. A rift appeared in the sky. The girl looked at her worriedly and offered to walk her to the train instead of sending her away. The interlocutor smiled and replied that she simply did not want to tire her. They looked at each other, and the girl noted that they did not know when they would be able to see each other again. The woman began to say that next time. Suddenly, a black impenetrable wall appeared between them. The girl fell and looked up in shock, calling for her mother. A dark sphere swallowed the station building. New event: an unfortunate thing happened in this area. You can enter but not exit. You need to be at least level 15 to enter the area. To get out, hold out for 6 hours or kill the boss monster. A counter appeared above the sphere. A portal appeared inside the station. The hero and his companion raised their heads, looking up, and he asked them to run to the gas masks. The head of the monster appeared from the funnel. The brunette frowned and shouted to the girl. The monster jumped to the floor. It screamed, and the people scattered in fear. The whole crowd rushed, knocking each other off their feet. The soldier turned against the direction of movement. Hunwuk looked at the girl and asked her to take cover in a safe place first and take a gas mask from the passenger medical station. The interlocutor clenched her teeth. Siana frowned and replied that she was also a soldier and was not going to save herself. She said that she was not part of the combat staff, so she would stay behind and help evacuate civilians and treat the wounded. The girl exclaimed that she did not know what he was planning, but she believed him. The vice commander frowned, looking at the guy, and ordered him to survive at any cost. The guy smirked in response. He frowned and exclaimed that it would be done. The voice asked if this really made sense. The soldier stood in front of the general in the office. The old man asked how he could want to promote an F-rank sergeant to an officer. The man replied that he did not think that the promotion of a talented fighter should depend on a mechanical rank assessment. The general narrowed his eyes and asked again. Kangxiok frowned and said that ranks are not related to player levels. They are just a baseline set at the player training center to determine performance and suitability during combat. He added that when a player's level increases, they adjust the rank, but underestimated abilities die on the battlefield. The player training center is where every awakened person in South Korea first undergoes a test, trains for 2 months, and then receives their first rank by passing a basic test. General Young Cheol of the 3rd Brigade of the AFV Choi, 31st in South Korea, and a rank player. Using a large-scale spell, he alone gained power that could rival tactical weapons. The old man frowned and asked if the other man was trying to teach him. Kangxiok winced and said no. The general leaned his elbows on the table and said that all veterans were members of civilian guilds. He asked who would contact the VSBM if an F-rank player was made an officer. Choi narrowed his eyes and complained about what was wrong with the military system, and let the man also shout that it was time to end the VSBM. The other man frowned and lowered his head. The general leaned back in his chair and said that the lieutenant colonel saw something in that boy, but a bug is just a bug. He pressed the ringing phone and asked what was going on. The men flinched when the voice announced that they had received news of a gate appearing in the area of the 1st Battalion post. This was Seoul Station, and what's more, the event was called an unlucky thing. The soldiers looked at their phones in shock. An unlucky thing was a common disaster phenomenon that appeared in special areas. It had a debuff that could harm the player or create additional rules that made the task more difficult. A sign sparkled above the black sphere. The soldiers surrounded the monster and attacked with fire. One of the men frowned and exclaimed, "What kind of damn spider is this? There were never any of these in the manual." The enraged monster swung its paw. The tip was approaching the confused warrior. The man managed to jump and catch his subordinate, dodging the attack. An explosion was heard from the impact with the floor. The soldiers hit the ground and rolled to the side. Jeon Manhwa, C-rank, veteran player with a gladiator specialization, commander of the 2nd Defense Squad of Seoul Station. The man took out his weapon and said that he doubted that the fire attacks would work. He ordered to turn on the frost rune and bind the enemy's legs. The warriors straightened out their circles and began to change the rune to frost. The commander crouched in front of the monster and gave the order to attack. An ice storm fell upon the monster. Ice bound the enemy's paws. Manhwa, holding a shield and a blade. He gritted his teeth and thought that, given the size of the enemy, he would not hold out for long. The man decided that he should at least distract attention while they bound his legs. The commander jumped into the air and ordered to hold the frost rune while he attacked. He raised his weapon above his head and loomed over the enemy. The monster's muzzle was covered in ice. Suddenly, its eyes looked up, watching the soldier. The man's eyes widened in shock. At the same second, the monster broke free and reached for the enemy. The spider opened its mouth, intending to devour the commander. Manhwa narrowed his eyes and someone shouted about the shield. He huddled up and small balls appeared in the air. They crashed into the shield, throwing the man away from the enemy's mouth. This monster is a poisonous armored spider. The monster lowered itself and looked to the side. It has steel skin that cannot be damaged by normal attacks. The guy took a step forward and there were balls under his feet. He wondered if he could withstand the monster. The protagonist approached the spider, wondering if 2 days of preparation would be enough to defeat it. The brunette frowned and his eye flashed. The soldier decided that now was not the time for doubts. Deep cracks appeared on the monster's shell. Hunwuk thought it was time to test himself. The guy put out his hand, attacking the enemy's shell. Information about the ability Metal Strike, rank D, effect, spends mana to break a certain amount of metal. The amount of mana depends on the amount of metal. Notification, your mana is depleting quickly, 92% remaining. Notification, your mana is depleting quickly, 84% remaining. The hero frowned, and magic sparkled in his eyes. There were already 76% left. 2 rings sparkled in his pupil. Blood spurted out of the monster's body. Manhwa's eyes widened in shock and he flinched. The other soldiers also stared at the protagonist. The young man clenched his fist and thought that he had succeeded, which meant that this power would be enough to stop the gate. The brunette frowned and bared his teeth, deciding to take all the rewards for clearing them for himself. The monster hit the floor with its paw. It stood up and screamed. Hunwuk raised the balls in the air and exclaimed that even if he screamed at the top of his lungs, he would still squeeze all the juices out of him and absorb them. The guy put out his hand and sent the balls into an attack. The blow hit the enemy's back. The hero suggested seeing if he was as hard as steel inside. The Merrics dug into the fibers. The soldier used metal rotation, and the weapons began to twist into the monster's body. The spider screamed loudly. The brunette bared his teeth and asked what it felt like to have his insides spinning like in a blender. The spider arched and squealed in pain. His body collapsed at the protagonist's feet and blood spurted out. The commander opened his mouth, amazed that the entire garrison could not lay a finger on this monster and he alone dealt with it. Steel balls sparkled around the protagonist. Manhwa thought that he had seen many rank players in countless raids, but he had never met such a casual person. The guy raised his hands and raised his head, controlling the balls. The commander decided that he had S-rank strength, which you can only hear about in stories. The man gritted his teeth and cursed that this bastard was ruining his entire mission. He looked at Hunwuk and asked if there must be an S-rank player in front of him. The guy replied that they relaxed quickly. The commander frowned and asked again. The brunette did not turn around, explaining that the first wave was not over yet. 2 more of the same spiders jumped out of the portal. The hero grinned and thought that he had no more doubts because the current battle made everything clear. He raised 2 fingers, around which sparkled magic. Hunwuk raised his hand and decided that he alone would close the gate at Seoul Station. Military vehicles drove up to the Black Sphere. Soldiers lined up in front of the commanders. The 1st and 3rd battalions were assembled. Someone gave the order to set up a red zone of 6 circles. The guild members were also standing there in their designer uniforms. The knight put his hand on his belt and muttered that looking at these soldiers brings back memories. The guy in the hood looked at the man and suggested gathering all the mage players and using beating magic to destroy this dome. The interlocutor frowned and replied that it would not work because it was not magical, but created by the system. Until its demands were met, it could not be destroyed. All they could do was wait. Helicopters flew across the sky. The timer showed 5 hours, 21 minutes and 11 seconds. The helicopters landed. A man came out of one, and a woman came out of the other. Kangseok and Hyena walked side by side. The VSBM battalion commander asked how many Blue Flower players were under level 15. The woman frowned and was indignant that he thought that their best guild had such players. She asked if he really planned to send a rescue squad there, since it was tantamount to sending them to certain death. The man frowned. He took off his glasses and looked at her, saying that there were about 800 people there, so how could you put your lives above theirs? The warrior narrowed his eyes and looked ahead, adding that their trump card was there. The protagonist's eyes flashed and he struck again. The spider screamed, and its blood gushed out of its shell. The young man turned around and noticed an approaching paw. He used his steel physique and jumped back, dodging the attack with metal control. Hunwuk flew back and shouted at the guards to freeze the monster. The commander flinched and replied that he understood. The soldiers set up circles in front of them and attacked with a frost rune. The spider's body was covered in ice. The hero covered his hand from the wind, approaching the enemy. The spider on the wall turned to the girl attacking another monster. It screamed and rushed at her. Hunwuk frowned and used metal control on the balls, demanding that the monster not be distracted. The guy attacked the spider, shielding the girl and reminding her that his opponent was himself. The soldier jumped back as the monster fell to the ground, and the hero used metal rotation. The balls pierced the flesh, twisting organs. The spider opened its mouth and squealed. Finally, it fell dead. The girl turned to the second monster, which was being frozen by colleagues. The monster opened its mouth and twitched, trying to throw off the ice. The brunette smiled, his eyes sparkling, and offered to send him to his friends. Notification: your mana is rapidly depleting, 63% remaining. A crack in the shape of a cross appeared on the spider's head. 2 rings sparkled in the hero's eyes, and he struck. The mana level dropped to 39%. He stood in front of the monster, from which blood spurted. Hunwuk frowned and breathed heavily. The man watching from around the corner looked at the hero and thought that a player of his level would not take the subway or train since he ended up at this station. He did not expect to fail the very first task. Main task 1, you failed the objective. Wait for the poisonous iron spider to weave a nest near the first gate at Seoul Station, not completed. Reward, official villain promotion. You are now a candidate to join the ranks of villains. Complete the task to level up. After accepting the task, you will die if you fail to complete it. The man's eyes widened in rage and he cursed. People were crowding in the waiting room. The main room was quiet. The spider corpses lay motionless on the floor. Someone exclaimed that the first wave was over and ordered the guards to gather together. The commander approached the protagonist and thanked him, adding that they would not have managed on their own. He asked what the name of such a high-ranking player was. The brunette silently frowned and looked around at everyone. The guards exchanged questioning glances, and the girl blushed. Nanhu looked at the soldier and asked what the problem was. Hunwuk looked away and thought that, strangely enough, he was not here, although one of the guards was. Xiana ran up from behind and called his name. The guy thought he had completely forgotten about her. He asked if all the civilians had been evacuated. The commander's eyes widened in shock, thinking that an S-rank player should be released from service, since the country would not have enough power to control them. The girl looked at the brunette and replied that the spiders were huge, so they divided the people into small groups and evacuated them to rooms that were accessed by a narrow passage. Luckily, no one was seriously injured. She clarified if he really stopped the first wave. The guy raised an eyebrow when the interlocutor asked him to report everything that happened. On the other hand, they were trying to squeeze his rank out of him. The hero thought that they were unbearable, and he had little time. The brunette opened his mouth and said that he was sure that there was a second gate. Xiana and Manhu stared at him in shock. Hunwuk frowned and realized that if he started checking every person here, the one he needed would probably escape. When the second wave began, he would have a new chance, so he needed to get ahead of it. Kangseok, who had his back to the sphere, frowned and appointed Lieutenant Minnie as the commander of the operation to liberate the station. The guy in the helmet looked at his superior and accepted the order. The soldiers lined up behind him. Someone was discussing why the commander of the second platoon was not yet level 15 if he was a C rank. The red-haired man clenched his teeth in irritation. Kangseok frowned and shouted that it was hard enough for him to send a low-level squad there, but the lives of civilians depended on them, so they had to protect the people. The soldiers straightened up and accepted the order. Minhee looked questioningly at his superior when he called him. The man narrowed his eyes and said that when he met Sergeant Hunwuk, let him help with the task. The guy widened his eyes and asked again in surprise. The second gate opened inside the sphere. A skeleton with a broken skull lay on the floor. Notice, unlucky thing, monsters in this area will not attack you. The man looked at the pile of skeletons and exclaimed, why the hell are they all dead, and what the hell happened here? List of tasks. First, wait for the poisonous iron spider to weave a nest near the first gate at Seoul Station. Second, kill at least 500 civilians by any means necessary. Third, retrieve the item received from the elite monster of the second gate, the Seeker of Evil, for the Villain Alliance. The man turned around and decided that he needed to complete these in order to be accepted into the ranks of the villains. These tasks could change his life, and another player certainly wouldn't hurt. He thought he needed to calm down. Something was glowing in his hand, and steel balls appeared nearby. The man looked at the flying objects, and roots were rising from the ground. He made a shield out of branches, deflecting the blow. The man grinned and asked what he was doing here. After all, he was the one guarding the tracks. The hero entered the cave and said that the enemy wanted to hide among the civilians until the guards were killed during the first wave. And just in case there were more players among them, he dressed up as a guard to divert suspicion and then kill everyone. Hunwuk raised the balloons in the air and asked if he had to rack his brains to come up with such a thing. The man's eyes widened when the hero called him Tang Jusip. He stuck his head out and asked how he knew him. He was a B-rank player, a villain candidate with the ability Tree Cannibal. In the future, he will be an A-rank player, a villain who has reached the heights, who will be given the nickname Black Tentacle. The brunette bared his teeth and said that he knew such a villain very well. The interlocutor shuddered in surprise. Jusip disappeared behind the branches and said that he did not know him, and asked not to pronounce the word villain so loudly. He looked at the protagonist and guessed that he was in a rank, judging by his ability to manipulate metal. The villain clutched the artifact in his hand and exclaimed that no matter how high his rank was, he should not forget about compatibility. The roots moved to attack Hunwuk when the enemy stated that the metal balls would do nothing to him. The protagonist smiled, and flames appeared around his mouth. He opened his mouth, accumulating energy in it, and declared that he knew how to respond. Memories from a past life. The city was entangled in roots, and above it all, a figure in a cloak towered. People were dying, caught by the villain. The man frowned and shouted how much longer the great Emperor of Steel will continue to hide. Jusiep, nicknamed Black Tentacle, an rank player, smiled and wondered if the man was really going to just watch as the cannibal tree killed and devoured them. The protagonist gritted his teeth and clutched his side. The brunette frowned when the enemy asked where his big words were now. In the present tense, Jusiep attacked the soldier with roots. He smiled and stated that one should not forget about compatibility. Sharp branches were approaching the brunette. The hero smiled and said that he knew. The guy frowned and jumped to the side, dodging the attack. The opponent gritted his teeth and mentally asked what kind of movements these were. Hunwuk abruptly jumped up from his place, and the enemy wondered if he was a ranged player like him. The soldier flew, putting out his hand and controlling the metal balls. They crashed into the shield of roots with force. Hunwuk looked to the side when he noticed another attack. He deftly pushed off the roots and dodged. The opponent frowned nervously, trying to understand why the guy was mindlessly approaching, because his attacks could not do anything. The brunette turned over in the air and bent 2 fingers. The balls flew towards the enemy. Jusiep gritted his teeth and put out his roots for protection. The protagonist approached the wooden cocoon, while the enemy asked him to show everything he was capable of, because none of his blows would work against him. The soldier landed on a branch. He grinned and decided that this much wood would be enough for kindling. The enemy bared his teeth and asked if the guy really thought he could do anything to him from close range. The branches sucked the hero's arm in, and the enemy screamed that he would digest it along with everything else. Hunwuk smiled, and tongues of flame appeared from his mouth. The entire arm was covered in steel up to the shoulder. Jusiep squinted, trying to understand why it couldn't digest the arm. The protagonist opened his mouth, gathering energy inside. The enemy shuddered and thought in fear where the flames came from. He realized that he was finished if the soldier also had a fire ability. The brunette looked questioningly at the cocoon when the voice offered him all the rewards for completing the unfortunate case if he spared him and let him complete the task. The villain grinned, proud of his ingenuity. He was sure that his interlocutor would never refuse such an offer. The hero leaned down, creating fire, and the enemy continued to promise that he would easily complete everything with the help of the buff from the task. The brunette released the flame outward, claiming that Jusiep used this trick in his past life too. The enemy widened his eyes in surprise and asked again. Hunwuk set all the roots on fire, wishing the opponent to retire already. Notification: entry is allowed at your level. Then he and a small squad were approaching the sphere. He said that they did not know what gates had opened there, so they needed to work together. The soldiers walked forward with concentration. Notification: attention, this is a dangerous area. The warriors took turns entering. Notification: if you enter, you will not be able to leave until you fulfill certain conditions. Then he gave a sign to the team, and the soldiers walked forward. Suddenly, one of them widened his eyes in fear. The body of the poisonous spider was lying on the floor, and the guy screamed. Then he put his finger to his lips and asked Junmo to close his mouth. The voice asked who was there. The soldiers crouched down, and their leader replied that they were the VSBM rescue squad. Nana peeked around the corner and asked again. There was still a portal on the ceiling. The commander crouched down next to the guard and asked what had happened, since there were no civilian casualties. The interlocutor replied that thanks to the VSBM members, everyone had been evacuated, and even now they were following their orders. Then he looked at the man with alarm and exclaimed if the female soldier was okay. Manhwa replied in bewilderment that she was organizing a temporary shelter. The redhead gritted his teeth in displeasure when the guard said that they were following Hunwuk's orders. Junmo looked at them and asked if they were talking about the guy with a crew cut and a sinister smile. The interlocutor confirmed it. Minhee turned around and shouted in irritation if the young man had forgotten his place. Junmo turned around, offended. The redhead pointed at himself and asked where the F-rank soldier was. He said that he was appointed as the commander of the operation and was a C rank. The guard grimaced and asked how he got in here, since there was a ban on entry for people under level 15. The other man turned pale and hesitated. Manhwa frowned and said that he knew what rank the brunette was because he had heard of him before, but they were following his orders because they knew he was worthy of command. The man reminded them that he himself was a C rank, so why would he listen to such a commander? The soldiers looked at the men. The guard exclaimed that they called themselves a rescue squad, but they were already in the middle of an unlucky case. He asked if they at least had a plan. The guy looked away and muttered that they would start building barricades at the entrances to narrow passages and try to hold out as long as possible. Xianhe ran up to them and shouted that they had a big problem. Minhee grabbed her by the shoulders and asked if she was hurt. The girl asked why he came here and the guy replied that he came to save her. The girl turned around and said that the civilians realized that there was a second gate. The man opened his mouth in shock. The people were advancing on the guards and shouting why they weren't told that there was another gate and calling for the leader. One of the men stepped forward and exclaimed that the guard was right and they were actually just using them as human shields to buy themselves time. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked who told him such nonsense. The interlocutor replied that it was the guard with the scar on his nose. Jusiep was lying there with half his body charred and muttering that it was unfair since such an opportunity was hard to come by. The protagonist put out his hand and attacked him with marbles, saying that he still had a lot of things to do. He looked at the fallen man and asked if all the damn villains were the same. The brunette covered his face with his hand from the bright light. Something was shining in the wall. A passage appeared in front of the guy, where the sky was visible. Two girls with wings flew up to him. Notification: your mana is quickly regenerating. Angels circled around the hero. Notification: your health is quickly regenerating. The guy frowned, ignoring the girls. Notification: quest received. Hunwuk grinned contentedly. Hidden quest: bearer of light, become the dawn of this world. You have exposed the plot of the traitor of humanity, the villain. You have received a chance to become the protector of humanity, the guardian. The angels placed their hands on the shoulders of the brunette, guiding him forward. Notification: after completing the quest, you will become the dawn of this world if you accept it. The hero frowned and said that, of course, he refuses. The girls shuddered and looked at him in surprise. The red writing on the sign asked if he was sure he wanted to refuse, because there would be no other chance. The guy looked at the system window with displeasure and thought that protecting humanity was a great excuse for a quest, but in the end it was issued by a regular faction. Due to the guaranteed rewards, his actions would be periodically limited. Moreover, a quest was just a quest. However, people are not that simple. A guardian who did not complete a quest correctly risks becoming a villain at any moment. This is what happened to the worst traitor of humanity, Gordon Precy. He was originally a guardian. The hero clenched his teeth and muttered, how many times did he have to tell him that he refused? First one, then the second girl looked at him with displeasure. The passage to heaven gradually dragged on. The guy stood and looked at the extinguished light. He extended his hand, and energy sparkled at his fingertips. The hero pulled the key from the pile of bones. Notification: you have won the first reward of the lucky case, key number 2 from the Akashic Armory. The brunette looked at the trophy and noted that this was the item that the villain Jusiep tried to get at the cost of innocent civilians. Since it was given out as the main task, there was no doubt that it served the needs of the villains. The guy put it in his cloak and smirked, deciding to keep it for himself and have a good time mocking the vile villains in this life. Manhwa and his subordinate stood in front of the people. The girl exclaimed that they were wrong. The man put his hand on his chest and said that the only guard with a scar on his face was here. The guards and soldiers stood in front of the crowd of people. The man in the suit replied that it was another person, but they still hid the information about the second gate. At that moment, the main character entered the hall and heard the guy shouting that there was no guarantee that they would not be used as human shields. The brunette frowned and thought that this bastard Jusiep was now causing a stir. Minhee approached the people and asked them to calm down, asking if they didn't trust him, the commander of the VSBM rescue squad. The hero smirked and noted that Lieutenant Colonel Kangseok hadn't given up on the station. He had sent Lieutenant Minhee here just in time. The redhead looked at the people in confusion, who were shouting, asking why they would trust a squad of 6 people. Hunwuk approached and loudly asked what was going on here. He frowned and asked if they didn't understand that if the second wave started, they would all die. The man raised his eyebrows and exclaimed that they were forced to act like this. The brunette frowned and asked if they had any other choice but to trust. The people froze, looking at him in shock. The guards and even the military also widened their eyes in surprise. Hunwuk spread his arms and said, wasn't it enough that the guards were fighting, risking their lives? The civilians looked at each other when the guy asked if there were any among them who were willing to put their lives on the line for others. Minhee pointed his finger at him and yelled at him for talking like that and where the hell he was. The guy furrowed his brows and replied that he was busy blocking the second gate. Junmo and Seonha looked at the sergeant with admiration. Manhwa touched his chin and noted that this was to be expected from an S rank. The redhead frowned and exclaimed, did he really mean to say that he did it alone? He asked why the hell he was lying, looking into his eyes. The protagonist turned around and confidently said that the second wave would start soon. The guy ordered all the civilians to hide as best they could, and the guards and the squad leader to follow him. Manhwa and his subordinates looked at the brunette loyally and accepted the order. The man called everyone and asked the others to set up barricades at the entrance using chairs and tables and to hide as securely as possible. Minhee clenched his teeth in irritation, not understanding why everyone was listening to the brunette, but he didn't even have time to get a word in. The soldier wondered if it was really Hunwuk, whom he knew. The portal was making noise on the ceiling. Junmo scratched his head and handed the chief and Seonha their blade and book of spells. The hero smiled and thanked him. The brunette sat down and, frowning, called everyone to him. The guards and soldiers approached the guy from both sides. He said that the spiders that appeared during the first wave were not mentioned in the practical guide. Thanks to his metal skin and the strength of the guards, they managed to stop them, but in the unlucky case, something was clearly missing. Manhwa frowned and confirmed that he felt it too. Even though they had barely managed, everything was somehow strange. The hero assumed that the problem was in the first wave. An unlucky thing is an event that consists of several stages. During the second wave, monsters that use poison may appear. Manhwa frowned, outraged that not only the vice commander, but even the guards listened to this loser. The brunette looked at those present and noted that, given this, they should put on gas masks in advance. He said that no matter how big the station was, if the poisonous gas spread, civilians would be in danger, so they needed to take the monsters to the platform at any cost. The guy frowned and said that he would now explain the details of the operation. Several spiders jumped out of the portal. The hero said that when the second wave began, they would need to attract their attention and lead them outside. He decided to do this. The brunette took the blade, and the monster opened its mouth and released poison. 3 monsters rushed at the soldier, and he, deftly dodging, led them away. The spiders jumped out after him, ending up on the tracks. The rescue squad and guards were already there on his orders and started shooting at the enemies. The warriors were wearing gas masks and the guards were hiding behind the soldiers. Everyone attacked the monsters from hiding places as the protagonist advised. 3 spiders were attacked at the same time. Like during the first wave, they just needed to tie their paws and buy time. The guards used frost runes on the monsters and the soldiers fired at them. Hunwuk demanded that no one come near them, no matter what happened. One of the spiders opened its mouth and rushed at the guard. The girl raised her head in fear. At that moment, the protagonist appeared above the monster and inflicted deep wounds on the spider's head. The brunette's eyes sparkled with mana. He turned over in the air and blood spurted from the monster's body. The guy promised that he would rip the monster's armor when they found a good place to attack. The spider was fired at and attacked with a fire rune. The monster roared, engulfed in flames. The hero asked to direct the blows to the wounded area and kill the monster. The poisonous spider fell to the ground. The soldier and the guard exchanged glances. Now the key part. To ensure that the operation ended well, the squad commander and vice commander took charge, taking a higher position. They stood on the roof and watched from above. Then he looked at Shaman with satisfaction, happy that they were placed together. Thanks to the commander helping the main character with his teleportation ability, the brunette was able to spend mana and stamina to tear off the armor of the monsters. Hunwuk moved around the battlefield, attacking each spider. Before the start of the second wave, everyone looked closely at the hero, and he said that the vice commander would replenish Minhe's mana, and then they would be able to use teleportation until the end of the battle. Everyone looked at the red-haired man as the protagonist stated that he was the only person who could recognize and handle the risky situation, as he was well versed in raid tactics. The guy covered his smile and muttered that they could get by with minimal losses with this plan. Hunwuk grinned and asked the soldier to take care of himself. The protagonist said that thanks to the teleportation ability of Minhe, a C-rank player who had barely reached level 15, they would easily complete this quest. Everyone stood on the platform, ready to attack. A wind rose around the portal. The protagonist grabbed the blade and exclaimed to everyone to be ready as the second wave was about to begin. The current event, Unlucky Business, has appeared in this territory. You can enter it, but you cannot exit it. There is a level restriction to enter the territory. To get out, last 6 hours or kill the boss monster. A spider jumped out of the portal. The protagonist covered his face with his hand from the strong wind. The guy smirked and thought that their plan was already set. Suddenly, a sign flashed in front of him again. Hold out for 6 hours or kill the boss monster. The creature that jumped down was different from the others. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise and thought that this couldn't be. A monster in the form of a spider woman stood in front of him. Notification: the boss monster has appeared. Defeat it. Hunwuk frowned and shouted for everyone to run, realizing that the future had changed. Minhe and Shaman looked ahead in shock. The guy thought that he needed to take control of the situation first. He turned around and shouted for everyone to stay put and not stick out, and stick to the agreed plan to lead him away from the civilians. The boss turned and looked at the spider's corpse. The spider clenched her teeth in rage. She leaned forward and screamed. The protagonist covered himself with his hand and thought that the boss monster should have appeared after the second wave. The guards and soldiers felt the ground shake. They grabbed their ears, trying to shield themselves from the sound. The brunette furrowed his brows and clenched his teeth, looking at the enemy. The monster struck, but the guy managed to dodge. The hero jumped higher above the enemy. He stretched out his hand, and his eyes flashed. Hunwuk thought that he needed to gather his strength, because if he did not stop him, then everyone would die. Sparks appeared on the monster's head, and the guy struck. Notification: your mana is quickly depleted, 72% remaining. Small cracks appeared on the monster. Notification: metal strike did not work, as the enemy's steel is stronger than the power of your ability. The soldier's eyes widened, realizing that the technique did not work. The boss turned and attacked the guy with his paw. The guy used a combination of metal abilities and jumped up, dodging. The blow hit a metal support and demolished it. The brunette gritted his teeth and realized that a normal steel physique enhancement would never stand up to him. The hero looked at the collapsed structure and thought. Hunwuk frowned and repeated to himself that the enemy had knocked down the support. He turned around as another attack was approaching. The brunette spun in the air. The guy pushed off and rushed down. The soldier narrowed his eyes and thought that the chance was small, but it was the only one. The young man swung, and the spider looked at him. Ninny's eyes widened and shouted for the hero to take him outside, as they had agreed. The hero thought that the lieutenant would probably guess what he was planning. Memories from a past life. The redhead turned around in displeasure when Hunwuk addressed him, calling him a tactical operations officer. The brunette approached and said that this time he survived thanks to his teleportation ability. The interlocutor chuckled, saying that he had gained experience during his service as an officer. The hero smiled and said that it was good that they were in the same squad, adding that the man had not lied when he said that he had memorized the entire tactical manual. Minhee pointed to his forehead and said that the information from the books was not related to real combat tactics, and he had to analyze everything to make sense. He turned to the brunette and said that due to the limitations of his teleportation ability, forcing him to stay in the rear, he needed to study all the details of tactics in order to use it at the right time and in the right place. Minhee frowned and said that every tactical decision was the result of his struggle for survival. In the present tense, the redhead's eyes widened and exclaimed what the hero was planning to do. He shuddered when he saw that the monster had knocked down another support. Notification: your mana is quickly depleted, 45% remaining. The brunette ran away, dodging blows. Mana remaining, 32%. The protagonist gritted his teeth, looking at the approaching paw, and thought that Minnie's deep knowledge of tactics was enough to figure out his plan. The soldier arched, dodging the blow. 2 more supports collapsed. The redhead looked through the glass and noted that this bastard was not mindlessly dodging, but making sure that the monster destroyed the supports. The guy took off his gas mask and gritted his teeth, guessing what the protagonist was up to. He muttered that he was crazy. Minhee turned to the girl and asked her to give him as much mana as she could. The interlocutor asked for the reason in surprise. The lieutenant replied that he was going to create the largest teleportation gate. There was one last support in front of Hunwuk. He mentally asked for everything to work out. Notification: your mana is quickly depleted, 27% left. The spider boss raised his paws to strike. He hit the ground and the hero flew up. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. The brunette quickly jumped onto the support, and the monster was ready to attack her. Hunwuk crossed his arms and used steel physique, covering his entire body. Notice, you have exceeded the limit of steel physique and are at risk of self-destruction. 3% of mana remains. The monster struck the hero directly, destroying the support at the same time. The brunette covered one eye and frowned, looking ahead. He was slammed into the wall with force. The ceiling and windows shook and cracked. All the supports holding the roof were broken. The monster turned to the hero in the wall. The guy thought that he couldn't let the enemy escape. He freed his hand and decided that he needed to lure him. Minhee put out his hand, gathering energy, and shouted that the hero was crazy and let him get out of there quickly. The monster came closer to the brunette. The monster's paw touched the portal. The lieutenant exclaimed that the guy would be buried as soon as he activated the portal, and he could no longer hold it. The hero narrowed his eyes and asked him to act, otherwise everyone would die. Minhee put his hand out and widened his eyes, cursing at the same time. The boss began to be sucked into the portal under his feet. The spider fell down onto the train tracks. The monster rose up, and stones were already falling from above. The enemy raised his head, but the ceiling began to collapse right on him. Hunwuk smiled and thought that he knew the redhead would succeed. His comrade was a good guy. The building collapsed with a noise. Minhee stood with his hand outstretched, and the girl held onto him. The guy muttered that Hunwuk was a damn idiot. The girl looked forward and shouted the protagonist's name. Memories from a past life. Hunwuk and Yuna stood on the corpse of the monster. The man looked down and noted that they had lost too many comrades on this mission. He asked if he was competent enough to be a commander. The woman looked at him silently. She came closer and called his name. The redhead hit him on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Is he really going to continue whining like this and still not believe in himself?" The brunette closed his eyes and shook his head. At the moment, the ceiling above the monster was collapsing. The protagonist was still holding onto the wall. Notification: 3% of mana left. The guy was breathing heavily and muttering an apology to the guys. The brunette let go of his hand and flew head down. Then, in the past, the woman grabbed him by the collar. Yuna lightly hit the man on the chest. She smiled and asked him not to try to cope with everything alone. When he is anxious, he needs to look into the eyes of the people around him who believe and follow him. Someone shouted his name. From below, Minhee opened a portal, and Seana stretched out her hands to catch the brunette. Hunwuk opened one eye in surprise. He stretched out his hand, and the girl grabbed it, pulling the guy out of the portal. The lieutenant's mouth dropped open in tension. The portal above them tightened and Hyena grabbed the hero. The unsupported building began to fold and collapse. Above the black sphere hung a notice about the appearance of a boss monster. The counter showed 4 hours, 59 minutes and 21 seconds. Someone called the battalion commander. A soldier approached the man and said that all media outlets were reporting about the appearance of a boss monster. There was a stir and people were asking him to tell them about the measures taken. Kang Seok grabbed his cap and clenched his teeth. The man approached Hyena and whispered in her ear that the director and vice president said that her position was not so difficult that she could not handle her responsibilities. She frowned and exclaimed that people who called themselves true friends pounced on her like a pack of wild cats. The woman said that she would have to respond in kind and create chaos. The battalion commander looked at her. He frowned darkly and said nothing. Hyena closed her eyes and asked him not to stare like that. She promised to call him. The woman looked at the phone and bit her nail, thinking that she was superior to him in rank. The screen displayed a call to Mad Dog. A building had collapsed inside the sphere. Hyena crouched down on the protagonist's back, restoring his mana. The lieutenant put his hands on his hips and shouted, "Did he really want to die?" The girl looked at the brunette with alarm and exclaimed that she thought he would really die. Hunwuk frowned and looked down, realizing that the future had changed. He thought that he had so much useful information, but now he didn't know if he could rely on it. The girl raised her eyebrows in concern. The redhead frowned and gritted his teeth, looking at the guy. He grabbed the hero by the cloak and shouted at him for acting alone, because if it weren't for him, everyone would have been destroyed. Minhee exclaimed that the basis of tactics is trust. You need to believe in your squad members and act according to the agreed plan. The brunette looked at him guiltily. The lieutenant frowned and shouted that taking liberties was not the best solution. He asked if he believed in his comrades at all. Even in the past, Yuna said with a smile that sometimes you just need to believe. The hero grinned. Hyena frowned and told the commander that now was not the time for that. The brunette closed his eyes and thanked them, saying that now he understood what to do next. The redhead looked at him in surprise and asked again. Hunwuk looked at them and said that the boss would appear soon, but he had figured out what to do. The interlocutor frowned and clarified whether he really intended to act alone again. He started to say that they needed to stick to tactics, but the hero interrupted him. The brunette smiled and said that they would use lightning. For his plan, everyone had to work together. The hero looked down and shouted for everyone to listen carefully. Everyone looked up, and the soldier said that their key to defeating the boss was Private Junmo. The young man's eyes widened in surprise and he timidly asked again. Kang Seok stood in front of the reporters. Everyone was asking what had happened to the civilians at the station and asking him to state his position. The man lowered his head and said that he would briefly summarize the information he had at the moment. The lieutenant colonel frowned and said that a second rescue squad had been sent to complete the unlucky case. The reporters and photographers perked up, asking why they had sent a low-level squad against the monster boss. Someone shouted that the military really planned to overwhelm the boss with numbers. The spider was climbing up the rocks with a scream. It was moving along the tracks while the ceiling was collapsing from above. The monster gritted his teeth in rage. The roof and metal supports collapsed. The protagonist squinted from the gust of wind. The spider quickly moved its paws, creating whirlwinds. A water ball appeared above it, and the monster raised its head. Manhwa frowned and ordered the guards to launch water balls. The people surrounded the enemy, using runes, and poured water on it. The spider looked around, and the liquid flowed down its body. The two guards connected 2 runes when they were ordered to begin creating a strengthening magic circle. The protagonist frowned and shouted at Junmo to use a shock strike. The youth swung his arm and hit the magic circle. A powerful electric discharge pierced the boss's body. He gritted his teeth and roared, pierced by lightning. Junmo grabbed his hand and called out to Hunwuk. The brunette frowned and asked if the youth could hold out until a large ice circle was formed. Suddenly, a long-haired man appeared and shouted for everyone to stop. The guards and soldiers shuddered, clutching their throats, and sank down. Minhee gritted his teeth and collapsed. The lightning stopped attacking the monster because everyone suddenly became weak. The reporters asked if the commander didn't care about senseless sacrifices. Kang Seok frowned and said that in this rescue squad, there was an S-rank player with no level restrictions, the King of Strength Han Tison. He alone would be enough. The man closed his eyes and cracked his knuckles. He was ranked 2nd in Korea and 9th worldwide. The man stood in front of the guard and thanked them for their efforts. The player looked at the boss and said that he would take care of him himself now, and the rest could take a nap or go home. The protagonist grinned, crouching on the ground, and noted that he had the real strength of an S-rank player. He had finally arrived, the lazy tiger. Tison grinned and pulled out a weapon engulfed in flames. This man had never suffered from false modesty. His victory was guaranteed. The protagonist crouched down and exchanged glances with Minhee as she continued to heal him. His plan was to make the best of the situation by refusing the reward and holding out for 5 hours. He smiled and thought that he didn't expect Teason to show up so timely. The man stood in front of the monster. The protagonist remembered that in his past life, they had managed to complete the quest because an S-rank player with no level restrictions had come at the last minute. The reward for completing the unlucky case had given him the title of Invincible Fighter, as he had obtained a hidden item, the secret armor of Mana and Macler. But this time, things would be different. Teason smiled as he armed himself with the armor. The protagonist grinned and thanked the player, muttering that he wouldn't have to refuse the reward now. The brunette grinned and declared that now the mysterious object would be his. The guy intended to eat it. The enraged monster swung and struck with its paw. The man put his hand in front of him and parried the attack. Teason grinned and said that he could fight too. His weapon began to glow. A bright beam burst out from it, throwing the enemy back. The spider crashed into the black sphere. The soldiers and guards covered themselves and flinched from the shockwave. Teason frowned and noted that the monster didn't have a scratch. The spider crouched down and looked at the man. The player noted that the monster was tougher than it looked. He jumped and muttered that he would have to sweat. The man applied acceleration and rushed forward, stretching out his hand. A bright beam appeared in front of the enemy. Teason circled the enemy and swung. He attacked right at the face, swinging his hand. The monster leaned back, and the player's artifact began to glow again. All the warriors crouched to keep their balance. The protagonist leaned on his leg, and Seona grabbed his hand. She looked at him and muttered that she added some mana to him. The girl asked if the guy was sure he could handle it, because now it would be more important to start healing him. The brunette grinned and asked not to worry, because he was not going to put himself in danger. The soldier freed his hand from the girl's grip. Then he looked at the hero who jumped down and asked what he was up to. Teason smiled widely as he fought the monster. He quickly dealt a series of blows to the enemy. The spider screamed as part of his armor broke off. Sparks appeared on the enemy's crack. The player's eyes widened in surprise. Shards of armor burst out of the monster's chest along with blood. The man moved back and stopped. Ability information Metal Strike, D rank, spends mana to break a certain amount of metal. The amount of mana depends on the amount of metal. Remaining, 13% of mana. The protagonist stood next to Teason and watched as blood gushed out of the monster. The man turned to him and asked him discontentedly if he was really tired of living. He reminded everyone that he asked them to stay in their places. Hunwuk frowned and wondered if this was an immoral deal even for an S rank. The other guy winced and asked again. The brunette looked at him and said that he was the one who interfered in their fight. The man watched as the guy extended his hand and raised the blade into the air. Teason smirked that they couldn't have done it without him. The player gritted his teeth and asked how the soldier dared to use his tricks. Hunwuk threw the dagger at the enemy, and the man also rushed forward. The hero frowned, straightening his arm, and shouted that they were the ones who held out until the moment when the mortal threat had passed, and he appeared at the last moment, posing as a hero. The guy said that he would not let him get the item. Teason flew forward, trying to outrun the blade. The man frowned and opened his mouth from the tension. He approached the monster and swung. Hunwuk bent 2 fingers, around which mana sparkled. The dagger pierced the enemy's body, and the player's blow hit its snout. The spider's body was left with traces of 2 attacks. Teason frowned, jumping back. A powerful explosion was seen. The protagonist covered himself with his hand, protecting himself from the wind and stones. A table appeared above the evaporating sphere. You defeated the boss monster. The restrictions were lifted from this area. Someone noted that the enemy was defeated in less than 5 minutes after the appearance of the first King Teason. The sphere disappeared, revealing a destroyed building. A journalist commented that Seoul Station was in terrible condition, and there was no guarantee that civilians survived. A crowd of people ran out into the street. The girl opened her arms, running to her mother. She grabbed her by the shoulders and asked if everything was okay. The woman hugged her daughter, putting her hand on her back. She closed her eyes and apologized for making you worry. Besides, she was fine. Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks. They hugged each other tightly in front of the destroyed station. The news anchor reported that a miracle had happened and all the people at Seoul Station had survived. Notification: you have killed the boss monster, the poisonous metal spider. You have survived the unlucky thing. Rewards will be given to those who survived the terrible misfortune. Your ranking will be determined based on your contribution to the event. The reward will be given accordingly. Teason looked gloomily at the system window. It showed that he had taken 2nd place in the ranking and would be given a reward for helping to kill the boss monster. A glowing blade was sticking out of the monster's body. Notification: unknown energy is filling the cloud blade, 24%. Inscription on the sign: ranking place 1. You will be given a reward for killing the boss monster. The protagonist was holding an amulet in his hand. A large pendant lay on his palm. Notice: congratulations, you have received the secret armor of Mana and Macler. Level: heroic. Property: increases your armor level during combat. when filled with mana, creates a thin layer of transparent armor over your skin, making the secret armor easy to carry and store. Special effect, 1 subspace, allows you to secretly store items. Hunwuk smirked and thought that this is how he protected Soul Station and got what he wanted. Tison lowered his head and threateningly demanded an explanation. The brunette shuddered and widened his eyes. He quickly brought the amulet to his mouth to absorb the item. The player approached from behind, asking where his reward was. The hero frowned and said that they were the ones who stopped the second wave and the boss. The guy asked to say thank you for getting second place in the ranking, despite the fact that he fought for a maximum of a minute. The interlocutor shouted, did he really need to explain how the system worked? Fire was blazing around the player. He said that killing monsters made up 7% of the contribution to completing the quest. This meant that it didn't matter who tried first. His contribution was much higher. Tison asked what the hero was yapping about the immorality of the deal. His eyes narrowed with rage. The man said that he was in his 6th month of training in seclusion when he had to run here to help. To compensate for the time spent, he believed that he should receive an item of at least heroic level. Tison glared at the protagonist and asked how he was going to compensate for it. The brunette smirked and thought that the interlocutor had the audacity to argue about time and compensation with someone who had to return to the army and do all sorts of shitty work. Powerful energy emanated from the player. He frowned and asked if the guy understood who he was dealing with. The interlocutor calmly asked him to calm down. The man shuddered at such impudence. The protagonist gritted his teeth and, remembering everything he had to endure, said that Tison could talk any nonsense about a solitary training or his contribution. It did not matter, because if Hunwuk had to demand fair compensation for all the time spent in battle, no reward would be enough. The interlocutor's eyes widened with rage. He swung and called the guy an idiot. The protagonist closed his eyes when the player's fist approached him. A female voice called the man by name. Hyena and Kangseok ran up to them. Tison turned around, seeing the boss. The brunette opened his eye and looked questioningly at the new arrivals. The battalion commander bowed his head and asked what he was doing if the gates were closed. The hero smiled and noted that they were on time. Hunwuk took the interlocutor's hand and said that he had worked hard and it was an honor for him to meet such a player. The boy turned around and said he had to go, while the man looked at him in shock. Hunwuk walked past the woman. He stopped in front of the lieutenant colonel and reported that he was fine. Tison frowned and shouted at him to come back right now. Hyena put her hand to her forehead and muttered that she didn't know what happened, but the whole country was watching. A helicopter with a camera was flying over the battlefield. The woman looked at the player and said that if he made a fuss, no one would be able to hush it up. The man clenched his teeth in irritation. Someone shouted that the brigadier general was coming. A portal opened in the air. Choi walked through it. He looked at Tison and noted that it was very unusual that he was still here. The man frowned and said nothing. The general and Hyena looked at him in confusion. The old man looked at the woman and asked what the problem was, since the daughter of the head of the blue flower was here. The interlocutor waved her hand, saying that the gate was closed, so what problems could there be? Choi winked at her and noted with a smile that if the blue flower was in use, there could be no problems. The woman smiled tensely, thinking what a cunning old man he was. Kangseok put his hand to his head and greeted the boss. Hyena looked at the player with displeasure and asked why the station was in such a state, since his task was to clear the gate and avoid damage from the second wave. The interlocutor looked away with displeasure when she noted that he had a sufficient level to cope. The man turned around and exclaimed that he did not destroy the station and did not get first place. Hyena widened her eyes and asked again. The player stopped and said that he had fulfilled all the conditions. He looked at her angrily and warned that she would have to fulfill her promise. Tison pushed off the ground and rushed away. The woman shielded herself from the wind with her hands and wondered if the grade S rank Tison hadn't gotten first place in the miserable, unlucky level 15 case. She wondered who had overtaken him then. She turned around when someone exclaimed that this was nonsense. The protagonist looked away when the old man said that the military records stated that he could control up to 300 grams. But judging by the current report, this number was much higher. Hyena looked at him in surprise, recognizing the protagonist. The general looked at Hunwuk and asked if he really had an F rank, unless there was a mistake in the records. The woman's eyes widened when she heard this. Choi smiled and offered the protagonist a walk, noting that it was interesting. The redhead grabbed her head and wondered what was going on here. The protagonist walked next to the general. He was stealing glances at his superior. The guy frowned and thought that he should stay alert, because the brigadier general was not someone to mess with. Thanks to his powers, the old man earned a reputation as a tactical nuclear weapon, and he is also an incredibly smart person. The necromancer feared him more than anyone else and tried to kill him several times. The interlocutors looked ahead. Choi ordered the sergeant to report what happened. The brunette stopped and turned around. He He put his legs together at attention. The guy narrowed his eyes and thought that the general suspected him because of his unusual actions, which went against the records of his abilities. Hunwuk looked at the old man and said that not long ago, when he caught his second elite monster, his abilities suddenly improved, and an achievement message appeared with the inscription Rebellion of the Ignorant. The brunette frowned and said that instead of the 300 grams they had talked about earlier, he could now control about 17 kilograms and received a couple of abilities. The general thoughtfully touched his chin and said that achievement messages were clearly not as common as quests. Hunwuk narrowed his eyes and thought that this world should not know that an F-rank player can become stronger. The interlocutor smiled and said that this could be considered a good chance for a hero. The brunette looked away and wondered what that disgusting feeling was. Choi looked at the soldier and said that he shouldn't be considered F-rank. His fighting ability was actually C-rank or higher. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise, realizing that the general wanted to study him. The old man smirked and said that the sergeant did an amazing job. He asked if he wanted any item as a reward. The brunette lowered his head in relief when the general offered magic armor or something. Hunwuk grinned and said that there was a weapon he wanted to get, but even the general probably couldn't get it. The other man opened his eye and asked what it was. The soldier frowned and said that it was one of his prized heroic rank items. Choi's eyes widened in shock. The soldiers were illuminated by the ruined station building. The general laughed loudly, clutching his stomach, and exclaimed that the guy had nerve. He lightly slapped the hero on the chest and said that they would talk again when he got a medal here. The brunette looked at his interlocutor and thanked him for such a special offer. The old man waved goodbye and grinned. What an active guy. Hunwuk frowned and thought that this was to be expected from the old chameleon. He changed the subject in an instant. The guy turned his head and was glad that they were done with it. He would be able to remain in the shadows for a little while longer. A few days later, 3rd Brigade of the VSBM, 1st Battalion. Notification: the secret armor of Mana and Mackler has been assimilated. In the furnace of a living organism, the assimilation is accelerated by 150%. 16 hours, 19 minutes and 59 seconds left until the metal is assimilated. The hero lay on the bed, throwing his hand behind his head. He noted that heroic tier items were hard to digest and took a hell of a long time. Junmo suddenly bowed to Hunwuk and asked if the sergeant was going to train. Choi Minyi, an E-rank player with the pursuit specialization, also looked at the protagonist and asked him to arrange something for them other than physical training. The brunette thought that he was sick of them. The protagonist lifted his shirt, showing bandages, and said that he was sick. 3 more soldiers stood in front of him: Kim Kyungjin, an E-rank player with the thief specialization, Choi Taeyong, an E-rank player with the sniper specialization, and Park Sungmo, an E-rank player with the shaman specialization. They said that they would do everything if the sergeant just gave them orders. After a chain of events, the protagonist gained faith. The door opened. Everyone turned their heads to look at the person who entered the room. Private On Minty, an E-rank tank player, put his hand to his head and said that he received orders to return to the support squad from the military hospital and reported for duty. The protagonist got out of bed and headed for the door. He thought that future rewards were important, but he was surrounded by more important things. Hunwuk hugged the private and thanked him. The young man was confused and asked why. The protagonist mentally answered that it was for returning to him in one piece. The brunette smiled and said out loud that it was for coming to the beginning of training. The embarrassed guy muttered that he did not know about it. Hunwuk decided that as long as he was around these guys, he had someone to trust to guard his rear. The protagonist grabbed the newcomer and happily headed off to train with the rest of the soldiers. Someone says that the phenomenon of the sudden opening of many gates of a certain territory is called a wave. In the near future, a wave will roll across Seoul, portals with creatures will spread across the sky. The dragon, with its mouth wide open, releases fire that spreads across the ground. Many people are in a panic and shock from what is happening. The only one who knows what is happening is him. The guy with frightened eyes looked around, and was unsure whether he would be able to stop the wave alone. The blue-haired man stared at the door through which the man in uniform entered. There was a question whether the guys would be able to survive in such conditions. Now he knows for sure that they will not. After saluting, the guy at the door introduced himself as Private On Minty, who received orders to return to the support squad from the military hospital, and he arrived for duty. The guy thought that he could not cope alone and needed help. Hunwuk hugged the newcomer tightly and thanked him. He asked why. The main character smiled and said thank you for coming to the beginning of training. The young man in the cap replied that he did not know about it. The protagonist thought that those on his side should become stronger. Everyone present in the room happily followed the leader, who hugged the private and called them to train. Glancing to the side, the blue-haired man thought that this was the only way he could save them. The curly-haired guy opened his mouth wide and shouted at the sergeant that those with a rank of C and below were not allowed to use the training center. Ordinary people like them should not train here. Grabbing the guy by the neck, the protagonist told him that they themselves asked to arrange a real training for them, to which he replied, wincing in pain, that it was impossible to start with this. The protagonist looked ahead with an angry look. The brunette fell to the ground, and the blue-haired man said that they had survived an unfortunate event. Why the hell were they so scared now? Besides, everyone except one had raised their levels this time. The curly-haired guy looked down and said that they were just supporting everyone in the rear and should have handled it themselves. The guy frowned and said that this time he would be their support. The brunette smiled and looked at him, asking if it was true. The entrance was marked with a sign. Seeing it, everyone got scared. They went inside, defending themselves with their hands, and the main one asked what was wrong with them, after which he ordered them to go in quickly. The guy smiled sarcastically. Then he locked the people inside. They did not understand what was happening. Screams were heard from inside. This is not right. What is this? Save me. Hunwuk grinned and said, it's time to start training characteristics. The sun shone its rays directly on the building. Two girls were watching someone whispering. It's a sergeant, one of them said, after which the second asked again who, to which she replied that this is the F rank who carried out the blockade operation in the unfortunate affair. The red-haired girl, looking at the protagonist's back, thought that it would be some healthy guy, but he is not like that, while he was looking at the showcase and thinking how to cheer up the guys. The blue-haired man stuck his finger in his ear, not understanding why it was itching. A tall girl stood in front of people in uniform and ordered to buy something for everyone. One of the employees answered, yes sir. The red-haired lady looked ahead, turned to Hunwuk and asked if now was not the time for independent training. The protagonist saluted the woman and explained that he came to buy energy supplements for his comrades who were currently training. The guy glanced sideways and said, Sanguk is a bastard, he is at it again. The brunette looked at the blue-eyed man from below and he thought, this girl. He was asked a question. He received the achievement Rebellion of the Ignoramus, after which he lowered his hand and answered, yes sir, I received it. Yunha looked at the boy with disdain and said that the report spoke of his unusual success. Coming closer, she added, I think he is hiding something else. The blue-haired man narrowed his eyes and asked what he could be hiding. The girl looked at him seriously and said that in strange situations he behaved as if he knew what would happen, as if he had information that they did not have, or perhaps some goal. The protagonist hesitated and said that he did not understand what she wanted to say, and a question arose in his head. She learned something. The protagonist and the girl looked to the side from where someone's scream came, that he did not say anything. The guy in uniform raised his hands and continued to tell the brunette that he was silent, to which she replied that he should be more careful. The girl looked up in fear. A message from the administration was heard from somewhere. Everyone listened attentively to the message, in which they addressed Hunwuk with a request to immediately go to the battalion commander's office. He was calling him. The sergeant and the girl stood opposite each other, after which the red-haired one said, God, how inopportune, and the guy turned to her, Lieutenant. The lady opened her mouth and said that he should not forget himself. She didn't know what he was planning, but she would keep a close eye on him and gave him permission to go. As he left, the young man wished her a good day. He walked out of the building and said with relief, phew, finally got rid of him. After which he thought that it would be worth avoiding Yuna for a while. Frowning, he wondered what the matter could be. There were still a few days until the promotion ceremony. A scream could be heard in the corridor that they couldn't call this a test. It was from the battalion commander's office. The screaming continued, that if they sent them there, they would all die. Not understanding what was happening, the guy knocked on the door. He was answered, yes, come in. He walked in saying, I wish you good health. Sergeant Hunwuk arrived, after which he began to stutter. He was shocked. Two men in uniform stood in front of him. A thought appeared in his head, is this Brigade General Choi In-cheol? The angry man looked at the protagonist and said, here he is. The servant started to say something, but the general ordered him to shut up and said that he would explain everything himself. He frowned, opened his eyes wide and said that a couple of days ago, a red gate opened in the territory of Shinrin. The blue flower had already gone to them. The guy in the protective suit was injured. There was a fight near the red gate. People in suits and helmets fought with swords. Some man ran out and shouted, pull yourself together, they are members of the same guild. What the hell? And asked for them to stop for heaven's sake. After which he began to run away from them. Gritting his teeth tightly, he said that they were crazy, just mad. Opening his mouth, he ran away from them. But someone's hands grabbed him. News came that today it was confirmed that the 3rd raid squad of the Blue Flower Garden was exterminated, and the Red Gate was given a problematic 3rd level. Dead people were lying on the ground near the Red Gate. The problematic 3rd level meant that after 3 fruitless attempts to raid the gate, the organization admitted that it lacked the strength and asked for help. The 3 were standing in the commander's office. The blue-haired man narrowed his eyes and could not remember such a thing happening. Then the general bared his teeth and explained that to enter, one must be level 18 or lower and no more than 30 players. And also, he was told that there was a zombie dungeon there and it was impossible to leave until the raid was successfully carried out. The word zombies sounded scary, and they looked no better, the sergeant imagined. He also thought that the commander of the army of the dead, a necromancer, was probably involved. Looking at the guy, the man said that that arrogant guild buried a lot of its talented newcomers and still failed, after which he added that the cleanup was the guild's business, so their troops did not need to participate. Then he smiled wickedly and said that he thought he was perfect for such a task. The guy in the cap turned to the general, who chuckled in displeasure. The brute turned his head and asked the sergeant if he could handle it, who thought that this had never happened in his past life. His thoughts continued with the fact that if there were zombies there, then it might be related to a necromancer. He had to go on a raid. He shouted out that he would try. The men in uniform were shocked, and one of them said that he knew he was a brave guy. The blue-haired man frowned and thought that he needed to get something first. He opened his mouth and added that he was unlikely to be able to go to the red gate with the weapons he had. The guy smiled and looked at the brigade general, then asked if he remembered what they had talked about last time, after which he added that if he gave him the fail note, he would definitely pass the raid. Fail note looked like an arrow with an unusual tip and was designed to fire a single shot of magic that could not miss. Despite this, it could only be used once since it was difficult to return. Even in the hands of a brigade general, such a treasure was a last resort. The sergeant imagined holding this arrow, but in the hands of a person who controlled metal, everything was completely different. The man frowned. Then he smiled strangely and said that this was already a deal, not a favor, after which he added that he would have to take full responsibility in case of failure. The guy smiled slyly and said that high risks usually paid off decently. The protagonist thought that sending leaders to command in the dungeon was a common thing, and continued, but despite this, he was sending him, an ordinary soldier. Perhaps it was because of the feud with the head of the Blue Flower Guild, Huck. The guy stood and thought, if the raid passed, it would be a great victory for an ordinary soldier over an elite Blue Flower player. All the ammunition is lying on the ground, and he continues to think, standing in front of the man in the suit with the sword, that his failure will not be the reason for the failure of the raid, since they are only acting as support for the Blue Flower. He only thought that his success will put an end to the accusations of the VSBM of uselessness, and he will also win the war of nerves against the Blue Flower Guild. The man narrowed his eyes, smiled, and said that he will give him fail note. Then the guy thought that the outcome does not matter. For the brigade general, this is a win-win situation. Then the general turned to the protagonist and said that since he will be busy with the raid, they will return to his promotion later. The blue-haired man got angry, called the protagonist an old chameleon, and thought that he was not going to let anyone take advantage of him just like that. Looking ahead, the protagonist turned to the old man and said that the arrow was his reward, promised last time, and if he completed the raid, he would like to get another one. The general grinned and thought mockingly, just look at him. And then he angrily shouted at him to first complete it, and then promised to listen to him. The guy closed his eyes, thanked the general, and then said that he would try to complete the raid at any cost. The people gathered around the lying dragon. One of them turned and asked the sergeant. He returned, and the other added that he was a little late. The curly-haired man with a dirty face opened his eyes wide and said that the C-rank training grounds were a trifle. Now they were confident that they could handle any mess. The guy smiled sarcastically and replied that they should get ready. The people looked at him in surprise. The blue-haired man shouted to the support squad that they were going on their first solo mission. The brunette was scared. Then he thought that they had never even dreamed of such a thing. 2 days later, a military vehicle was driving through the city. Holding out his hand, the blue-haired man said that since the dungeon was with zombies, they would be using bullets filled with holy power. The recoil from them was stronger than from normal ones, so they should be used carefully because they were no longer in training. The servicemen were sitting in the car. The sergeant added that they should remain vigilant. They answered, yes sir. One of the guys asked the sergeant if he brought fail note. The protagonist replied that he should not worry about it. A magic tip was sticking out from under the guy's sleeve. The attack squad was ordered to leave. Everyone began to get out of the car. The red gate was in the Silim district, the guild camp Blue Flower. Two called out to the sergeant. While the guys were getting their gear out of the car, a soldier came up to the blue-haired guy and said that he needed to go to a meeting before entering and ordered him to follow him. The protagonist agreed and gave Junmo the order to keep an eye on everyone. The guys looked ahead and one of them asked if Minty could see it. The people in suits stood and looked at them, to which one of the soldiers said that they were not very welcome here. Hearing this, the stranger asked the commander if he heard. One of the strangers said that this was a VSBM support squad, consisting of privates. There were people of low ranks in it. They would have to fight together with such a burden. Someone screamed that everything would be worse because they would find out about the search operation. And then, he did not have time to finish. Because he was told to watch his words, he covered his mouth with his hand and apologized. The blue-eyed guy heard this and wondered what kind of search operation they were talking about. The guy with the closed eye said that as soon as they got there, they would leave them and go alone. The conversation between the two strangers continued with the fact that they would not get out alive. Everyone is at risk during raids. The red-haired man added that they would have to defend themselves. Were there any other options? The protagonist entered the office and saw the girl, after which he frowned and asked if there was a meeting here. The red-haired woman walked towards the guy. Then she stopped, put her hands on her hips and said that she knew he would show up. Last time he managed to hide his F rank and get her business card. He replied that he hadn't asked her to do that and thought that it seemed like the fact that she couldn't determine his rank and gave him his business card was a big burden to her. The lady interrupted his thoughts and said that enough about the past, on this mission they would just be helping. The blue-eyed woman looked at him seriously and told him that when they entered the gate, they shouldn't do anything that would help their guild, then asked him to just stay away. She called him just to say that. The boy frowned and thought, that's why the blue flower agreed to help the privates. She thinks he'll listen and do as she wants. The boy countered that their squad has the same right to participate in the raid as their guild, and clarified that. The girl smiled, looked at the protagonist and asked if he wanted to say that he was going to go to the boss monster. She knows he's capable and brave for an F-rank person, but the young man interrupted her and asked why not. She's afraid they won't be able to handle it. The girl simply smiled back. Then she bent down and grinned. Then she raised her hand, apologized, and asked if he was counting on another stroke of luck, like back at the station. The protagonist moved. Then, frowning, he approached the redhead and said that the reason was that it wasn't luck. She looked at him and said sarcastically that he seemed to be tired of living. Raising her finger, she continued, then why doesn't he go first? But then changed her mind and said that he can't. The girl turned her back to the guy and said that 3 of the top 100 promising fighters were participating in the raid, and ordered him to stay out of the way and stay away. The blue-haired man was stunned and thought that the great hyena did not respond to his provocation. The hero stood and thought that he had heard about a certain search operation. There was something in this raid that he did not know about. Hunwuk turned to the girl, the head of you, after which she turned around and corrected him, saying that she was Catherine. The guy then frowned and asked her if she wanted to argue. She raised her eyebrows and said that if they caught the boss monster before the blue flower, they would give her what she asked for. The redhead thought that he hardly understood what it meant to argue with her, and then said that otherwise his life would belong to her. The protagonist walked up to the lady and said that he agreed, and thought that he did not know what she was hiding, but if there was something hidden behind the gate, he had to take it. A shout was heard that the Blue Flower Guild was entering first. The squad lined up in front of the gate. A command was given, shields were raised, and the soldiers immediately raised them. One of them said that they would leave the entrance area before those soldiers arrived, so they should prepare to run. Their leader shouted that the Blue Flower Guild was entering, and the VSBM attack squad would enter in 3 minutes. The sergeant turned his head and asked Minty if he was nervous, to which he replied that everything was fine. The protagonist, standing on the stairs, gave instructions to concentrate and do what they did during the training, watch their breathing. The military responded positively. The soldier raised his shield when a scream was heard, the VSBM is entering. The squad entered the territory of the red gate. The guy closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them. Surprise was read in them. A terrible creature stood in front, which twisted heads with its hands. The soldier wanted to scream, but the sergeant covered his mouth with his hand. There was a battle, cries for help were heard. One of the guild squad saw that the commander was wounded and called out to him. Then he looked at him with fear. Suddenly the man was pierced by a sword. The man clenched his fist, then stuck out his thumb. The soldiers ran one after another. They approached the gate. Then they saw the boss monster. He looked scary. The soldiers looked at him with a frightened look. One of them screamed loudly. The monster was very scary and big. The chief gave the attack squad the command to fire. The blonde raised his hand and asked if he could ask a question, to which he received a positive answer. The blonde said that they knew that modern firearms couldn't do much damage to monsters, and he didn't understand why they were being taught to use firearms if they didn't even have the destructive power of high-ranking players. Hunwuk agreed with him, saying that it wouldn't be possible to deal critical damage. He raised his finger and continued that even if holy bullets were used against monsters in the dungeon, they would be rubber at best, but the reason they rely on it to attack is because of the noise it makes. The fighters asked again in surprise. The blue-haired man began to explain that zombies had atrophied all their senses except for hearing, and even if the gun didn't kill them, it would at least disorient them. The young men looked at him in surprise. The blue-haired man continued that in that case, they wouldn't be able to determine their location. The blonde objected that maybe the zombies in that dungeon had other well-functioning senses. Zombies attack people and bite them, and when the chances of people succeeding in a raid are small, because most of the squad turns into zombies. The protagonist looked irritated, and the fighter continued to say that when they start killing each other, hell will break loose. Aiming the sight, the guy heard the order to shoot. Tiyun started shooting at the target with a scream. The bullets hit the monster right on the head. Arms started to crawl out of its body. The fighters threw 2 grenades. Granite rolled up to the monster. It exploded at the monster's feet. He looked down at his feet in anger. Then T put his shield in front of him. The zombie king looked up. A whirlwind started to rise at the soldier's feet. It started to spin. The zombie king spewed out a multitude of zombies. They rushed at the soldiers. They started to retreat. The fighters heard the order to remove the magazines. The machine guns flew out of their hands. Hunwuk pointed the machine guns at the monster. He looked closely, quickly pulling the trigger. The bullets hit the zombies, causing damage. The zombies continued to fall under the machine gun fire. Some of them were approaching the hero. The zombies began to retreat. Kenjin thought that the item was at least rare. At that time, an explosion thundered in the sky. Something flew by. The zombie king gritted his teeth and let out a loud scream. A black haze spread across the sky. The soldiers tiredly sank to the ground, sighing tiredly. One of the soldiers noted that the crisis was over. Hunwuk thought that they avoided trouble by sticking to the plan, but there were not as many zombies as he expected, and he also did not understand why the boss monster's name was distorted in the status window. Through the radio, the group heard a warning that the dungeon was not yet cleared and they must get out of there. A man stood at the edge of a cliff. The man turned to his snake and ordered it to look down. He smiled ominously, and the snake stuck out its tongue. The group continued moving. Stones were falling towards the destroyed columns. There was nothing there. The group continued to climb. The protagonist thought that there were no buildings, no zombies, and he saw nothing there at all. They slowly moved further and further. The blue-haired man thought that he had been to many dungeons, but he saw such a strange place for the first time. He looked menacingly. Turning around, he thought that there was something behind him. An unfamiliar metal suddenly began to move. An electric pulse passed. The arrow flew into the sky. It stopped at the man's throat. He asked for mercy. All the squad's weapons were aimed at him. He screamed shrilly that he was hiding because he mistook them for zombies. He introduced himself as Tisiap from the 3rd Squad. The protagonist thought it was strange that there was only one survivor. The blonde man fell to his knees without strength and asked for water and food. Hyena slammed the table when the man said that the Goblin organization sent a secret letter of cooperation to all the major guilds. She bit her finger, and he assumed that it was because they sent ordinary soldiers to the raid. The redhead was very surprised when she heard that the player who found the body of the grandson and the spear of Achilles in the 2nd joint raid would receive 80 billion as a reward, and his guild would receive a large sponsorship from the Blue Flower. Tisiap ate greedily and said that their top priority was to retrieve the spear. The man smiled and understood why Hyena was so cautious. After all, the spear of Achilles was here. The guy ate happily, continuing his story. The 2nd grandson of the chairman failed the 1st raid and did not return the spear. The entire squad stood around the narrator, and one of them understood why they were so hostile when they joined the raid. The 2 soldiers looked at each other. One of them asked if everything was okay. The man with the snake watched them from the mountain, not understanding what it was. He looked at them with disdain and thought that someone interesting had come this time, but they were just chatting there. Monsters began to appear behind him. He should amuse them, the man thought. The protagonist thought that he suddenly began to feel many medals: 12, 39, 70, 120. Monsters continued to appear. The man smiled evilly. Hunwuk looked up and thought that their number was growing and they were in danger. The guy turned around and told everyone to get ready for Plan C. The guys were very surprised, after which they heard that there was another team. The young man immediately ordered 2 of the squad to get enough equipment, which the guys did. Inside their backpacks were metal washers, but the order was to recharge with potions. So the guys immediately took the cans and began to carry out the order, after which everyone drank, and Tisiap looked at this and asked what was going on. At this point, the soldiers were drinking 2 drinks. The first was the Om Star. His mana points would continuously replenish for 5 minutes, and the HP Star, his health points would continuously replenish for 6 minutes. The boys immediately felt a surge of energy and didn't even pay attention to their names. After which the commander came closer and said that he needed to do something. He listened to all this and was very surprised. And the guy stepped back and asked if he understood everything. Of course the answer was that he understood everything and would follow the order. And the boy came up to them again and asked if no one could hear him. Then he took a couple more steps forward and asked what the plan was. He absolutely had to know what was going on. The guy came up to him and replied that they needed to run, and they needed to follow them if they didn't want to turn into zombies. The young man began to ask how to understand this, but enemies had already appeared behind him. The monsters were approaching them with incredible speed, and when the boy turned back, he immediately understood everything. And at that moment, metal balls flew into the air. They were literally everywhere around the team. The young man tensed up and shouted that the attack squad should leave this territory, and their enemy stood opposite and said with a smile that their best plan was to sacrifice one comrade. After which he sent his loyal fighters to attack and said that the sacrifice would be of no use if killed in a second. However, the main character stood in a stance and did not think so. He directed all his energy to lift these balls, and the guys in the meantime ran away from there and asked if the plan really meant abandoning him and running. Wasn't it too reckless? The soldier who was running next to him replied that the sergeant had personally developed this tactic, and when he looked at him, he added that it was better not to worry. He was definitely not a careless person who would lose. For some reason, the sergeant immediately ran towards the opponents. The monsters broke through his defense and did not understand anything. Then they turned around and noticed that the target was running in the opposite direction, and the washers immediately started flying into their faces. It was unpleasant, but not fatal. Meanwhile, the guy tensed up and activated the explosion, and those same balls that flew into the monsters' faces began to collect energy, and then exploded along with their heads. This happened to almost every attacker. Dozens of monsters died literally a second on the battlefield. Their leader judged that these were iron beads with divine power, so that's why he stayed, but from the noise they make, other zombies are just crazy. And just at that moment, a huge zombie monster heard them. He turned around and realized that something was happening there. Then he lowered his head and began to scream furiously. Then the main character continued to run forward and felt something. He opened his eyes and thought that among the zombie gnomes he felt metal of a completely different level. It was something strange. Then he raised his head and wondered if this was really a person. There really was their leader standing there, and the only thoughts were about who he was. Was he some kind of villain? It couldn't be. The guy looked at him all this time and thought who it was, and then suddenly he realized that this face was familiar to him. But there was no time to think, because his guards immediately attacked him. The monsters began to smash everything around. The sergeant miraculously managed to dodge. True, his helmet flew off his head and split in half. The brunette jumped from place to place quite dexterously and made his way among the monsters while thinking about the sequence of abilities. Blood appeared on his head, but the young man was not going to stop, after which he extended his hand and activated his energy. The monster opposite was already ready to attack, and their leader smiled and said that he expected too much, the iron beads of divine power that he had so carefully prepared, and his energy seemed to be running out. After which he frowned and saw something. In the direction of his army, not just beads, but metal fragments were flying. Then the man raised his head and asked if these were not fragments of beads that had previously burst. Moreover, these fragments were moving directly towards the opponent, and the main character controlled them. After which he lowered them down and activated Steel Rain, along with Free Fall. And for the monsters, this began a new wave of attack. Metal Rain literally tore them to pieces, and his projectile, meanwhile, tried to escape from there. Only they were pursued by a huge spirit. At some point, he was distracted by the noise of an explosion in the background, so he turned around and paid attention to it. There was some kind of magic grenade lying there, which attracted his attention, and the grenades exploded one after another with an incredible roar. The boy turned around and asked what these people were doing. Wasn't the plan to sacrifice him to avoid it? And the soldier running next to him said that it was not so. Then he raised his head and said that they were on a false mission, the purpose of which was to take the zombie away from the sergeant. This is what they were doing from the very beginning. And indeed, the zombie changed his focus to this place, after which he flew in that direction. But the man noticed this and said that now he realized that he was not bait, and these people were well prepared for the trip here, and he certainly did not expect this. Then he laughed and said that these guys would amuse him. Meanwhile, the brunette stood below and looked at him and did not understand whether this man was laughing. Then he raised his head and thought why he was here, why did he come? His Tesha or different thoughts, for what purpose he entered the gate, and even the zombie Skyped, there was no clear understanding. Then a status window appeared where it was written that less than 50% of the potion effect remained. The effect of the HP star will last 2 minutes 15 seconds, and the effect of the second star will last 2 minutes 58 seconds. Then the young man looked to the side and thought, is this really the same person he thinks about? At that moment, this man took out a weapon from the snake's mouth. Then he pulled it forward and said that now he wants to know what the guy's blood tastes like. This spear will absorb it all. Then he pointed it towards the young man. Hunwuk looked at him and shouted that he would ask once, is this really a necromancer? The man was surprised and asked how he knew, and the guy frowned and thought, what kind of reaction is this? Does this mean this is not a necromancer? Meanwhile, the man was not going to give up and said that if he wanted to die peacefully, then it would be better to tell right now where he learned about the necromancer and who he was. The brunette then looked around and realized that dead zombies do not revive, and given the reaction of this man, one can draw a conclusion. Then he understood the head and said that this is not a necromancer, and asked if he was somehow connected with him then. The man called him a psycho and said that he did not seem to quite understand the situation he was in. Then he shouted at him from the mountain that he was a scumbag, and then he jumped down screaming that he asked where he knew about him. The guy immediately put his hands out and was able to block the opponent's blow, but he was so strong that even the dust rose, and the man frowned and began to insult the young man. A card appeared with information about the ability. An unyielding slender physique absorbs the ability of a heroic level weapon, activates the new abilities listed below. New abilities: a mana shield, a secret tattoo, not open before activation, consuming a certain amount of high-strength magical metal increases the rank of the ability. At that moment, the protagonist was thinking that if it weren't for the secret armor with the rest of the physique, his hand would have already been cut off. And then he flew back thanks to the blast wave. And at the same moment he launched a projectile at his opponent. True, the man was able to throw the blade aside with an easy movement and asked, "Do I really think that pathetic tricks will help him?" But the brunette did not give up, slowed down and got ready. After which, thanks to his energy, he was able to act on the fragments of the washers again. And also thanks to magical energy, he pulled them towards himself. And then he directed them towards the enemy. Only at the last moment his snake managed to protect him. The guy saw this and was very surprised. And the man stood practically unharmed opposite. Then he looked at him through the crack and thought, "Is this how you attack at level 18? The young man immediately ran towards him and thought that this man easily repelled the attack. "I'm sure this guy has long surpassed the red gate limitation by level." The opponent was still looking at him and asked, "How the hell did this soldier enter this gate?" It's funny that the main character asked him the same thing at that moment. Then the man got angry and said that this bastard continues, after which he stretched out his hand and it became clear that the fragments were literally hovering. The young man saw this and was very surprised. He thought that the fragments of the divine beads were burning in his skin. This is a player who is damaged by divine power. It turns out that this is a devourer of other players. And then it dawned on him that this is a vampire, and a picture of such a character appeared in his head. He also thought that his tribe of villains destroyed the VSBM when it was discovered that a wave was approaching Seoul. Meanwhile, the opponent got even angrier and said that the guy had a talent for annoying. And a moment later, with one movement, he was able to throw away all the fragments. The scar on his hand immediately began to regenerate and healed almost instantly. Then the man pulled out a spear and shouted that it looked like the young man did not intend to answer his question, then it would be better to cut off a couple of his limbs to make him talk. Here the sergeant stopped and thought that he had an energy weapon of a heroic level. This is the Spear of Achilles, which the Goodwin organization is looking for. If the true power of the spear is revealed, even the fusion of secret armor and a steel physique will not help him. Therefore, he pulled out his hand and thought that if it does not return from his blow, he will die. Information appeared that less than 60% of the effect of the potions remained. The effect of the star will last another 1 minute 43 seconds, and the effect of another star will last 2 minutes 22 seconds. The brunette saw this and thought that the effects of the potions would last a little longer than 2 minutes. He needed to win during this time. And the man opposite was still angry and said that he now understood that the enemy could not respond to him, even if he had to tear him apart. And he immediately struck. Miraculously, the sergeant managed to bend over and dodge. The force of this projectile was such that it blew away everything around. Then the young man decided, thanks to the control of metal, to strike an unexpected blow to the opponent and sent fragments of the fence at him. Only this time his snake was able to protect him. The guy saw this and was a little upset. And the man got even more angry and said that he had already warned that pathetic tricks would not work. After which he struck again. This time the brunette's armor was damaged, and he thought that this snake continued to protect him from blows at a distance, so he would not be able to hit with fragments of beads. And then he was able to dodge another blow. Then he turned around and thought that because of Achilles' spear it was impossible to fight him in close combat. The opponent literally looked invincible. In that case he had to come up with something else. The vampire himself then continued to attack and shouted, "How dare a man pronounce the name of someone he could not possibly know?" And again he tried to kill him, but dodged and thought that there was no choice. He would have to play the card earlier than he wanted. And then he smiled. Then he looked at him and asked if he really cared who it was, and said that he was just a soldier. Then he landed and asked if the vampire was happy with the answer. He looked at him in surprise and asked what kind of thing it was. He just had to answer the damn question. Then he lowered his head and noticed something. It surprised him. The brunette took advantage of the moment and said with a smile that, as he could see, his opponent definitely did not serve in the army. Meanwhile, the zombies were already approaching them. The soldiers were watching them through the fences and were ready to attack. The moment one of them picked up a grenade, someone came up to him and asked him to stop right now, saying that this was their chance while the boss shaman was nowhere to be seen. The boy came closer and said that even the offensive squad couldn't handle the zombies, and their leader was probably already dead. Then he looked him in the eye and said that they needed to hide immediately. But the boy turned around and said that the sergeant wasn't one of those who were easy to defeat. The boy was still scared and didn't understand how the hell anyone could be so sure of that. And the soldier then turned around and said that they had not received the signal yet. Tisiep then stepped back and asked what the signal was. If we go back a little, the sergeant approached the soldier and addressed him. Then he put his hand on his shoulder and said that before they left this area, they needed to attach an anti-personnel mine to his back. He was surprised. and the sergeant explained that its explosion would serve as a signal that he had used all his capabilities. He also looked at him and added that when this happened, they should try to hide with the rest of the squad. And now the main character raised his hand towards the mine and thought that this was his chance, then activated the explosion. The bomb began to function slowly, and a second later it exploded into small pieces. Inside were many small metal balls that flew towards the vampire, and then they burned his snake. If we go a little deeper into the theory, then Claymore is a horizontal directional fragmentation mine. A directional anti-personnel fragmentation mine is a weapon of mass destruction, inside which is an explosive substance with 700 cast steel balls. Finally, everything went quiet. The vampire snake was clearly badly wounded, but nevertheless protected him, after which it fell dead and most likely died. And the man raised his head and asked how this man dared to do this, because he chose him. Does he really think that it is possible to kill the chosen one with such a bomb? Meanwhile, the brunette stood opposite and held something in his hand. It was an arrow, which was driving at incredible speed straight into the vampire's heart. He flew back from the shock wave and let go of the spear, and while he was flying, he thought what the hell was happening. Why was this man so fast that he did not have time to keep track of him? But only the sergeant was still standing in place and did not even move. Then information about the item appeared. The effect tracks and attacks the target with a 100% chance of falling, removes all magic resistance that the target has. When the vampire landed on the ground, the guy told him that it was very simple-minded. The bomb's target was his annoying snake, and his trump card was the arrow. And when the man tried to pull it out of his chest, the soldier added that it was useless to do so because his power was in it. Then he came closer and smiled and said that there was no need to worry because it would not kill him right away. Now it was his turn to ask questions. And then his soldiers heard an explosion in the distance. One of them turned around and asked if this was the explosion of that very mine. Then he turned around and wondered if it was really the sergeant. The blonde then approached him and asked if this was really the signal that was talked about earlier. The answer was positive. Then the boy smiled and said that in this place anyone who was left alone would die a terrible death. They probably had tracks with them. If they hid and waited for the business squad, then they could easily survive. But the guy got angry and turned to him. And then he looked at him in surprise and asked what was wrong. After which the soldier said angrily that this signal meant that one of their comrades could die, and how dare he smile in such a situation. Indeed, the entire squad at that moment looked at him quite dismissively. The guy began to back away and said that it was certainly sad. Then he turned away and said that the rest should continue to live, and asked what they were doing, adding that they needed to hide as soon as possible. Immediately a huge wall began to move him, and when he found it, he fell to the ground and asked what it was. Everyone grouped together and were ready to attack. Dust rose around them. It was unclear what was happening. Before their eyes, a city was literally forming out of the sand. It was the Zombie King's castle, which began to appear. The Zombie King would kill anyone who found himself on his territory. The guys still didn't understand what was happening and were shouting that a castle had suddenly appeared there. They hadn't encountered anything like that during training. Then one of them held out his hand and told them to look there, because zombies were also appearing nearby. And indeed, the monsters seemed to appear out of nowhere. And when they were fully formed, they immediately noticed them and started shouting. The boy saw this and was very scared. But the other soldiers weren't going to give up. Their temporary commander raised his hand and showed that everyone should shut up. After all, there was a huge crowd of monsters in front of them. True, T-Sip wasn't going to listen to him. And a second later he turned around and started running away from there. This sound attracted the zombies, and the guys realized that things were bad. Of course, the monsters immediately ran in their direction and started attacking. The guys started shooting at them to at least stun them. After which a fierce battle began. Although there were too many monsters, they had to urgently find a place to hide. Meanwhile, not far from there, the main characters were fighting a vampire. He was still trying to pull the arrow out of himself, but it was useless because it contained the guy's strength, and therefore it was not easy to remove. But the man was not going to give up and was still trying. After which the guy came up to him and said that he should not worry, because he would not kill him right away. Now it was his turn to ask questions. In response, the vampire smiled. Then he raised his head and asked if he would really kill him. He thinks he can do it with a small arrow. Here is the answer he heard: that of course, without divine power he cannot cope. But when a vampire loses blood for a long time, he feels pain that is worse than death. Then the man tensed up and asked how he knew so much, and then he literally began to scream in pain. The guy smiled and asked how this monster is connected with the second grandson of the great organization. Is he really his financial sponsor? Obviously, this question surprised him very much. The man got angry and began to shout how this man dares to ask such a thing. He is a parasite, not a pest. And while he was asking him to stop, something began to appear around. The vampire immediately lowered his head and tried to accept the essence, and the sergeant came closer and said that at least he was definitely not lying to him, and he should continue to answer honestly. Now he would ask another important question. He looked him in the eyes and asked if he knew who the necromancer was. The vampire raised his head and said that the man knew nothing, because he could be anyone. Then he frowned and said that he could also be his comrade in arms and members of his family. But then a blade approached his neck, and the brunette said that he was crossing the line, so it was better not to talk about his family. The main character also thought that this guy undoubtedly lived to gain recognition from others, and yet now did not answer him directly. Therefore, he raised his eyes and asked if he had never seen the necromancer in person. Again, this was a question that greatly surprised his opponent. While the sergeant was asking if this was some kind of loser and saying that such a cautious person is a necromancer, even to him, the errand boy did not show himself and did not tell about his plans. A snake began to crawl behind. The guy did not notice it and asked who the vampire was to him. Was he really a crazy stalker? And the vampire looked at him and asked how this guy dared to say such nonsense. I don't know who this is, and wished him death. At that very second, a snake appeared above the brunette's head, and he said that he knew more than the vampire. They had been watching each other for a very long time. Nevertheless, the monster shouted that this was nonsense and the necromancer had not even woken up yet. Meanwhile, the sergeant stopped the attack and pierced it with a dagger, said that it was too obvious and thanked for the item, said that he would definitely eat it, that is, use it for its intended purpose. After which he saw a notification that he had received the Spear of Achilles, and the information about the item was the following: effect, wounds inflicted by it are not easy to heal. For some time, the brunette stood there and thought that if the necromancer had awakened by force and began to act, he would have definitely told him. But why this guy is so loyal to someone who has not yet awakened is somehow suspicious. Then he frowned and said that he wanted to know how the pursuer entered here. The Blue Flower Guild guards the gates outside. He definitely could not have gotten through alone. At first, the man frowned. Then he saw the bracelet on his hand and understood everything. Then he leaned forward and said that then it would be better for him to tell how he was able to enter. If he opened the gates, no one above level 18 could do it. Here the brunette was somewhat surprised and thought, could it really be that this vampire opened the gates? Is it really possible for a person to control them? And his rival smiled and said that judging by the excited expression on his face, he does not know a damn thing, and the second phase will soon end. Suddenly, something strange began to appear around them. The guy was surprised and thought what was going on. The landscape was changing, so not only would he lose him, but everything else as well. Meanwhile, a huge wall began to appear between them. At the last second, the sergeant managed to pull out his arrow and return it back. After which information appeared that the Zombie King's castle had completely appeared. The level restriction for entering the territory had changed from 18 to 30. The brunette stepped back and thought, is this really the Zombie King's castle? Does this mean this is the second phase? And the vampire on the other side smiled and said that after it, his dungeon will be completed. Then he looked around and wished his opponent to experience the true horror of the world he created. At that time, the rest of the squad was hiding on the castle grounds. They managed to find secluded places and sit quietly while the zombies were looking for them. And the Zombie King himself had already arrived at the castle. Some strange object suddenly appeared in front of him, after which this object suddenly turned into eyes. These eyes immediately flew into the Zombie King's eye sockets. Thanks to this, the other zombies also gained another sense. Now they could not only hear, but also see. When the monsters began to find the soldiers, they shouted that now the Zombie King controls life and death, and is the ruler of light and darkness. After which a notification appeared that the descent of the Zombie King, Baron Seri, had begun. The leader finally began to change form, and the vampire shouted that everyone should see the true form of the Zombie King. The young man ran towards him and heard that his comrades would become bait and would be offered as a relationship, and the zombies would go out the gate and get out into the outside world. When the king turned around, the vampire shouted at him to try to stop the descent of the true Zombie King, Baron Seri. After the zombies gained their sight, they began to look for soldiers, and finally one of them saw the helmet. Immediately, two attacked him. It was too late to retreat. The guy raised his head and thought, can the zombies really see now? Then he began to shoot at them to stun them. But it was useless because there were at least 100 of the same monsters standing there. The other guys were also hiding and heard that they were told that the zombies had gained their sight. Everyone tensed up when they realized that their comrade said that he would cover them, and they needed to get out of here. And the king watched him carefully. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed it in his direction. Immediately, two metal projectiles flew out from there, which the guys beat up. The last thing he saw was huge metal tentacles. At that moment, a grenade landed at the monster's feet. A second later, there was a serious explosion. The guys decided to save their comrade and stood up for him. He was surprised and asked what these people were doing. He had told them before to get out of here and quickly, but his comrades were not going to abandon him and shouted that he would not last long like this. And now there was a whole crowd of monsters in front of them, led by the king. The guys were actively shooting at them, but it seemed to be useless. As soon as all this began, the king stretched out his arms to the sides and created a protective barrier. The guys continued shooting and thought that they were not sure that they could kill a comrade who had become a zombie, so it was better to protect him now. And then they threw 2 more grenades. There was another explosion. Again, the zombies did not get to them. Then the guy stretched out his hand and shouted that if this man dies, they will not survive either, so they need to leave quickly. The young man looked at them in surprise and could not say anything. Therefore, he immediately turned around and shouted while running that they had to retreat. And then he ordered to throw the remaining grenades, and everything in the palace began to explode. A card appeared that the zombie king's castle had appeared completely, and the main character, meanwhile, was standing near the wall and heard that his comrade would become bait and would be offered as an offering, and the zombies would enter the gate and get out into the outside world, so it was worth trying to stop them. And information appeared that the zombie king's invasion had not begun. The guy immediately turned around and ran in the other direction to fight. A castle appeared in front of him. While he was running, he heard the sound of a grenade explosion and thought that it was coming from the castle. And also at the same time he remembered how before leaving he told his assistant that the explosion of a mine should be heard as a signal that he had used all his capabilities. When this happens, it is better to try to hide with the rest of the squad. Then he came closer and said that there was something else. If he does not return, then this man will become the commander. But the guy came closer and said that he would wait for him. Then he smiled and added that everyone would be waiting for him, and so he had to return to them alive. At first he was surprised, and then he smiled. He was pleased, and with a smile he said that he would definitely try. We had to wait for him. Therefore, now the only thoughts in his head were that he had to survive at any cost. Then zombies began to appear in front of him, and there were quite a lot of them, but the guy did not give up. He activated his abilities and thought that things were bad, but he had to fight. Then he received information about the item. The Spear of Achilles could help him in the battle. A large amount of mana is required to unlock, and the consumption is 21%. Of course, the main characters decided to unlock it, and information appeared that the mana consumption is very high. Nevertheless, the enemy was worth it, and by the way, he was already attacking him. And the card with mana consumption never disappeared. While the zombies were running at the young man, he asked the information window to shut up. Then he swung and shouted that I know it so. After which he raised his head above himself and began to kill the monster, shouting at the same time that he promised to return no matter what it took. The battle was so fierce that even the dust around him rose, and of course, this attracted the attention of the zombie king. He frowned and realized that there was someone else there, and also immediately there was information that the descent of the zombie king, Baron Sere, was interrupted. The king received this information and at first did not understand what was happening. Then he turned around and saw that the vessel in which the eyes lay was simply not in place, and because of this, he got very angry. It turns out that the guys from the group managed to grab it and steal it, although not everyone understood why they took it. The guy ran with the vessel in his hands and shouted that it just seemed to him that it was important for the zombie king. It was Private Kim Kyunjin with the thief specialization. Then the guy turned around and saw that the zombies were chasing them with all their might. And at the same time, they almost caught up, stretching out their hands. But then they started shooting at them. These were the soldiers who were waiting for them ahead, and they shouted that they had to hurry to escape from there. Then they planted the bomb and shouted that the installation of the S4 was complete. And another one turned and shouted that they had to block the passage. Actually, what their comrade did was put a shield there. It seemed that it was too late to change anything because the zombies were very close. But then they activated the explosion and all the grenades along the corridor began to act. And a second later everything around began to explode, including the zombies themselves. The squad miraculously escaped the fire by blocking the passage. But nevertheless, the wall began to collapse on them from above, and the explosion was so strong that it even went beyond the castle. Meanwhile, dead zombies were lying on the street, and soldiers were lying next to them. Finally, one of them got up and asked if everyone was alive. The roll call began. Everything seemed to be in order, so the guys gathered together and said that for now the passage for the zombies was blocked, but what should they do now? Because they were locked inside the castle. And they looked around again and said that if they lingered here, there might not be enough oxygen. Even though they had dealt with the urgent matter, now they had to look for a way out. Suddenly, a wall began to collapse next to them, and a second later, a metal chain flew out from there. Everyone was ordered to duck because it was the king who was chasing them, and the building immediately began to collapse even more. A moment later, the zombie king appeared there, who wanted to take his relic. He looked at them with a puzzled look, and just then he noticed that very vessel next to one of the soldiers. Then he smiled and realized that he had found what he was looking for. At that moment, the guys began to feel something strange, as if they could not move. But then someone nearby shouted that everyone should freeze, and even the king paid attention to this person. When the squad turned around, at first they could not believe their eyes. Then the private smiled and shouted that the sergeant was late. Indeed, it was the main character who finally got to them and asked who dared to touch his squad. He was really half angry and shouted to the monster with glowing eyes, "Listen to him carefully, these fools can only be offended by him." The guys were surprised and even asked again when they heard this. And then a sign appeared that his mana was quickly depleted, 32% remained. The young man looked around and thought that despite the loud statement, there was very little mana left, and he did not have the slightest idea how to defeat this monster. But the king meanwhile was already attacking him, and surprised the guy by attacking from a distance. Therefore, he immediately had to break away from the spot and dodge, and the enemy only got even more angry about this. Finally, the brunette stopped and thought what was the matter, why were they not attacking him? Meanwhile, the soldiers were getting tense and shouted that they needed to get ready. Then they opened all the bags where their potions metal balls lay. The sergeant then raised his head and wondered if it was really the relic. The king immediately began moving forward and killing his own subordinates, and then he tried to crush his opponent with one of his tai. The young man saw this and was very scared, and then, at the last second, he managed to jump back and save himself. But the king did not give up and launched more projectiles at him. This time, the sergeant also dodged, but not without difficulty. Then his soldiers scattered balls everywhere and shouted for him to run to them. Of course, the king heard this, so he turned around and stretched out his hand in their direction, after which he again tried to destroy the sergeant, but he dodged. And then he unlocked the power of Achilles' spear. 21% of mana was required to unlock it, therefore, after use, only 11% will remain. But this did not stop the brunette, he still decided to use the spear. Then he swung it and ordered his comrade to get a shield and cover everyone, and immediately launched the enemy's spear. Meanwhile, the boys were trying to defend themselves from the king, and the metal balls and potions were flying everywhere. Thanks to his magical power, he was able to pull one of the potions to himself, and the other soldiers then ran away and asked each other if everything was okay, but overall everything was fine. Finally, the young man drank the potion, and then information appeared that the points of the highest mana reserve would be continuously filled for 5 minutes. He wiped his face and told the zombie king to listen to him carefully, after which he raised all the metal balls up and said that he was now his rival, and immediately pointed them in his direction. The king at that moment looked at him and did not understand what was happening. And then the blow was activated, and all the spheres began to explode in front of his eyes. An arrow flew after them. Only all this rested against his shield, did not even go further, after which the opponent took the arrow, and the guy got angry and thought that he knew it. The main problem is in his protection. If he continues to thoughtlessly launch his weapon, he will simply waste it, and immediately received a blow from the opponent. Fortunately, the guy raised his hand and was able to stop these metal tentacles, thought that he could not retreat and look for weaknesses of the boss and other members of the squad. After all, at that moment the guys were actively defending themselves from the attack and trying to survive. Then the guy grouped himself and thought that he did not understand where they were. His descent was not yet complete, so the flaws should be visible. And the king meanwhile continued to move in his direction. The brunette also ran there, but was still discussing this topic. The squad was nearby and discussed the strange actions of the private. Apparently, he did something that attracted the attention of the king. Then he swung and tried to pierce the lungs, which were hidden inside the vessel, and his comrades for some reason were only worried about where he got his new sword from. You can't interact with objects inside the dungeon. No one knows what the reaction will be. Did he forget? The guy then simply raised his sword and replied that at this rate they would all be finished. Because of them the sergeant could not even retreat. Something had to be done. And then everyone present tensed up, including the king, who extended his hand and tried to stop him. But the private's comrade collected his thoughts and said to beat him quickly, and their enemy, meanwhile, had already launched his metal tentacles. The protagonist then miraculously managed to dodge them and did not even understand that he was not the target. The private himself managed to pierce the lungs in time and some kind of reaction immediately began. The king saw this and was very scared, and then in an instant he fell off his feet. His metal chains also lost control. The protagonist immediately ran to the squad and tried to check if everything was okay there. Then he even got upset and asked them to say that they were alive. Fortunately, everyone remained intact. One of them turned and shouted that everything was okay, and the sergeant turned around and did not understand what was happening now. After all, the king opposite was kneeling and could not do anything. Then he turned around and saw the last remaining vessel. There was a heart inside it. The brunette saw this and thought, where could the heart be? Then he turned around and looked back. The same sword was still sticking out of his lungs, and finally it dawned on him that these were the king's organs. True, the monster had inserted a heart into himself in the meantime and began to recover, and he was also very angry. The entire squad covered their ears from his scream, but even that did not help, and information appeared that the forced descent of the zombie king began anew and was already 66.6%. A bright light also appeared in the room, filling everything around. The information was updated. It said that the spirit of unfinished death passes through the zombie king. There is a level restriction for entering the territory, which changed from 30 to 35. The young man then smiled and thought that the king was finally caught. That's his weakness. His urns serve the same purpose as canopic jars in which the mummy's organs are buried. After which he presented the sarcophagus, and indeed it was very similar. Thoughts immediately appeared that if he is like a mummy, then his soul is in the heart. The king, meanwhile, had almost completed the transformation, and it became clear that the heart is his weakness. Therefore, the main character jumped up and thought that while he was not vigilant, he had a chance, and he launched an arrow straight towards the king's heart. The arrow immediately crashed into the protective barrier, and then information appeared that it can develop all the magic resistance of the target. Thanks to this, the weapon broke through the defense and flew into the heart. The king clearly did not expect this. Information immediately appeared that the body of the zombie king quickly heals due to the effect of descent. And after that, his mood improved dramatically. Then he decided to attack his opponent again and launched metal chains at him. And the young man, meanwhile, launched another projectile and said that there was no need to laugh because the real spear would fly now. This spear had an effect due to which the wounds inflicted by it were not easy to heal. The young man threw it and thought that it would rid him of the irritant and the ability to heal in moments, and unlocked it once. The spear flew there with incredible speed, and with all its magical power it flew into the king. He screamed in pain and did not know how to fix it. But at the end, the monster managed to launch its metal chains at the main character, and at that moment he already had 0% mana left, and it was very bad. At some point, the young man raised his head and realized that he had screwed up, but he still managed to return at the last moment. Then he turned around and saw that his opponent was catching up with him. At that moment, one of the soldiers protected him and put up his shield. The young man looked at him and asked what he was doing, and the guys did not answer and simply began to install a protective barrier. Thanks to this, both remained safe and sound. But nevertheless, from the force of the blow, the soldier moved back, and he continued to protect his sergeant. Then he turned around and asked if Leon was okay, and the guy raised his head and replied that he was very surprised to see this ability. Then the rest of the squad gathered nearby and began to protect their commander. The private immediately remembered how they entered the castle grounds and defended themselves from explosions. Then one of them saw a strange button in front of him, and now said that when they entered the dungeon, his level began to rise at a dizzying speed. Thanks to the protection of his comrades, he managed to further increase this level and thereby increase his strength. The last time he rose when he blocked the blow of the zombie king and at the same time reached level 20 and received a new ability. It was a first level magic shield, which is installed to increase physical defense using mana. Then the young man was very surprised when he saw it. And now he turned around and said that he finally received the ability. As they said, the world standard may not adjust, but he heard from the sergeant that he really relies on an ability that he has never used before, so you can die. And the soldier turned around and said that he just wanted to protect him. The guy immediately patted him on the head and said that protection was his area of responsibility. There was no need to overdo it. The private was so pleased to hear this and even thanked his comrade, and he said to thank him when he returned from here with him. And at that moment the zombie king began to activate. There was also information that due to constant damage, the resumption of the descent was forcibly stopped. The king was clearly upset about this, and then he saw another sign, where it was written that the spirit not allowed by death invaded the body of the zombie king. The body will be destroyed and returned to death. This news made the king even more angry. His scream was so loud that it swept away everything around, after which he tried to damage the enemy at the last second, and he immediately began to thrust his metal rods into the ground. They literally destroyed everything around. The walls and floor were damaged, and the young man then raised his head and thought that this is how the monster is. He is unable to stop the destruction of the body and yet continues to attack. Are these his last attempts? Probably wants to take them with him. But after that he ordered the squad to blind him with shots and the guys listened. Everyone started shooting towards the enemy. The king just covered his eyes and did not understand what it was. At that moment, one of the guys shouted that while the sergeant was restoring mana, they needed to distract the boss, which is what they were doing now. However, the king was not going to retreat and continued to strike. The guy then looked around and shouted that it was better not to risk it while trying to stun him. The boy turned around and replied that it was better to let them buy time. The last blow would definitely be left for him. These words really shocked the sergeant, and his mana was then restored only by 6%. Nevertheless, the king was still cheerful and fought. He swung his metal chains everywhere. At that moment, the mana had already been restored by 12%. The battle continued, the guys dodged as best they could, and the sergeant himself constantly looked at the screen and waited for the energy to recover. It was already 19%. The squad members stopped and shouted that they were running out of ammo, and then they lost their weapons from the opponent's blows. The guys miraculously dodged, and the brunette could not watch this from the side, so he came closer and shouted that he was here and was his opponent. Then he pushed off the ground and flew up. Thanks to his agility, he was able to jump from chain to chain and rise higher. Meanwhile, his arrow and spear were sticking out of the king's heart, and another arrow was below. The guy immediately imagined the organs and thought that it was possible to defeat the zombie king if he destroyed all the organs, 3 canopic jars with a liver, a heart and something else left. He flew up and realized that these were the eyes. His target was the eye sockets, which he wanted to pierce with his sword. At the same moment, he directed his arrow there for greater efficiency, and immediately information about this arrow appeared. The king's defense broke through quite quickly, and the sergeant himself was able to fly into this gap. Then he swung and said that if he was the king, then he should behave accordingly, and not disgrace himself. After which he thrust the sword into his eye with all his might and told him to get out of here, va. It was a cloud blade that absorbed water and released wet fog, while it was filled with unknown energy by 49%. Immediately the monster began to fall after this blow, and then it collapsed with such a roar that everything around began to collapse, and the blast wave carried the soldiers further. But nevertheless, a notification appeared, congratulating them that the zombie king had been killed. The soldiers were surprised and said, "Did they really just defeat the zombie king? It looked like it." Then they began to rejoice greatly at what had happened, and the sergeant finally got a new relic, the crown. It was the crown of light and darkness. The special feature was that it could quickly increase resistance to its own undead, and the special feature was blocked. The guy looked at it and thought what kind of object it was. He hadn't met it in his past life, and it even had a special feature. But suddenly the monster started moving, and information appeared that its body had begun to collapse. The privates started shouting that they had to run away, and the sergeant looked around and thought that they hadn't even had time to look for glasses and items in it yet. But he turned around and shouted that the castle was collapsing and that they had to evacuate now, and the whole squad immediately ran to the exit. Meanwhile, the towers had already fallen. The castle collapsed literally before our eyes. There were stones and fragments everywhere. Because of this collapse, part of the team could have died, but they were able to jump out of the building in time. After which information appeared that the raid had been successfully completed, the gates would soon be closed. The guy also saw some kind of portal behind him. He ran in that direction and shouted that there was no point in stopping. The gate would close soon, so they had to run. There were literally a few meters left to it. And on the other side there were people discussing that the entire squad should consist of players up to level 53. And how the hell were they supposed to complete the raid with such a restriction? Not to mention that the willful participation of the blue flower would later become a problem. While the girl was saying that there was nothing wrong with that and asked if she would take responsibility if they stopped supporting them, and also asked by what time they would finish if they started now, something started happening behind them. Everyone turned around and realized that the gate was closing, and I understood why this was happening and had the Vanguard really managed it. A second later, the guys from the Vanguard really started flying out of there. They scattered in different directions, and their sergeant was the last to fly out. When the gate closed, everyone else was simply shocked by what they saw, and the squad members were happy that they got out, hugged each other and were happy that they got out alive. At that moment, the sergeant came up to them and addressed them. He looked at them with a stern look and said that all the guys did well. The task of clearing the red seemed to be completed. Everyone was happy with this news. They began to shout and rejoice in their victory. The woman who was standing nearby got very angry and asked if this was serious. Second-rate scum from the army began to frequent the red gates. Then she frowned and thought, who was this sergeant? Meanwhile, Tseop was walking inside the dungeon. He looked around and said that he ran here when he saw the message about the end of clearing the dungeon. Shouldn't the gates be there? But there was nothing around. The young man looked around and asked where they were. Why didn't he see them anywhere? Then he noticed a wounded vampire around the corner. He looked at him and was very angry. Therefore, the blonde immediately tried to hide, but it was too late. Suddenly the vampire asked him to stop, and he turned his attention to him. Then he turned and asked if it was a man, said that he had scared him, and asked if it was really someone from the rescue squad. Thank God, he was already scared when he imagined being stuck here. Then he smiled and added that it was just luck, we need to get out quickly, and also asked where the exit was because it was definitely somewhere here. The vampire immediately answered that he needed something, and then jumped up. And a second later he was at the boy's neck, shouting that he needed blood. After some time, the boy's completely bloodless body lay on the ground, and the vampire was standing nearby and almost completely recovered. In his head there were only thoughts about Janti's axis and that this bastard would still live to take away everything that he valued. The man was furious and thought that he would not only take it all, but also smear it with blood. Meanwhile, outside, the sergeant ordered the squad to line up in 2 columns, after which he went down and approached the Blue Flower Guild. There the woman looked at him and asked what happened to their team. In response, she heard that when the guys entered there, it was already too late. After that, she raised her head and asked if he really wanted to say that he coped with this raid on his own. The young man frowned and said that, as you can see, yes. She was not satisfied with this answer, so she asked if this could be believed. The brunette answered that they could verify the truth of his words when the gate analysis came. After which the girl bowed her head and asked who he was he really an F rank? And the guy came closer and asked if he really now believed that he was not just lucky that time. In response, he heard that the girl would answer when she saw the analysis result. Then she looked at him sarcastically and added whether she had met Key there. Perhaps it was with a member of her guild who became a zombie, or in the treasury. The protagonist listened to this and simply remained silent. And then he remembered how they escaped from the castle, and the computer was sticking out of one of the monster's eyes. The young man turned around and activated the tattoo. It was a secret tattoo, so it was possible to secretly save the item using the subspace department number 1. Thus, the spear was imprinted on his hand. And now the sergeant pulled his hand back and said that he had never seen anything like that. Then he turned around and said that it was impossible. He said that judging by the endless change of topics, it seems that he is trying to avoid fulfilling their agreement. Then he frowned and said that the head of the Soul Blue Flower Strike Force does not want to take back his words. The girl was literally shaking at that moment. The brunette stood opposite and waited for her words, and she could not squeeze this confession out of herself. So the sergeant simply turned around and said that he seemed to be out of his mind now, and they could discuss it later. But then the woman grabbed his hand and asked him to stop, saying that she wanted this man to enter the Blue Flower. She guarantees that he will be treated there in the best possible way. Then the young man looked at her with a strange look and wondered if this girl was really trying to recruit him. But then they announced that the general of the 3rd Brigade had arrived, and there a portal opened. The man came out and looked at everyone present with a smile, and then he noticed something, of course the girl's hand. So she immediately let the sergeant go, after which the old man came closer and said that there was no point in saying that they were trying to appropriate their key soldier, who had not yet served. The girl raised her hands and said that of course not, she was only giving him advice. Then the man looked at the assembled team and asked if the Blue Flower had really gone against the rules and prepared for a separate raid. The woman tried to justify herself, but the general came closer and said that there was a problem with the company too, and not just one, but the Blue Flower had very often crossed the line of what was permitted in this raid. After which he frowned and added that he would file an official complaint against them to the head of the guild, and was also thinking about sending an official document regarding what had happened for discussion by the other guilds. The girl then clenched her fist so hard that it started bleeding, and she stood there, trying to cope with the outburst of anger. Some time passed. The main character moved to the general's office, who asked if it was true. He couldn't check. Their contribution to the raid was 100%. It was just amazing. He didn't expect such a perfect result from him. Then he smiled and said that he couldn't wait to see the expression on the face of the head of the Blue Flower. And the young man stood opposite and wondered if he was really enjoying the fact that he had surpassed everyone this time. After which the man flew closer and said that for the first time in his life he saw a person like the sergeant. He replied that he did not act alone. Such a result was achieved thanks to the united action of his entire squad, and by the way, he would also like to talk about his appeal. But the man interrupted him and said that he had an excellent character, so he would raise the rank of his squad members, and would also allow him to recheck his. Inside himself, the guy was incredibly angry at that moment and thought that this had happened again. What a treacherous old man. Well, he looked at his smile out loud and simply thanked him for promoting everyone in the squad, for the opportunity to check his rank again and for the promised reward, adding that he was very touched by his generosity. Suddenly the old man opened his eyes and looked at him. Then he turned away and asked shyly what the brunette wanted to get. And then he smiled and said that he was asking him to supply his entire squad with weapons with divine power. Silence hung in the room for a while, after which the general turned and said that the gates with zombies had closed, and now he was asking for such a weapon. Meanwhile, the rest of the military gathered and said that there was good news for them. The support squad alone succeeded in a raid in a dungeon with red gates of the 53rd level. No one understood what kind of nonsense this was, and the guy there said that he was serious. Even the sergeant was offered a job in the Blue Flower Guild. The others were simply shocked when they heard this. Then they came closer and asked if the main characters were now better than that sergeant, and when he returned, they would have to have a fight to find out who was better. And clearly not everyone was happy with this news. Some more time passed, everyone gathered on the rest area. While the other soldiers stood nearby and discussed whether these guys were really sitting at the table, they asked each other if anything was bothering them. One of the guys turned around and said that people used to ignore them, but now they pay attention, and he can't get used to it, and the only question was why it was different with their comrade. He was actively telling the girls a story, saying that the sergeant had used up all his energy right there, so they came forward to stop the zombies, and added that he was very nervous then. One of the girls said in surprise that they were left without the help of the commander. Where did the squad members get so much strength from? The guy leaned towards her and said that it was all thanks to his special training. Meanwhile, the sergeant was slowly eating the crown. He was sitting in the bedroom and thought that he needed to eat it faster. But suddenly someone came into the barracks and said that the private had arrived on business to the support squad. After which he fell to his knees and asked to forgive his disrespectful attitude. The young man looked at him and thought why this bastard came now. And the man was still sitting on his knees and said that he understood that they did not want to see him and he was very guilty. Then he lowered his head and said that he also wanted to learn from him. True, the brunette did not really listen to him and continued to eat the crown. He managed to master the crown of light and darkness. In a living organism the efficiency is 150% and it remained to wait a day until the metal was absorbed. The guy saw this and was a little upset. Then he imagined the recent situation and thought that he didn't like this man at all, but now was not the time to be picky, because the soul wave was about to start. Dragons would attack and most of the military squad members would probably die. Any help would be needed in the battle to save more people, so he turned around and agreed. The man raised his head and asked if it was true, and the sergeant came closer and said that he had better prepare for death. Then he grabbed him by the collar and he couldn't understand whether he had heard or not. But the young man dragged him along and said that he didn't care whether he had heard or not. Meanwhile, the vampire was still in the dungeon. With his own strength, he was able to open the portal again. Then he turned around and looked back, and some huge scary man came out from there. It was the vampire who asked if he understood how many items had been lost because of him. Could he really not complete even a simple test? What the hell? And the brunette lowered his head and just said that he was sorry. A blonde followed the man and said that usually people like him were left to die in the dungeon, but he was lucky because they were summoned. Then she licked her lips and came closer. The girl looked at him and thought that rivers of blood would flow throughout Seoul. The soul wave would finally begin again. Around the same time, a man was standing by the window and talking on the phone. It was the guild leader. He looked out the window and heard that when he saw how the candidate failed at Seoul Station this time, he must prepare to take appropriate measures. Then he turned around and added that this key is one of the foundations for completing the creation of the empire. The guild leader is a great mountain. Baekjun listened carefully. Then he went forward and said that he also understands this perfectly well, and just in case, he is making sure that the personnel is fully mobilized on the black market. He also asked why talk about this now, and when he stopped, he added that at any cost and you are looking for this key. He was holding a photo of a soldier when he said that he looked like a petty thief and used fire as a weapon, so he thought that it was probably a man from the VSMB. Suddenly, screams were heard behind the wall, and the blonde added that during this soul wave, he would open 4 gates at the same time and separate them, then several of his racers would destroy the 1st Battalion of the army, after which he raised his head and said that there was no need to worry about this. He also frowned and added that there was no need to worry about Korea and would call the chairman later. And after the end of the conversation, he literally crushed his phone with one fist, and then threw it on the floor. Then he froze. The doors opened in front of him, and inside there were many corpses. There was an incredibly unpleasant smell, and the vampires were gradually finishing their dinner. Then the man came closer and said that these killers had new prey. Everyone raised their heads and paid attention to him. The blonde also looked there and said that she could give orders. The guild leader came closer to her and said that all the assassins would have to attack the 1st Battalion from Namsan during the start of the wave and kill everyone. She looked at his eyes and asked if any method would be useful, and the rest of the team also listened attentively. When the man said that they could do whatever they wanted, first eliminate the army, and then wipe South Korea off the face of the earth, the girl was clearly very pleased. Some more time passed. In the 3rd Brigade, the 1st Battalion said that they welcomed everyone. A sergeant and 6 of his privates arrived there. The protagonist saluted when he heard that they received orders to promote him by 1 rank. They were met by the commander and said that all the guys did a great job and congratulated them. In response, he heard gratitude. And also the whole team stood and listened attentively to further actions. Then the man raised his head and said that he always believed that if all the privates and the leadership did their job properly, they could create the right barracks culture. And the young man then looked at him and thought that he was again mired in his long reasoning. But he was not going to shut up and said that this is what he believes in. He feels a strong military spirit coming from him, and the guy proved it, so he is incredibly happy and would like to add something else. But suddenly he got a call and was distracted. The man was talking on the phone and asked what was going on. Then he heard some information and said that he understood everything and would be there soon. The commander of the 2nd platoon could conduct the promotion ceremony instead of him. After which the boy raised his head and reluctantly agreed. But the main character stood there and thought only about Kaido. He knew who it was, and even immediately memories of this man popped up in his head, that holy swordsman killer who killed the holy swordsman Xiangpeo. He clearly imagined this man and thought that in his past life, when information was received about his illegal entry into the country through the port in Busan, the battalion commander went in pursuit of him. This pursuit went through the entire city, while the vampires simultaneously destroyed the soldiers. Unfortunately, they exterminated the entire 1st Battalion. And now the young man frowned and thought that a situation from the past, with which he was familiar, began to happen. Then they continued their briefing and said that now the results of the re-evaluation of ranks would be announced. Everyone received a promotion from E to D rank, and it was necessary to check the weapons they were awarded with and simultaneously register them. The guys were surprised and agreed, and the main character then thought only about the fact that now the question is whether the future that he knows will unfold as it does, and will they be able to survive. Some more time passed. Everyone was happy about the rank increase and shouted that they succeeded, and one of them was clearly upset. Other members of the group discussed on the side what they thought they could have done better. It would be great if one of them was promoted by 2 ranks. By the way, is the corporal okay? Then he suddenly came to his senses. Then he turned around and said with a smile that he simply did not expect such results, plus he was not able to raise the rank like the guys. After which he raised his weapon and said that he received a reward, a high-level weapon. And they were also given a lot of things. The sergeant opened the chest and the guys immediately saw that there were spears lying there and began to ask if these were really weapons. And he lifted them up with his mana and thought that all the preparations he could make were complete. There was no point in worrying anymore. He had no choice but to face the future, no matter what it was, no matter what was waiting for him. It would pounce and destroy and absorb everything. After some time, he was patrolling and thought that nothing had happened, some nonsense, he should go to the toilet. Then they turned to him, because the 2 of them were standing at the guard post. The young man raised his head and asked if they had to stay on night duty too often lately. It seemed they were being used again. And the main character meanwhile glanced at his watch and thought that maybe it was good that nothing had happened earlier and that the events were repeating themselves exactly. It turns out that the changes he made were not enough to influence the event with the wave. And then he noticed something. His colleague got scared and said that he didn't say that he wasn't happy about it, but the guy was actually only thinking that if that was the case, then a strange incident that would turn into a force would probably happen today. Then he went towards his colleague, who started telling him that when he thinks about the weekend, which is coming soon, and about the grandmothers he will see, he can't even sleep properly, and he's telling the truth. The brunette came up to him closely and asked if the man believed him, and he replied that he did. He trusted him completely. Suddenly, a cat started hissing nearby, and the young man started taking off his uniform and said that if that was the case, then they should leave their post now. His colleague looked at him and thought that he seemed to even have it. At the same time, the girl came to her comrades and asked if they were sleeping. The guys were on duty. By the way, that cat was already dead and lying in the bushes. The girl grabbed her head and said that she didn't understand. Wasn't it too common to work the night shift? The guys looked tired and said that everything was fine. Although you wouldn't say so by looking at them, one of them explained that the sergeant said that it was part of the training, so they had no choice. Because of this, the girl smiled and asked if it was true, adding that in that case there was nothing to be done. And the sergeant considered them to be pretty good fighters, so they asked them to leave. One of the guys even looked a little embarrassed and said that he was grateful for the words, and he already felt better. After which the girl added that they seriously needed to cheer up. If he fell asleep, he would simply finish them off. But then they noticed someone's silhouette in the distance. They immediately put out their weapons and told him to raise his hands up, take a step forward, otherwise a shot would be fired. But the silhouette did not move, despite the fact that he was ordered to step forward. Then the young man took aim and shouted that if it was a civilian, they should take a step forward and then turn around. And a second later, a huge zombie ran at them. They immediately shot him in the shoulder, and thus knocked him down. The soldier did not immediately understand what had happened, and then everything around him began to shake and rumble. Everyone present there tensed up. They were clearly scared, and the soldier looked and realized that he seemed to know what would happen next. He was very scared of what he saw, or rather, he was scared of the crowd of zombies that was approaching them. After which the guy started shooting and ordered the others to do the same. That's how their battle began. True, there were too many zombies, and so it was difficult to shoot back from everyone. Fortunately, their comrade was nearby, who was supposed to quickly approach. He pulled out a magic shield forward and activated it, so they managed to hold back the monsters for a short time, because they ran up and smashed them against this shield. But nevertheless, there were too many of them to stop in this way. The main character and his assistant were already close by and thought, could this really have happened in the guardhouse? The main character ran as fast as he could and cursed this soul war that had finally begun. Yuna was sitting at a table in the hall in the official residence of the leadership. The girl was typing on her laptop. Hearing a noise, she went out into a dark corridor. Creating a fire on her fingers, she crept along the corridor, thinking that it was a cursed night. She looked through the glass insert on the door. The people in the room were entwined with huge snakes. Yuna was surprised to see that all the military leadership was here. Black feathers flew forward. They rushed towards the girl, bouncing off the walls. However, she managed to dodge, jumping up. Someone's knee flew into her face with the words that here she is, the third daughter of the commander of the Order of Holy Knights. The vampire hit the girl with his knee. She tried to push him away in shards of glass. Then she kicked him in the face, and, pushing off, somersaulted in the air. Landing, the red-haired girl slid along the ground. The vampire was holding whips in his hands. Covering her face, Yuna asked who he was, a player. The man's leg was left with a burn from her palm, but it healed right away. The girl winced, thinking that the place her holy power had touched was burnt. There was still the ability to restore. Who was he? The vampire licked his fangs and said that she didn't need to know, she would die by his hands anyway. However, he admitted that it was very wasteful to kill such a beauty. Standing opposite, he held a whip. Yuna looked up in surprise. Many skeletons in armor came out of the portal. The girl froze when she saw them. Her eyes widened in surprise. She thought, a gate, and what kind of ridiculous stream was this? It couldn't be. A wave. The red-haired girl recoiled when the whips rushed towards her with a question. What was she thinking about, standing in front of him? Black feathers wrapped around the girl and tightened, making her fall. The vampire pulled the victim towards him, saying that he had heard about her ignorance, but she should be more selective about those around her before acting arrogantly. Yuna tried to loosen the noose, thinking that she did not have a weapon with her. She could not resist him. The man raised his hand with a whip and said that he would be happy to play with her longer, but he did not have time. Let her say goodbye to life. The heroine closed her eyes, thinking that she needed to pull herself together. She could not lose consciousness. She had to fight, but consciousness was leaving her. The whip in the vampire's hand snapped. He jumped back, saving himself from the bright rays. Frowning in displeasure, the brunette asked who dared to interrupt them. Holding her neck, Yuna tried to get up. She was surprised to see a man. Hunwuk glanced at her and asked if she was okay. The girl recognized him in surprise and asked why he was here. Turning around, the guy said that he came to save her. Getting up, she asked again, he to save her. The vampire standing opposite angrily shouted that they did not even notice him. How dare they? Just like that bad person from last time, he hates them. A mocking question was heard that they had not seen each other for a long time. How were you? Hunwuk smiled cheekily, saying that this time he could not hide. The vampire's black eye opened wide in surprise from recognition. Enraged, he called the hero a name. Monsters with purple eyes tried to break through the bars. The soldiers held the shield. A request was heard to hold on a little longer. The rapid response team would arrive soon. A foot slipped on the ground. The guys rested against the shield, trying to hold it. Words were heard that it seemed the gates would soon break. Siana extended her palm, surrounded by symbols, and shouted that she would help them with mana. Let them be patient and continue to hold them. The shield glowed blue. The boys closed their eyes with zeal. The words Rapid Response Squad were heard. Minty turned around. The warriors ran towards them shouting Zone A to destroy. Yellow magic seals appeared above the crowds of zombies. Flames flew out of the seals. The girl landed behind the soldiers, saying that she had been wondering why the zombies were still here. Now it was clear. Bright purple beams hit the warriors. Siana was surprised to see the bodies lying there. The stranger jumped onto the roof of the building. The guys turned around in surprise. The pink-haired girl looked there. The blonde with black eyes asked, "Did they see? How are they?" The guy looked at her in fear, thinking that the rapid response team did not even have time to scream. They would be killed too. Looking with red eyes with a vertical pupil, the girl asked, "Did they not see her?" She held knives in her hands, saying that they were just a bunch of boring losers. The monsters turned their heads and howled, interrupting her. A guy was calmly walking among them and drinking from a bottle. The possessed girl turned around in surprise and thought, "What's wrong with this madman?" The monster reached for the redhead's bottle. The impact shattered it into pieces. The guy looked at it in amazement, cursing, "Where is his rum? Where did it go? Who drank it all?" He turned gloomily to the monster and asked, "Was it him?" The zombie looked at him in surprise. The guy moved quickly, attacking the monster with a bottle shard. The girl looked at him in surprise. Pointing the shard forward, the guy in glasses asked, "Is she in charge? How will they settle the issue with the rum?" The girl on the roof laughed and said that he was funny. Looking at him, she said that it seemed that speed was his strong point. She would be able to have fun with him for the first time in a long time. She didn't even have time to ask, as the guy appeared behind and clarified, "Have fun, let him pay him for the rum." The vampire turned her gaze in surprise. She attacked with a knife, leaving a mark. But the guy cut off her hand with a blow from a splinter. She bent over and screamed in pain. The soldiers turned around excitedly, exclaiming that he was finally here. Namjoon. The guy with glasses was flushed from alcohol, saying that until he got even with someone else, let them bring him his damn rum. The girl turned around displeased and asked, "Is he in June?" She was told that he would definitely not be here. The red-haired man waved his hand and said that he was given a task. He completed it and returned. What's the problem? Does it matter what happened to his rum? The vampire frowned displeasingly and called him names. She smashed the rest of the bottle with a knife. Leaving bright marks, she attacked the guy, but he managed to dodge. The blade slipped right in front of his face. Well, in the end, the possessed one was left alone at the edge of the roof. The hero calmly jumped off. The blonde frowned and thought, when did he have time? Young June grabbed his head and said that she ruined all his fun. With a wave of his hand, he pulled out a bayonet knife from his comrade's pocket. Grabbing it, he said that he would lend it to him. The soldiers turned around. Minty said that they would have a hard time dealing with her. Sunmo added that she seemed to be a vampire. The drunk guy with glasses asked in surprise, "Not a zombie?" The guys at the shield shouted that zombies can't talk. The veins on the vampire's leg bulged, as well as on her neck. A purple seal lit up in his black eye. The blonde thought that it was no wonder that he was called a strong candidate for the next holy swordsman. If that was the case, she would fight at her maximum speed. Siana looked up in surprise. A gray haze remained in place of the vampire. She thought that he should try to stop her now if he could see her. The pink-haired girl's eyes widened in surprise. In one leap, the vampire approached the soldiers. She ran into the red-haired guy from behind. He turned around, looking at her knife. The blades crossed, scattering sparks. Siana looked ahead in shock. The vampire's movement caused the wind to fly. The pink-haired girl closed her eyes, screaming. It all happened so fast that she only had time to scream cautiously. The soldiers looked away in shock. Yeonjun swung his knife, leaving a bright mark. The vampire flew into the wall, breaking it. The guys covered their heads from the debris. The girl covered herself with her hands. The monster crashed into the wall and fell to the ground. She coughed up blood from her mouth. Raising the knife, Yeonjun said that he was monitoring his metabolic rate because when he sobers up, it speeds up. The glass of his glasses flashed angrily. He said that now the buzz was completely broken. The vampire looked at him angrily. The boy swung the knife furiously and asked how she would repay him for this. The blonde swore silently as she looked at him sullenly, thinking that he was stronger than she thought. She couldn't defeat him alone. She needed to get out of here first. Raising the knife, Yeonjun said that now that he was sober, he had a question. However, the vampire quickly ran away from him. Her eye lit up, thinking that she needed to meet the other killers and figure out how to get rid of them. The boy easily caught up with her and asked what she was doing. He swung his hand. Lightning fast, he chopped off the girl's limbs, and then he jumped back and she crashed into a pole. The guy with glasses squinted. There were bodies of soldiers lying on the ground. The monsters were holding onto the bars. The vampire lying on the ground was screaming. Yeonjun frowned and said that she wasn't even a zombie, so how did she manage to control them? The killer turned to him furiously. The guy kicked her and said that she wouldn't tell. Standing next to her body, the hero told her to sleep. He would question her when he had settled everything here. The wind blew the leaves. A second later, Yeonjun stood on the fence and told the guys to tie her up. Standing above the gate, he told the vice commander that he would report his return after clearing the zombies. Siana was surprised, and then exclaimed, "Yes, let him kill them and report everything later." Sunmo took out his sword from its sheath, saying that not long ago he had received a weapon with holy power, let him take it. Yeonjun refused without turning around. Holding the weapon, the guy objected that it would be difficult to destroy them with a simple bayonet. He heard the question, the more difficult, the merrier, right? The hero had a predatory smile on his face. He said that if it was not easy for them to die, they would experience more pain. The soldiers looked at him in surprise. The redhead jumped up, leaving a trail. The bright rays of his blows cut through the zombie's body. Minty held the shield and asked him if he thought he was like Sergeant Hunwuk and that his character changed. The comrade replied that he got scared every time he saw a smile like theirs. At that time, Hunwuk smiled predatorily and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. How had he been? This time he couldn't hide. The vampire recognized him in surprise, and then he got angry and screamed, calling him names. His whip flew towards the blue-haired one. However, the knife cut it, and, leaving a trail, flew on. Hunwuk looked at the girl and said that skeletons were coming out of the gate and heading towards the barracks. Please let him protect the weapons and save the soldiers. Yuna exclaimed that this guy was a vampire. How would he resist him without holy power? Holding the golden sword, the hero said that he would be at a disadvantage if he fought and protected her at the same time. The red-haired girl gritted her teeth. She covered her head while the boy parried the blow, saying that they needed to quickly get out a weapon with holy power. Looking at him, Yuna thought that Hunwuk had done well so far. Turning to the boy, she ordered him not to die, then quickly ran away. The shining knife parried the blows of the whip. The vampire said that they should have fought together. Why did he send her away? The blue-haired man smiled and said that he was very glad that he was alive. The vampire looked at him in surprise. Holding the shining bayonet knife above his palm, the hero said that this meant that his boss did not know about him. He managed to save his life by writing off the failure as a mistake, right? The vampire frowned angrily and cursed. The blue-haired man chuckled and said that judging by his reaction, he guessed, did he know how long he was bothered by him letting him go? He would send him on a path to death. The killer furrowed his brows, saying that he must have greatly underestimated him. The whip began to change shape. Red stones appeared on the vampire's hand. Surrounded by red flashes, the brunette said that having a weapon was completely different from what he was back then. His pathetic holy power balls would do nothing to him. Hunwuk's eyes widened in shock, thinking about how lucky he was. Exactly how many mana reservoirs were stored there, worth 1,000,000,000 each. The vampire opened his mouth in anger and said that today he would not lay a finger on him, but he would tear him apart. Waves of energy flew out from the brunette. A system notification appeared about the crown of light and darkness, which quickly increased resistance to the death attribute. A golden halo appeared above Hunwuk's head. The system reported that the holy power aura was being used and it gave a certain weapon 10% holy power. The vampire's gaze became surprised. He thought that he had transformed this filthy item into a weapon with holy power. Smiling predatorily, the blue-haired man asked, who said that he would use the balls again. There would definitely be nothing left of him today. The vampire waved his hand and shouted that he had enough of bluffing. He thought he could hurt him with such a paltry amount of divine power. Holding a shining sword, Hunwuk said that judging by how talkative he had become, he was scared. The vampire angrily shouted threats. A long whip flew towards the hero. The hero moved forward in leaps. He dodged the swift blows of the whip. Jumping from side to side, the guy thought that the whip, as a weapon, has an excellent range and an amazing trajectory. If the blow hits him properly, he will die. Hunwuk ran forward, thinking that it was not in vain that this madman was so damn confident in himself. Having run up the wall, the hero jumped up. The vampire sullenly held the whip in front of him. The guy thought that, however, in close combat, all the advantages of this weapon become disadvantages. Jumping off the wall, Hunwuk flew at the monster from above. He stretched his lips into a smile. On his hand was a black muzzle with a red eye. Many black whips flew from the monster's hands. They intersected around the knife. Hunwuk dropped the sword from his hand. He used an unyielding steel physique, and eventually fell to the ground behind the monster using a combination of abilities. The guy quickly ran forward. The whips followed. Surrounded by the bonds, the vampire asked, after all the ridiculous bluffs, he wanted to escape. Let him just try. Black ropes entangled the knife. The hero cursed in his mind, thinking that it was all the tentacles that he did not take into account. He blocked his close attack, which slipped past the whip. Black ropes wrapped around the golden sword. A shining arrow appeared among the trees. Hunwuk thought that at this rate, the probability that the weapon he planned to use as a last attack at a long distance would be stopped increases. The guy grabbed the weapon and thought that in this case, although he would have to spend a huge amount of mana, he should use the Spear of Achilles. The vampire opened his mouth, saying that right, let him continue running until he finished him off. Hunwuk swung the spear, shouting to unblock. The movement left bright traces. A notification appeared about unlocking Achilles' spear again. The wounds inflicted by this spear are difficult to heal. Unlocking this item consumes a huge amount of mana. The hero flew back from the blow of the whip. The system reported that 63% of mana remained. Hunwuk gritted his teeth, thinking that he was wasting a lot of mana on defense to drag out the fight until he spent all of his. Landing on one knee, the blue-haired thought that it seemed like he had carefully prepared and analyzed his weaknesses. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that there were other vampires, so he could not spend all his mana on him. The brunette laughed and asked what was going on. Finally realizing what situation he was in, let him try again to say that nonsense from before. Black whips flew towards the hero. Hunwuk shouted into the radio, calling Tiong. Something flashed behind the surprised brunette. A bright beam pierced his body. There were trees growing behind him. One of the hidden soldiers with a rifle said that Private Tiong was in touch. The shot was successful. Minyi, who was standing next to the sniper Tiong, said that their location might have been revealed by the shot, so they would move. The wounded vampire fell to one knee and screamed. The growth on his shoulder glowed red. An arrow was sticking out of the vampire's chest. Hunwuk was rapidly approaching with a spear. Frowning, he ordered the vampire to die, and he stabbed him in the chest with his spear. A bright glow appeared from the force of the blow. The hero stood next to the vampire impaled on a spear. Bending over, the brunette said that he was the chosen one. How come? Who is he? A rank? No, S rank. Hunwuk greedily pulled out the shiny thing from his body and said that he was on the verge of death and he was interested in him. Okay, he would tell him. The brunette's eyes widened in shock when he heard that he was an F rank. Information about the use of the ability Aura Holy Power appeared. Embraced by fire, the vampire screamed that this can't be true. He would not lose to an F rank. He burned with bright flames, screaming that this was a lie. There were red crystals on the ground. The system reported that he absorbed the mana reservoirs. Holding the red stones, Hunwuk said that considering the absorption time, he would eat half now and the rest later. The guy quickly ran forward, hearing that an army of skeletons was attacking the barracks in the second zone. With his cheeks stuffed with stones, he mumbled the order to report the situation. 2 soldiers looked at the hordes of zombies, saying that they could not be counted by their heads. Aiming, the sniper said that if this continued, he doubted that anyone would get out alive. Hunwuk resolutely ran forward. The skeleton in the helmet had glowing eyes. A passing car crashed into a crowd of monsters. The man behind the wheel said sullenly that he would grind them all into dust. Many skeletons approached the car. The man screamed in fear. The monsters attacked. One of the skeletons was holding a severed head. The brunette looked out the window, surprised to hear that they had even caught the platoon commander. The girls created fireballs, holding the monsters back, and someone reported to Sehi that they would not have enough mana without a celestial phantasm. The girl put out her hand, shouting that the monsters were breaking through. The brunette ran up, waving her hand, and told everyone to gather, not to shoot in an unknown direction, but to aim in one direction and destroy everyone there. Turning around, she asked what was wrong with the armor, was it ready yet? The blonde ran out and said that it seemed that the platoon commander had the keys to the warehouse. Sehi clenched her fists and said to knock down the door or melt it, the main thing is to make a passage. They have a chance to stay alive, let them not give up. The girl turned around and shouted that the skeletons were climbing the walls. The brunette clenched her fists, shouting that it was dangerous, let them move away from the windows. Hunwuk stopped nearby and thought, when they all just managed to approach, inside those barracks was the one he must save at any cost. Gritting his teeth, the guy quickly ran forward and mentally asked Sehi to survive. Behind the girl, the skeleton swung his sword. She looked at him in surprise. The monsters ran among the hills. A question was heard, should they open the gates in order? The man carried a stone totem and told Carol that if they hurried, everything would be finished quickly. She answered that there was hope for survival. The bald vampire with a beard asked in surprise, what was she talking about? Turning around, the blonde said that people are very cute when hope dies. A figure in a cloak and hat appeared next to him, saying that the entire infiltration squad had perished. The man looked at him in surprise and asked, all of them. They removed all communications and working cameras while dispersing the mana, and then arrived at the meeting place for the infiltration squad. The monster in the hat said that none of them had come. The bald man asked, didn't he say that the mountain army and the holy swordsmen were not here? The cloaked killer said that it was like that before the infiltration. The bearded man turned around and asked, was it about Yunha, the daughter of the commander of the holy knights? The monster replied that it was probably like that. They had to admit that she was stronger than they expected. Carol looked ahead and told the bald man to go down there and destroy the military command himself. Kangmok gritted his teeth angrily. He placed the totem on the ground, shouting that because of those fools, he would have to deal with all of this. A notification appeared that an evil gathering zone had been declared in this area. The stats and attributes of the dark, the healing power of the undead attribute, and the number of monsters coming out of the gate were increased. A purple portal appeared next to the totem. Kangmok looked at the girl and said that since that was the case, how about he try to create their own paladin? The blonde replied that she said to deal with the military command, not Yunha. Turning around, the bald man asked, in her opinion, is he like them? He only needs one hit to take them all down. The girl replied that she would take care of Yunha and the others. The purple foot stepped onto the ground. Red fire burst out of the monster's mouth. Many purple monsters came out of the portal. Carol smiled, saying that she wondered what kind of expression she would make when she fell into despair. Hunwuk looked at the monsters gathered near the building. He remembered Kangmok throwing people around and thought that if he remembered correctly, 2 vampires appeared in his past life. But considering that fanatic, he couldn't be sure that no one else would appear since he wasn't in his memories. The skeletons crowded around the building and crawled along the walls. The hero thought that in such a situation, even if countless vampires attacked the barracks in the second zone, he couldn't lose such an important person no matter what it took. Metal rods were torn out of the ground. Metal stakes flew forward. Hunwuk ran towards the skeletons. One of the monsters turned around. His body was pierced by a metal stake. The bones on his chest caught fire. Many weapons hit the skeletons' bodies. Surrounded by metal stakes, Hunwuk ran and mentally asked not to die. His projectiles flew forward. The guy stretched out his arms, controlling the power. He pointed many weapons at the monsters. The skeleton swung his sword at the brunette. She turned around in surprise. Green rays wrapped around the sword. A ghostly figure of a girl appeared next to Sehi. The brunette looked at him confidently and asked who gave him permission to enter the women's barracks, and without clothes. The ghostly figure hit the skeleton, throwing him out of the window. Hunwuk stopped, seeing him fall. Running forward, he asked, are they all okay? Many ghostly figures dealt with the skeletons. The hero said that he came to save. The brunette turned around while the hero was asking who was saving whom. Climbing through the window, the blue-haired man gasped and thought that she had exceeded all his expectations. He looked at the guy questioningly, thinking what the hell had come out of nowhere and was acting tough. In addition to being a spiritual mage, she had experience specializing in assassinations. The hero imagined the green monsters and thought that 5 years after the second wave, she would be sent on a mission to kill the Orc King. She would go down in history as a person who had faced a deadly fight with the Orc King. The crown was lying next to the monster's body. That's why when he officially took up his duties, they were apart. The girls looked at him in surprise, talking to each other. Is it him, Sergeant Hunwuk? The guy turned away embarrassedly while the girls were discussing him and asked, who is in charge? He adjusted the strap of her shirt and said that it looked like it. The blonde ran into the hallway and told her that the armory was open. Hunwuk waved his hand, shouting that he would barricade everything here, let them quickly go get weapons. The brunette asked, can he handle it alone? Considering the situation, he should. The hero turned to the skeletons and said that his mana was not infinite. They would not last long, let them hurry. He looked at the radio on his chest and heard that it was Private Junmo. The guy was standing on the bridge, saying that, as ordered, most of the barracks in the first zone were armed and evacuated. Hunwuk chuckled and said that he did a great job, and then heard that the commander went to the barracks in the second zone. A spark appeared in the crowd of skeletons. Hunwuk looked there in surprise. The girl with the shield ran, throwing skeletons. Yuna jumped into the window, noticing the hero. She looked at him in surprise and thought it was him again. Landing in the room, she asked if he had dealt with the vampire. He replied that he had. He saluted and said that the barracks personnel of the second zone would soon arm themselves. Hunwuk looked at the commander with displeasure. She looked at him and thought that first the barracks of the first zone, then the second. This guy had settled everything himself. The hero looked away. A notification appeared that an evil gathering zone had been declared in this area. The skeleton's eyes glowed red. The brunette was surprised. Yuna turned around and asked if this was a totem. Hunwuk grinned as he imagined the totem's shining eyes and thought that it was an item with devil medallions embedded in it. He needed to find it faster than others. Standing in front of the girl, he said that the vampire had not acted alone. Looking at him, the red-haired girl replied that she knew. It was unclear how they were using the monsters, but it was clearly an organized terrorist attack. The shield girl shouted for everyone to arm themselves and take defensive positions until reinforcements arrived. She resolutely approached Hunwuk and said that he would go with her to the command control room. He recoiled in surprise and asked again, should he go with her? There were armed soldiers in the underground bunker of the command control room. There was static on the screens and no signal. A blue magic seal appeared on the door. Then he frowned and told his comrade that if they managed to break through the door blocked by a double barrier, then someone whose level was higher than the orc was behind them. Once he entered, it would be risky to fight in such a small space. The veins on Hunwuk's face bulged. He said that as soon as the door opened, he would give the signal to blow him up along with him. He screamed, growing in size. The guy asked, is he crazy? Clutching the axe, the giant replied that if the door was broken down, they would have nothing to hope for. It would be difficult to deal with everyone, but he would stop that person even if it killed him. The door shattered from a punch. The guys covered their faces with their hands. Kangmok entered the room and asked, did they really set up barriers to survive? He looked at the blonde guy and asked, what is this? He looked at him tensely and thought, what a height, he is much taller than him, and he is a barbarian. He is scared, but he will not retreat. The stones on the bald guy's gloves glowed. He asked if he was really going to fight him. The answer was heard, no. Hunwuk swung his sword, rushed to attack and said that he was going to kill him. Hunwuk sat surrounded by waves of energy. Hunwuk standing next to him told the private to use mana control. The guy put his hands on his hips and told him not to mindlessly explode his mana, but to control it. The metal bat hovered next to the guy who said it wasn't easy. The blue-haired guy told him to stop laughing. Hunwuk cringed when he heard that his berserker form was falling faster each time because it was the only one he could use. The giant hung his head sullenly. Hunwuk hit him with the bat again and told him that he was also just throwing his mana at him to get it together. In the end, the guy was lying on the ground with his arms outstretched. The sun was rising from behind the trees. Words were heard that he had a question. Hunwuk turned around and asked what it was. Looking at him, the blonde asked if he faced an enemy stronger than him in a real fight, what should he do? He stood up after hearing himself think, of course. Hunwuk turned around and said in displeasure that he had run away, as befits a man like him. Hunwuk threw up his hands and said that he was not like that, no. The guy hit him on the shoulder, asking if he was arguing with him, and he agreed. The hero said that then he should not run away and fight the enemy. The fat man, opening his mouth, heard that he should act like a soldier and protect his comrades, and then they would protect him. In reality, Hunwuk was clutching an axe, thinking that he was scared, but he would not retreat. Kangmok snapped his fingers and asked if he was really going to fight him. The hero rushed to attack and answered that no, he was going to kill him. Then he extended his palm with a shining seal and told him that now, A bright circle glowed around the enemy. Through it, the heroes jumped out of the room. Kangmuk stopped in surprise. He grinned and asked what he was doing. Waves of energy emanated from Hunwuk. The barbarian began to grow, tearing the fabric, and shouted that it was too tight for a real fight. Black ribbons began to appear from Kangmuk's gloves. He asked, "So he is a fighter?" The guy gritted his teeth from the tension, thinking about mana control. This time he definitely needs to succeed. With a confident smile, he clutched the axe and thought that it worked. Now he was more than a vampire, and he thought that he could hold the power of a second-level berserker body. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought as Sergeant Hunwuk said. He ran towards the enemy, thinking that he would protect his comrades. The blow blew the man aside. The gray gate of the underground bunker of the 3rd and Anti-Monster Brigade of the 1st Battalion appeared. Hunwuk ran after the girl. He looked at her and thought that he should deal with the totem first. What was Yuna thinking if she was heading to the command center? An explosion around the corner made the heroes stop. They covered their faces from the dust. Kangmuk was holding the lying Hunwuk by the neck. The hero's eyes widened in shock. He called out to his comrade in surprise. The bloody boy called out to him and reminded him that he said he was not the type to run away. A fist landed on his face. The vampire was standing over him, telling him to stop talking. Yuna turned to him in anger and told him to stop. What did they all want? She looked at the boy in surprise when she heard him ask her to go to the command center. When he got there, tell him to give the order to find the totem and take immediate measures to eliminate it. Frowning angrily, the hero said that he would kill this man and join them later. The red-haired girl opened her mouth in surprise. Kangmuk looked at her and said that she was the daughter of the commander of the Holy Knights. He didn't plan to look for her himself, but she turned up anyway. Looking at the hero, Yuna said that it was good. Just let her not die, that was an order. The girl started to run, and the killer asked where she was going. Standing opposite, Hunwuk said that he never liked Hunwuk because he relied entirely on his strength. The monster asked what kind of nonsense he was suddenly talking about. A red glow appeared from the blow to the chest. The blue-haired man said that even such a guy fought to the death, listening to his words, so he was risking his life to avenge him. He used a mana reservoir. The reserve is spent to provide the caster with a clot of mana. Hunwuk rushed forward. Kangmuk grinned, daring him to attack. But the guy slipped between his legs, and, standing behind, he pointed a finger. The man turned around in surprise. Many metal stakes rushed towards him. An arrow was flying towards the man from behind. Hunwuk swung his spear and shouted, "Unlock." The movement caused a glow and a halo. The guy frowned and thought about the steel stakes. They all stuck into the bonds on the monster's back. The giant with red eyes asked, "Pathetic tricks, is that all he can do? In that case, he will be disappointed." Hunwuk covered himself with a steel hand from the blow of his leg, hearing that he wanted to take revenge on him. The guy flew back from the blow. He slid along the ground, stopping. He frowned to the side. There on the floor lay the body of his friend. Kangmuk rushed towards him, asking what he was looking at. The boy jumped. The monster's body crashed into the ceiling. Hunwuk looked up. The man with glowing eyes was approaching him, shouting. Was he going to keep dodging like a rat? He smashed the floor with his fist, but the hero managed to dodge. The monster caught up with the boy and shouted that he was caught. Hunwuk braced himself, making his arms steel. Kangmuk hit him, breaking the rocks. Surrounded by rubble, Hunwuk sighed. The force of the blow shattered the wall. The monster with red eyes asked, did he expect to kill him with a weapon with holy power? If he had nothing else, then stories of revenge were simply laughable. A sound was heard. The vampire heard it and asked what that sound was. Hunwuk answered that he was right, one weapon would not do. That was why he brought him here. He stood in the armory of the forbidden area of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade with various shining weapons and said that this indestructible roaring stream of weapons was for him. Kangmuk was surprised. The blue-haired man hit his chest using the mana reservoir. Blood flowed from the guy's mouth. He said that he would see what happened first, his victory or his death, and they would finish this. The skeletons ran towards the golden portal. Through it, they ran out into the street. The monsters looked surprised. Many held the portal and said that he was able to forcefully move some, but his strength was running out. They have little time, let them hurry. Putting out his palm, the guy asked the communications specialist to restore the communication channel. The rest should prepare for battle. They will attack. The guy took aim at the chair. Another one was positioned on the stairs. In front of the hero, a golden round portal flickered. Putting out his palm, Minnie screamed. The portal began to disappear, revealing the monsters. The guy jumped back in fear. The skeleton swung his sword at him. The red-haired man fearfully ordered to shoot. Suddenly, the girl cut the skeleton in half. Looking at the guy, she asked if he was okay. He recognized Lieutenant Yuna with relief. The monsters' bodies were burning with fire. Words were heard that they had destroyed all the skeletons that were in the control room. The guy was sitting on the floor opposite the girl. Looking at her, he thanked her and said that if the control room had been captured, they would have been finished. The guy standing at the table shouted to the squad leader that they had connected to the emergency communication channel and contacted the 3rd Battalion. The red-haired man ordered to quickly ask them for reinforcements. The guy's eyes widened. He turned around in amazement and said that they were talking, and their gates had opened. Many monsters had gathered at the 3rd Battalion. The heroes turned around in surprise. The dragons were destroying the multi-story building of the Blue Flower Guild. When they asked to contact her, they were told that they had also opened many gates. They asked to contact the 5th and 6th battalions. The soldiers were sitting at the screens, and words were heard that all units and guilds nearby had confirmed the appearance of gates on their territory. The guy looked at the screen in fear, saying that now everyone was asking each other for help. It was as if he was looking at hell. The heroes stared ahead in surprise. The guy in the cap said that they had received a video call. The battalion commander appeared on the screen. Kangseok held onto the earpiece and said that he was rushing back to the base, but it would take time. He asked for understanding. A helicopter was flying in the sky. The man on the screen demanded a situation report. Looking at it, Yuna exclaimed that many gates opened simultaneously in the camps and guilds, causing a disaster, probably due to the players from the villain groups. In addition, most of the officers from the higher-ups were missing. She assumed that they were killed. The man asked sullenly, "Is that all they know about the situation?" The red-haired girl closed her eyes and hesitantly confirmed. The man on the screen said that there were only 2 of them now. Is there any way to overcome the crisis? Yuna bit her lip tensely. There was static on the screen. Then he looked at the girl when she said that she had something to add. A sullen Kangseok ordered her to speak. Looking at the screen resolutely, she stated that it might sound unreasonable, but she proposed to hand over Sergeant Hunwuk temporary command. The red-haired man asked in shock, what was she talking about? The man crossed his arms and asked, why? Wasn't she the one who was always wary and suspicious of his actions? The green-eyed girl said firmly that his irrational behavior was usually alarming. It was still like that. Hunwuk hit his chest using the mana reservoir. Many weapons glowed. Standing in the armory room, the hero said that this indestructible roaring stream of weapons was for Kangbok. Axes and swords were shining in the armory of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade of the 1st Battalion's Forbidden Area. The monster with red eyes asked in surprise, how did he know his name? Blood flowed from the hero's mouth. He said that they would see what happened first, his victory or death. With the movement of his hand, the weapon rose, and then quickly flew towards the monster. Kangbok covered his eye with one of the black ribbons. Hundreds of knives and swords hit him. Sparks flew from them. The amount of mana is 87%. The red-eyed monster called him a fool and asked if that was all he had. He stamped his foot and said that he had worked hard to come up with such a thing. Surrounded by weapons, the monster said to attack with everything he had. His mana was at 72%. The guy stamped his foot. He clenched his teeth with zeal and extended his palms, surrounded by a blue glow. 66% mana. The swords continued to attack the villain. His armor began to gradually crumble. The vampire grinned and exclaimed how much fun he was having. Let him give more. All the fools who relied on their strength died a miserable death. 38% mana. The armor surrounding the man disappeared. Kangbok, striking the hero with a huge hand, said that he was just like his subordinate who contacted him, thinking that he was strong enough. Black debris flew around. The man stood in the rising dust. The spear, surrounded by a glow, flew forward. The vampire was surprised to see the hero jump up. 24% mana. Approaching from behind, Hunwuk asked sullenly, is this funny to him? The tip of the spear was sticking out from the monster's body. The girl's words were heard that after she carefully observed Hunwuk's inexplicable feats and strange actions. The glow was spreading from the spear. 2% mana. She continued that it seemed to her that he was a member of a guild whose goal was to destroy the organization or spy on them for another country. The guy chuckled, saying that he would also die, like everyone else who thought they were strong enough. Yuna said that now she was convinced. The hero stood next to the flaming monster. That he was not a spy, he was the first to rush to figure out the current situation. And also, Hunwuk looked at the tongues of flame. During the opening of the gate with the goblins and the unfortunate affair, when the red gate opened, the axe was approaching the hero. The girl continued that he, as if it was intended, was at the center of events and was the key to resolving them. The hero stood next to Wonsek's body. His strategies are not only effective, but also help save and protect others. Mana amount is 1%. Bending over, the blue-haired man apologized for not being able to protect him. Even if the bunker collapses, he will return and restore his body. Turning his head, the guy said that in this life, he will not survive alone. On the screen was an image of the heroes. The girl said that considering all aspects and summing up, she can say that she trusts Sergeant Hunwuk and considers him a worthy candidate for this position. Crossing his arms, Kangseok said that it sounds logical. He likes the idea. It is noteworthy that the person they need arrived just in time. The heroes turned around to see the guy coming in. The man on the screen said that he would be temporarily given command of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade of the 1st Battalion. Hunwuk asked, with his current authority, would he have access to the armory? The man answered, yes, would he be able to turn the situation in their favor? The hero clenched his fist. Looking forward with determination, he answered, yes, it was time to resist. The soldiers fired when they heard the command to fire at the defense line near the barracks in area number 1. Sanguk turned around and ordered to set up a magic circle. Bright magic seals appeared above the skeletons, and the command to strike with flames was heard. Waves of flame burned the monsters. More skeletons ran up to the burning bodies. The man looked at them in amazement and cursed, saying that they would never kill them all like this. The skeletons with a sword and shield ran forward. Many monsters with flaming circles were also near the barracks in area number 2. The skeletons ran into the building. The girls shot at them with machine guns, and words were heard that the second floor was occupied. Standing on the stairs, they shot at the monsters, and an order was heard to retreat. Sehi touched the girl's shoulder and told her to go higher, and she replied that the people on the second floor could not be saved. They could not hold out any longer. The brunette angrily slapped her hand on the railing. At the guard post, a guy cut the monsters with a knife. A bright trace was left from the movement of Yangjun's hand. The guys looked out from behind the shield, asking him if he was okay. The guy who bent down asked, did it look like he was okay? He looked at the new crowd of running monsters. The guy with glasses frowned, saying that because of the totems, they were hard to kill and kept appearing. He smiled predatorily, saying that he only found it amusing. Hunwuk stood in the control room bunker and told his comrades that individually, the skeletons and zombies that entered the barracks did not pose much of a threat. But the number with which they came out of the gate made their army similar in size to a division of 10-20,000 people. With a determined look, the blue-haired man said that if their number did not decrease, the main camp would eventually fall. Then he waved his hand, saying that there was no choice. They would have to establish a base in the bunker. The heroes turned around, surprised to hear that they could not. Hunwuk imagined how people in the past ran away from monsters, and said that if they ignored them, the monsters would become an army of death under the control of those who installed the totems. When they came down from the mountain, hundreds and thousands of people would die. The red-haired man asked solemnly, what should they do then? The blue-haired man turned to the assault squad leader and asked her to search for the totems with the guard post personnel. Yuna asked in surprise, what about the zombies? Looking at her with determination, Hunwuk said that they would open the guard post and gather the skeletons and zombies in one place. Then he threw up his hands and asked, is he crazy? Then they will definitely all be eaten. The guy smiled confidently and told the second squad leader that no, if they worked together, they would be the ones who would die, not them. The red-haired man pointed at himself in surprise and asked, with him. The wet Ingjun was holding the walkie-talkie and asked why he would refuse. The guy stood at the gate and said, to hell with the totems, how would he search the entire mountain? The mental Hunwuk from the past tiredly hit his forehead with his fist. The hero explained that he should not worry about it. The members of their squad were already surveying the mountain. The guys standing behind the shield shouted to the sergeant that they were advancing again. Hunwuk held the radio and said that command was on him now, let him follow orders. The guy with glasses shouted that he could not hear him. The guy looked ahead in confusion, thinking that he had already forgotten what a weirdo he was. Youngjun looked at the radio in surprise, hearing, and the whiskey was 21 years old. He broke into a sly smile and demanded 30 years. Hunwuk exhaled discontentedly and thought that now he was not at all serious. From the radio he heard, then or not. The guy with glasses was glad to hear agreement and exclaimed that he understood. He was moving out immediately. The metal doors were open. Yuna turned to the exit and said that she was heading to the meeting place then too. Turning to her, the hero said that he would join soon, but for now let him take care of his squad members. Looking at him, the red-haired girl asked not to worry, she did not plan to lose any more soldiers. The flying helicopter had a magic circle. Words about the broadcast from the command center were heard among the hills. The skeleton cut the man. Words were heard that all employees were ordered to stop the attack and go into the building. A group of people shot back at the monsters, exclaiming, everyone back to the bunker. Sanguk clutched his gun, hearing that the magicians should set up barriers and prepare for a clash, and asked why the reinforcements were not here yet. The men sitting at the screens heard zombies passing through the guard post. A crowd of monsters ran along the road. Words were heard that 200 meters to the barracks in the second zone. 100 meters. Zombies with glowing eyes ran forward. 50 meters. Skeletons and zombies reached the point. Crowds of zombies gathered on the road. An order was heard for everyone to get inside, for the magicians to set up barriers. Prepare for a clash. Zombies and skeletons turned around in surprise. Sehi looked at the huge crowds of monsters and asked, are they crazy? How can they defeat everyone with barriers alone? The girl stood in the room, hearing the order to control the air in the barracks to keep the wind speed below 3 meters per second. Surrounded by green whirlwinds, the girl asked, what is he up to? The guys stood at the shining circle in the arsenal of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade. The hero looked at the red-haired man, who was thinking, who is he? His maximum portal use area is 90 meters. Minhee created a golden portal on the floor. He thought that he did not even think about the fact that you can send things over a long distance. The quadcopter had a glowing portal, and the drone said it had passed 80 meters. The redhead looked at the guy pitifully, wondering how he knew better than him how to use his power. The drone was flying over the mountains, and the word said it had reached the maximum communication altitude of 1 kilometer, and the drone was being adjusted at its current altitude. The heroes stood next to a huge golden portal, and the guy said it was open to the maximum. A sword, controlled by Hunwuk's power, hovered above the portal. He decisively sent the sword down, saying he was about to launch the first strike. The blonde was surprised to see a beam ahead. Carol looked ahead in surprise. The sword pierced the skeleton's body from above. The blast wave scattered the monsters. A soldier standing nearby shouted that the first strike had hit its target. While aiming, he shouted that there was no room for error. Hunwuk hit his chest, using his mana reservoir. Resolutely, his brows furrowed, he thought, forward. From his power, many weapons floated above the portal. He used Steel Rain. Many swords flew down on the monsters. They tried to escape, but were struck. The heroes turned around, looking at this. Sehi and Sanguk were very surprised. Hunwuk put out his palms, controlling the weapons, and thought that now that he was in command. The vampire watched the Steel Rain. The guy thought that not a single person would die in the battle. The amazed blonde exclaimed that this was incredible. Minhee frowned at the hero. Hunwuk's blood flowed from the tension. He thought that no one else would die because of him. Surrounded by the glow, Sei heard the command center speak. She exclaimed in admiration that this guy was absolutely crazy. Among the many monsters, a few remained standing. An order was heard to evacuate the wounded and destroy the remaining monsters. He repeats, quickly evacuate the wounded and destroy the remaining monsters. Sanguk held the boy with the black eye and asked, is Hunwuk really that strong? Everyone turned to look at the burning building. Yunjun asked, is there an rank person in their battalion that he doesn't know about? Yuna, who was standing next to him, said that they doubt that his rank can explain it. Minhee sat by the portal, thinking that he used its ability and height to deliver a blow that exceeded the power of an rank over a huge area. The boy looked at the hero in surprise and thought that he was a real soldier. The red-haired man exclaimed when his comrade fell to one knee and asked, is he okay? Holding his chest, Hunwuk said that it was not the end yet, let him concentrate on preserving the portal. Minhee shouted in fear, saying that he was already at his limit too and would not last long. Looking down, the hero said that a little longer. He asked to endure. Carol stood with her hands in her pockets. She nervously chewed her nail. The figure behind her reported that Kangmok had gone to the command center but was not responding. The monsters had almost all been destroyed. The vampire in the hat asked if they should wait until the last gate opened. The blonde irritably told him to shut up and let her think. Imagining the battle, she thought that it was not the power of the King of the Mountain, the Holy Swordsman candidates, or the Holy Knight. They did not have any information about this person. With an attack on such an area, the blonde frowned, wondering if it was possible that he was a high rank like the military leaders. Carol turned around when the man in the hat called her. Looking at her, he said that there was a scout. The vampire was surprised. The guy behind the tree shuddered. The comrade disappeared into a black haze when she said that she had many questions that needed to be asked immediately. Let him bring him now. Energy surged from behind the tree. The guy held the radio and ran away. The monster circled around the guy like a haze, who shouted that the totem had been found, location 3-9. Hunwuk froze in surprise. Youngjun looked ahead in surprise. So did Yunha. The soldiers were also surprised. Hyunjin turned around, shouting that he was being chased. He doubted he could escape. He was surprised when a figure flew into him. The radio fell to the ground. Hunwuk held the radio, shouting to the command center to quickly send drones to the named location. The drone with the portal flew forward. The heroes froze in the forest. Yuna hurried Youngjun. The guy with glasses said that a second would be enough for him. He jumped, leaving a trail. The blonde stood on a dais. She raised her fingers, asking, so he was not alone. Hunwuk told the soldiers standing nearby that their position was exposed, raised their shields. She turned around, seeing the monster. A huge monster with red eyes raised his sword. She shouted, carefully. The monster attacked the soldiers. The guy held his blow with his shield and shouted that the enemy was detected. The shield shattered into pieces from the blow. The wounded soldier screamed. Yuna held the monster's attack with her shield. She clenched her teeth from the effort. Suddenly, the girl noticed a light on her hand. Streams of mana flew from the effort. The girl managed to throw the monster back. Turning around, she shouted to the soldiers to stay away from them. This is possessed armor. If they come too close, the place they touch will rot. The boy was holding his shoulder. A friend came up and asked Minty if he was okay. The first said that he seemed to have dislocated his shoulder. The second added that there were more of them. Huge monsters surrounded them. The guys looked at the monsters with glowing eyes and asked what they were going to do. Yuna's hair was fluttering from the glow. She shouted for everyone to stand behind her. Ghostly golden wings appeared. They rose high above the trees. A protective dome spread from the wings. The heroes stood under the dome, surrounded by monsters. They could not pass through it. More and more monsters surrounded the heroes. Hunwuk placed a shield on the ground, creating a holy dome. Jumping on the shield, she said that for 7 minutes they would receive the blessing of holy power inside the dome. If there was a chance during the fight, let them leave this place and start looking for totems. The guy shouted, "Aren't they too strong for her to handle alone? Are you sure you can stand it?" The girl declared that she alone would be enough. Her jump left a mark on the shield. Yuna jumped onto the monster's shoulder. Her sword shone brightly with holy light. She swung it and attacked the monster. Waves of light emanated. The bright attack smashed the monster's head into pieces. The second monster next to her raised his sword and struck it from top to bottom. Yuna, raising her hands, managed to jump off and jumped onto the body of the second monster. She clenched her teeth from the effort. The soldiers watched her. One asked if this was how holy knights usually fought. The second said he didn't know. He looked at the girl in surprise, saying that now he understood why Yuna was called a berserker when she drew her sword. The girl flew forward. Suddenly, she turned around in surprise and asked what was happening. The holy power suddenly disappeared. The monster pointed a huge sword at her. The girl touched it with her hand. The monster pushed her to the ground. The golden dome became smaller. The boys shouted that it was disappearing. Lying on the ground, Yuna leaned on her sword. A notification appeared that the curse was spreading. All holy power in this area would be suppressed. Carol stood on a tree, spreading green smoke. The red-haired girl looked at her in surprise. The blonde grimly said that she would finally see the face of the ignorant holy knight. Raising the radio to his mouth, the boy said that he was being chased, and he doubted that he could escape. Something knocked him down. The radio fell to the ground. The girl and the other soldiers looked into the forest. She ordered Injun to act quickly. Frowning, the boy replied that he would only need a second. So he rushed forward. Injun quickly moved through the forest. There were many trees in his path. In the distance, he noticed someone's silhouette. Injun smiled because he found it. Approaching, he swung his blade. He managed to cut off the attacker's arm. Hyunjin fell to the ground. Injun caught his comrade and saw a dark mark. He frowned, thinking that he felt like he had cut him during the blow. A moment later, there was nothing in front of him. The guy was surprised that the enemy simply disappeared into the darkness. Turning to Hyunjin, he asked him to wake up. After all, if he died, Hunwuk would not give him whiskey. He caught his comrade and dodged the attack. Smiling contentedly, he told the enemy that he was too slow. Then he jumped back from the attack. Suddenly, the enemy's spike appeared behind him. Looking at it, he noted that it began to keep up with him. Injun had to do a somersault. Landing on the ground, he saw the enemy appear. Looking at him with his dark eyes, the enemy asked, "Is he the candidate for the Holy Swordsman? Who was chosen for his sword speed and reflexes?" While covering Kyunjin, the man heard that the enemy now understood why the sabotage squad had been defeated. In front of him, everything was useless since he could not be pierced with a sword. Seeing the wound on Injun's body, the man noted that killing him would mean losing his powers. Stretching his hands forward, he offered to join them. Imagining the boy stabbing the blade into the ground, he said that if he obtained the power of a vampire, he would be able to climb to the top of the world. Injun's eyes widened in surprise. Squeezing his fingers, the man also offered to become a chosen one like himself. The boy opened his mouth wide, asking what kind of nonsense this was and wondering how he would compensate for the cost for Ranka. They looked at each other in silence. Then the enemy spread a dark fog, saying that simple words did not reach the boy, and used the earth of Akron. This purple fog swirled around Injun, and he noticed that the ground had softened. Lying unconscious, Kyunjin began to sink into it. Looking with his snake eye, the enemy said that his legs were trapped and the more he moved, the more he would be pulled down. Turning around and looking at his comrade, the guy thought about what to do with him, because it was very difficult to fight and carry him. The enemy moved behind Injun, asking if these were his last words. The ground swallowed his leg. The man attacked the guy. Then Injun intercepted the blade in his other hand. With a swing, he was able to cut off the enemy's hand, but new wounds appeared on Injun's body. The purple mist was pulling him in more and more. Injun continued to fight, and his swings left bright marks. Blood spurted from the wounds he received, and the enemy noted that this was a disgrace for a candidate of such a reputation for being a holy swordsman. His back was almost completely cut up. When the man rose above Injun, he asked if he was still aiming for his back. With his arms outstretched, he said that it was shameful for a swordsman to stab someone in the back and suggested that they fight face to face. Again, the two looked at each other in silence. Frowning, the enemy said that he couldn't believe that he had asked such a fool to join them. It was a disgrace. Kyunjin had almost completely disappeared underground. Smiling widely, Kyunjin noted that the enemy was no longer interested in them and thanked him for falling into the trap. Approaching and raising his blade, the man demanded that the boy stop bluffing, and noted that he was simply unlucky with his opponent. Youngjun's eyes widened, asking if he had been cut at the speed of light. Frowning, the enemy replied that this was starting to tire him out. He pointed the blades at Youngjun, telling him that he had no use for a madman and that he should just die. Seeing the blade approaching, the boy smiled. His body began to glow. Having acquired a bright glow, he dodged the blow and headed towards the enemy. His leg began to free itself from the ground, and it became completely free. Youngjun approached his enemy. His knife pierced the man's hand. With a bright swing, the hand was cut off. The next moment, bright marks from the boy's blade remained. The blade approached the vampire's mouth. Frowning, Youngjun struck. Leaves fell from the trees. The enemy was cut into pieces. A powerful release of energy occurred. Youngjun stood in front of the enemy's body. Looking at his knife, he said that he used a sword with divine power, so it hurt more, but it was not enough to finish him off. It looks like he will have to destroy the totem. The man, covered in blood, frowned, saying that this was just ridiculous and so unfair. Smiling widely, the guy leaned over, noting that he was very rude. How could he endure so much? Although it is not surprising, because he was cut many times at the speed of light. The vampire cursed with a pitiful expression. The knife in Youngjun's hand glowed again, and he said that he would clear the man's mouth. The vampire's body was covered in a bright light. In a moment, only red marks remained. Youngjun lay down on the ground and said that he was very hungry. If he increased his metabolism that much again, he would definitely die. A silhouette of a man with a dark green aura was visible in the sky. A new message appeared, saying that Gregory Azazel's curse was spreading. The vampire girl smiled widely, asking what kind of expression the Holy Knight would have when he died. The huge monster raised his sword above his head. Yuna opened her mouth in surprise. The monster almost struck her, but someone's attack knocked it down. A guy appeared from the portal. After landing, he slid along the ground. The blonde looked at him in surprise. Yuna was also surprised, as were the soldiers standing nearby. The stakes hung above Hunwuk, and he asked where the soldier she was chasing was. Frowning, the vampire wondered who he was. The boy clenched his teeth. Opening his mouth wide, he demanded to know where his squad member was. A barrier was hiding the group of people from the monsters. Looking at this, the blonde told the hero that it seemed like he did not realize what situation he was in. Instead of worrying about the dead, it would be better to worry about those nearby who could die at any moment. The monsters were approaching the barrier. Hunwuk frowned, seeing this. One of them raised his hand above his head. At that moment, stakes were flying towards him. The giant opened his mouth wide as they tried to hit him. Hunwuk, who controlled this weapon, turned to the squad leader. Jumping up, the girl struck him in the face. Another monster raised his sword. The soldiers standing below saw the blade approaching. The monster standing nearby changed its glow and struck. So this monster attacked the likes of him. The glowing blue stake struck. A new message appeared, saying that a new control power had been activated. Hunwuk opened his mouth in surprise after learning about the control power. A new window notified that when the new power was activated, the existing one would be destroyed. Blue lines appeared next to it. He shouted control. Dark smoke came out of the monster's face. A new notification about choosing control appeared. The monster's red glow changed to blue. Now he had decapitated his former ally. The soldiers looked at this in surprise. Yuna was also surprised. The blonde opened her eyes wide. Seeing the two monsters switch sides, she realized that it was him. He had ruined all her fun. Frowning, Hunwuk asked what fun. The vampire put her hands in her pockets, hearing that if she didn't want both her fangs torn out, then she should hand over a member of his squad. A dark mark appeared on Yuna's leg, but she pounced on one of the monsters again. Covering her mouth from laughter, the blonde asked, "Is that all a hero can do?" She was disappointed, considering how impressive his appearance was. Looking away, Hunwuk thought that it was too early. A bright trail was visible among the trees. The enemy monsters looked at it in surprise. Watching the huge monsters fight, she said that the area attack was quite impressive. So she was looking forward to his next move, but was stealing the ghost armor the best he could do. The vampire smiled, saying that he couldn't even use holy power, so what did Hunwuk expect with only 2 ghost armors? Seeing the bright light among the trees, the hero realized that now. He lowered his head, agreeing that it was difficult for him to do anything for now. The blonde smiled widely. Suddenly, an arrow appeared next to her. Putting his fingers in front of him, Hunwuk said that he would change the situation this way. A window with information about the item appeared. Dodging, the vampire rushed down, and then further along the forest. A new notification appeared, indicating that Gregory Azazel's curse effect was wearing off. Yuna glanced at her blade and saw that her holy power was returning. Kneeling down, Hunwuk asked the squad leader to deal with the remaining ghost armor and for the others to search for and destroy the totems as soon as possible. The soldiers took up their machine guns and replied that they understood the order. Yuna opened her mouth wide, telling Ratan to join forces with Youngjun and head out. Our hero frowned, hearing that Kyunjin's life depended on it and there was no time to waste. Hunwuk rushed forward. The arrow followed through the trees. Running away from it, the vampire thought that this was a very unusual arrow, and perhaps it was a fail note. The hero moved quickly through the forest. He gritted his teeth when he detected metal. He noticed the arrow ahead. Now a weapon appeared in his hand. The arrowhead approached the blonde. It was almost at her neck. The tip pierced the pendant. With the swing of the spear, a lot of blood came out of the vampire. Hunwuk demanded that his comrade be returned. He raised the spear. Even more blood came out of the blonde. The blade of the knife was surrounded by a stream of blood. The handle was surrounded by blue lines. Fire appeared around the vampire's pendant. The horns were getting bigger. After a moment, they increased in size. Hunwuk looked at her in surprise and attention. She said that she was disappointed. The blonde became a brunette and changed in appearance. The girl, surrounded by streams of blood, was outraged that she had to reveal her true form to someone like our hero. Hunwuk looked at the blood passing by. In the end, he was thrown back. There was a crack in the pendant, and the vampire could not believe that she fell for such an obvious trick. Holding the arrow in her hand, she was also outraged that Hunwuk did not find a better use for the fail note. Our hero coughed up blood. Looking at him, the girl asked if he was really the guy who had made an area attack at the level of the leader. Clenching his fist, he asked again, was it important now? If she told him where his comrade was, he would repeat what he had done. A magic circle appeared behind the vampire, and she said that it was incredibly important. She could not leave until she saw the despair on the face of the boy who had ruined her plans. A red web appeared around. The hero was surprised that this web, drinking blood, appeared out of nowhere. Between the vampire and our hero, there was a lot of web. Gritting his teeth, he looked at it, thinking that its coverage range exceeded what could be expected in a fight. It would cover the entire area. But he noticed that she mentioned her plans. Did they really plan all this? And what did they want? A magic circle and web were visible on the hill. Such webs covered the houses in the leadership quarter. The people inside were also covered in it. Their bodies were twisted inside out, and the room was covered in blood. One of the men had fangs. Towering over the hero, the vampire said that he would meet the one he was desperately looking for. The web stretched along the tunnel of the underground bunker. There, it covered the man lying on the ground. Looking at the vampire, the hero was surprised. She smiled ominously, saying that he would not be happy about this meeting because her subordinates killed everyone. Opening his mouth wide, Hunwuk demanded that this stop immediately. The brunette asked what was wrong. Wonsuk's eyes turned red and fangs appeared. If his comrades were so valuable to him, he would have to kill them with his own hands. Something flew out of the windows in the building of the leadership quarter. The vampires landed on the ground. In the distance, they saw a magic circle. In front of the fence of the entrance to the bunker, there were many corpses. Someone said to be careful with them, because they can attack if you don't deal with them properly. The guy covered his head with his hand and looked ahead in surprise. A little further away stood Wonsuk covered in blood. Pushing off, he rushed forward. Someone said to unblock. That's how I am. Hunwuk was going strong energy. Dodging the attack, the vampire asked if that was all he could do. Then she covered the ground with a new web. Our hero tried to cut it. He resisted, but the web became larger. Hunwuk looked behind him. The magic circle became larger, and the girl asked why the hero was sad. The people he missed were already coming. He couldn't let him die before they arrived, so he had to hold out. Forward and smiling, she also said that she was very curious how despair would be reflected on his face at the sight of dead comrades. Gritting his teeth, Hunwuk noted that the pressure was stronger than he expected. Seeing the crack on the pendant, the hero thought that by neutralizing Gregory Azazel's curse, he could use holy power again. A red notification window appeared that an evil gathering zone had been declared in this area. The totem buff was still in effect, increasing the vampire's power. Looking away, the hero realized that using holy power now was a waste of mana and there was only one way out. The vampire opened her eyes wide. A new window appeared with information about the mana reservoir item. When absorbed, mana is subject to an explosive boost. Hunwuk clenched his fist and a bright light appeared. He noted that the enemy had crossed the line first. A new notification about the Crown of Light and Darkness appeared. It gave the effect of quickly increasing resistance to the death attribute. A dark circle appeared above our hero's head, and he said that he would risk his life and cross the line too. Information about the ability to use the Aura of Darkness appeared. It grants 30% of the Crown's dark magic to certain equipment. Now the spear in Hunwuk's hand took on a dark purple glow. A new notification about the totem buff appeared. Under the influence of the evil gathering zone, the dark aura grew stronger. Frowning, the vampire asked where he got such a level of dark power. Opening his mouth wide, our hero told her to prepare herself, because he will absorb all her darkness and even more darkness. The girl carefully watched our hero's movements. There was an expression of displeasure on her face. Hunwuk clenched his fist, using his steel physique. The clothes began to tear, and his skin became metallic in color. Swinging, he brought the spear behind his back and then swung. A dark trail headed towards the vampire. She clenched her fangs, thinking that she could not believe that Hunwuk intentionally turned to the darkness attribute to use the totem buff. How great is his madness? Our hero showed his teeth again, happy that something was finally working. But his eyes began to darken. A new message notified that the enhanced dark power had exceeded the user's limit. Darkness appeared in his eyes. Was the totem stronger than he thought? He tried to pull himself together. A dark whirlpool was visible on the screen. Jun raised his head and, noticing a web, wondered what it was. He looked ahead in surprise. Several vampires surrounded him. He saw in them the familiar leader of the operation and other squad leaders. One of them had his hands covered in fire. Then he put Kyunjin on the ground, saying that he didn't like it either. Taking a knife in his hands, he noted that he made a deal with the current squad leader for expensive liquor, and it looked like he would have to kill them all to protect this guy. So Jun rushed to the attack. Running towards them, he asked for forgiveness and told them to rest in peace. Meanwhile, Hunwuk fired a volley of dark energy. This attack slightly grazed the vampire, after which she flew higher. Our hero's eyes began to glow brightly, and he said that he would kill her. Then the girl swung, noting that he couldn't even control himself. Darkness pierced him. Did he really think that she would let him defeat her? Hunwuk tore the web. Jumping up, he swung his spear. Frowning, the vampire called him crazy. She managed to dodge the attack. At that moment, Wonsuk appeared on top. Hunwuk blocked. The man continued to press on him with his axe. Wonsuk looked noticeably larger than our hero, but Hunwuk still managed to strike him. Pointing at him, the vampire said that he was already annoying. She would finish him and his comrade for the blow. The red web headed towards them. Jumping up, Hunwuk managed to dodge. Wonsuk looked at the hero above his head in confusion. He managed to grab the man's neck with his hand. Hunwuk aimed his spear at him. He imagined himself kneeling, asking what he was doing now, saying that he needed to pull himself together and pull himself together. Someone was shouting at him to pull himself together. Yuna was being consumed by the darkness, asking for help. Many other people clung to him, also asking for help. Hands were pulling him to the bottom. The hero was still holding onto Wonsuk's neck. It seemed that his eyes were starting to lose their glow. Then he let go of the man. A new notification appeared, saying that the user's despair and anger had exceeded the limit due to the dark power. The eyes glowed brightly again, and he screamed. A blue window congratulated him for fulfilling the special conditions to unlock the hidden attribute of the item. Hunwuk's entire body was engulfed in a bright light. Streams of blue energy rose from him upward. The vampire was watching him. A new message appeared about the demon metal. Opens when the user's dark power reaches its limit. The hero seemed to be engulfed in blue flames. The girl, confused, looked at him, noted that even she saw something like this for the first time, and decided that something was wrong. She was about to run away, but a bright trace cut off her leg. Hunwuk watched the wounded vampire. The spear returned to his hand. She, in despair, grabbed her wound. Our hero held his weapon tightly. Hunwuk imagined himself drowning, telling himself that he needed to pull himself together. Stretching his hand up, he thought that if he let himself be pulled in, the darkness would completely engulf him. Now he lowered his head, deciding that this could not be allowed. The magic circle above the vampire's head grew larger. Even more web, she said that she would tear the hero to pieces. The web covered everything around and approached Hunwuk. Surrounded by a bright aura, our hero moved forward. The red web lay on the crowns of the trees. With each passing second, it became more. The web around Hunwuk began to tear. Blue energy burst from the ground. The vampire clenched her fangs, being the one who burned her web. The hero pointed his finger at her. The vampire received a blow and began to fall down. The magic circle cracked. The swing of the spear left a bright mark. Hunwuk looked at her with his bright eyes. The blow left a wound on the girl's cheek, and she said that she could not physically suppress it. The soldiers saw clouds of dust in the distance. Turning to his comrades, one of them said that they needed to quickly find the totem. Looking around, he said that the commander and sergeant were risking their lives in battle, and they must do everything in their power. Walking along the forest, they found the totem. Approaching it, one of the soldiers was planting explosives on it. Turning to his comrade with a shield, he asked if he could hold out. The boy nodded, saying that everyone was risking their lives and he would hold on until the end. The soldier looked ahead. Later, the three of them stood behind the shield. They needed to gather their strength and break the totem. The knife rested against the explosives. The boy said that he would strengthen the holy sword with the holy current. One of them held a glowing hammer in his hands. The explosive force from the explosives attached to the shield would help break the totem, but if they could not withstand the shockwave, they would explode themselves. As they prepared themselves, a monster began to appear from the portal. The impact on the ground threw them aside. A giant head was coming out of the portal, so the monster was completely in front of them. It was taller than many trees in this forest. The boss monster was a huge ghost armor. Opening its mouth, it screamed. Hunwuk turned around and saw it. The vampire gritted her teeth, thinking that there was no choice and she would have to give up the buffs and break the totem. Looking at the hero surrounded by a bright aura, she realized that then they would not reach him either and he would come out of the berserk state and the rest would be dealt with by the huge ghost armor. The vampire rushed towards the monster. Jumping high, Hunwuk rushed after her. Opening her mouth wide, the vampire shouted for the huge ghost armor to break the totem. The monster clenched its huge teeth. He raised his giant axe above his head. The three soldiers looked at him in confusion. Looking behind her, the vampire saw Hunwuk. Having raised the arrow, energy began to gather at its tip. Streams of energy concentrated at the tip. The arrow flew forward with words for our hero not to approach it. Seeing the arrow, Hunwuk brought his spear behind his back. This is how he managed to dodge it. The arrow turned in the opposite direction. At that moment, Hunwuk quickly overtook the vampire. The girl noticed the arrow approaching. Hunwuk thrust his spear forward as the vampire turned completely towards the arrow flying towards her. Frowning, she was surprised that the hero threw a fail note at her. The arrow pierced her with a bright trace. The bright beam also disappeared into the monster. An explosion was heard in the forest. The soldiers tried to hold on to the totem. The vampire was sitting on the ground with a hole below her chest. The arrow was sticking out of Hunwuk's chest. Our hero calmly pulled it out. After approaching the girl, she called him a fool. Looking at him, the vampire said that she should have let her break the totem. He had just wasted his last chance to come out of the berserk state. Amiek grabbed her amulet. Tearing it off her neck, he heard that he would now turn into a monster who was forever thirsty to kill. His comrades, crying so loudly, would stop trying to get him back and kill him. When he raised the arrow, it would be interesting to see the expression on his face. But the next moment, the arrow pierced the vampire's body. It began to be consumed by blue flames. Smiling, she said that she would watch from hell and witness his hopeless demise. Hunwuk looked at her silently. Someone commanded fire. Purple circles spread from the forest all over the outskirts. 3 soldiers pulled Hunwuk out of the whirlpool. He opened his mouth wide. Now our hero stood surrounded by blue flames. The warriors managed to destroy the totem. A new message appeared stating that the evil gathering zone declared in this area was cancelled. Hunwuk asked again about his comrades turning their backs on him. The hero's skin became cracked. It returned to normal color and he said that they would risk their lives to save him, just as he did to them. Hunwuk became himself again. He had an amulet in his hand. He put it to his mouth and turned to the support squad and asked about the survivors. The soldiers at the destroyed totem replied that they had one wounded and asked if the sergeant was okay. Hunwuk smiled cheerfully. A new window appeared congratulating him for absorbing the fallen angel's relic. Moving his hand to the side, our hero noted that the key target had been destroyed. Now, his comrades should quickly go to the squad leader because the boss monster would soon awaken. Suddenly, blood began to flow from his mouth. He bent over, sitting on one knee. Remembering the past pain, he wondered if he had really overdone it. At that moment, a monster appeared from behind the trees. Rising from its place, the spear was aimed forward. Hunwuk grabbed it with his hand and demanded that the support squad evacuate everyone from the area. The hero held the weapon out in front of him when the monster attacked him. One of the soldiers ran towards him. Gritting his teeth, Hunwuk used the steel body, but a message appeared saying that the user's body was unable to withstand it and refused to use it. Our hero looked at this window in surprise. The monster's axe blade was getting closer and Hunwuk knew that he couldn't stop it. The soldier put his hand forward towards the sergeant. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. The axe struck the ground, causing rocks to fly off. A shockwave erupted from the forest. Opening one eye, the hero decided to take a look. The axe landed next to him. A giant cat pounced on the monster. It knocked it to the ground and grabbed its head. Then it tore it off. Hunwuk looked at this in surprise, as did the soldier. So did the other two. Opening its mouth, the beast screamed loudly. Someone jumped from a passing helicopter. The man landed on the ground with a thud, then stood up. Kangseok opened his mouth wide and asked if everyone was okay. The soldier was happy to see the battalion commander. Hunwuk held a spear in his hands. A new message appeared about defeating the boss monster, the huge ghost armor from the Evil Gathering Zone event. The eyes of the huge cat were shining brightly. The man looked around and noted that he was not too late. Bright lines were coming from the destroyed totem. Our hero raised his hand, catching his weapon. Kangseok said that he heard on the way here that he was given access to the battalion's armory. In Hunwuk's hand were a pair of medallions with skulls. Kangseok noted that he had moved everything from it along with himself. Our hero began to eat these medallions. It seemed that the battalion terror incident had been resolved for now, so the man wanted to hear a brief report. A new message appeared congratulating him on consuming the demon metals. Hunwuk put his feet together. Putting his hand to his head, he greeted Kangseok and said that the terrorist attack that affected the 1st Battalion of the 3rd Anti-Demon Brigade was planned by 5 players. Recalling the girl in the cell, he said that 4 of them were killed and 1 was captured. Yeonjun stood among the corpses. During the execution, most of the military leadership went missing. Yeonjun raised his head and wondered if this would be considered insubordination. Yuna stood among the defeated monsters. The casualties among the common soldiers still need to be counted. The girl frowned and looked away. It is expected that the battalion members will soon deal with all the remaining monsters. Bowing his head, Hunwuk also said that the battalion had successfully completed its anti-terrorist defense at 6:37 in the morning. The sun was rising, illuminating the city street. Kangseok smiled and told Hunwuk that his mission reports always contained exactly what he wanted to hear. A soldier sitting on the ground nearby yelled and asked if it was over. He looked up questioningly, saying that the sun should have risen by now. The guy pointed his finger at the sky, asking why it was dark. The man looked at Hunwuk and addressed him. Our hero bowed his head, saying that this time the other person would have to hear something he didn't like. Kangseok's mouth fell open in surprise. The dragons were breathing fire. Judging by the number of gates he had seen during his command in the outskirts of Seoul, the military was shooting at the monsters. It seemed that the terrorist attack and the events of the evil gathering zone were just the beginning. Many vehicles gathered at the entrance to the city. A satellite flew over the ground. Hunwuk noted that their real goal was to initiate the 4th wave that people feared. Imagining a huge dark dome, he said that the starting point for it was here in Seoul. The wave was the worst disaster presented in this game. The guy opened his mouth in shock. His comrades were also surprised. Gritting his teeth, Kangseok realized that their goal was different from the beginning. Pointing at the guys, he ordered them to return to the battalion and prepare to reassemble. Hunwuk would be in charge of this, but our hero was shaking violently. A new window notified him that he was in the middle of digesting the demon metal. Due to his physical condition, the pain would be difficult to bear, so Hunwuk fell to the ground. Looking at him, Kangseok asked if he was okay. The guy asked him to wake up, but our hero lay motionless. He remembered Yeonjun raising his hand and asking why he was so sure that the 5th wave would start in Singapore. The others were looking at the hero at the board intently. Looking at Yeonjun, he said that it was surprisingly simple. Imagining monsters in a destroyed city, he said that the first one happened in California. Imagining orcs, he noted that the second one was in Shanghai. He also remembered huge flowers, saying that the 3rd one was in Berlin. An explosion destroyed a building, and he noted that even the 4th one was in Seoul. Pointing at the board, he concluded that the common feature of the places where the waves happened was the frequency of high-level gates appearing in the surrounding areas 3 months before the wave. It was as if they were all gathering with stereotypes to appear at the same time. Ninhi, who was sitting on the box, admitted that they knew in advance where the wave would come from, and asked what happened next and what about the villains blocking the way. After all, they had almost no equipment and resources. Looking at him, our hero replied that it was true, the enemies were strong, and they were not armed with more powerful equipment. During the 4th wave, they managed to stop the mystic grade Nesteltane thanks to the sacrifices of many heroes. The fallen warriors lay near the glowing blade. Gritting his teeth, Hunwuk said that the villains were extremely difficult to defeat, as they could cause a disaster known as a wave. He introduced a girl with bright orbs, saying that for the people killed during it, they were given experience and rewards that made them stronger. He frowned and opened his mouth wide, saying that now everything would be different, because they knew where the next target was. The people opposite looked at Hunwuk attentively, who told them that instead of being toys in the hands of the enemy, they could prepare and repel the attack. Looking at everyone attentively, he said that this idea was a reason to act. We must protect the people from the villains. Many destroyed houses were visible. This is Hunwuk's past, the base of the army of the last resistance of humanity. Someone was walking in white shoes. The guy used their abilities, warning that they could shoot. Smiling widely, the man asked friend. Hunwuk turned around, hearing the girl asking what was going on. Yuna spread her hands, asking how he could bring a stranger at such a critical moment, because she asked him not to do this under any circumstances. Looking at her, our hero told her not to worry, he vouched for him. They need him. If he had not risked his life to find them, they would not have survived. Yuna involuntarily put her hands on her waist. Hunwuk smiled widely and greeted the man. Hearing Hunwuk thank him for coming, Gordon winked with a smile. 2 glasses hit each other. The red-haired girl laughed, saying that the orichalcone the man had sent them this time must have been hard to come by. Thanks to it, they were able to create something truly incredible. Gordon replied that he was glad it was useful. Raising his glass, he asked what exactly they had done. Bixial also raised her glass, asking why the man was interested in secret information. Gordon innocently held his hands out in front of him when he was asked if he was a villain, and replied that he was just curious. A spider was crawling along the web. With a glint in her eye, she looked at the man and said that she was just joking, because who would dare to think that their main investor was a villain? Winking, Beaxial admitted that she really wanted to tell him, but she couldn't. Moving his hand to the side, the man replied that he understood. Opening his eye, he looked at the others. Many people had gathered in the common room. Hunwuk was standing by the window. There was no one near him. Everyone turned around when someone said that he was a pathetic scumbag. Looking behind him, he saw Yingjun, who was saying that he was trying to make everyone's life better, but the commander was killing the mood by making them walk on tiptoe. Our hero opened his mouth in surprise. The guy looked into his eyes, asking if he was crying. Lowering his head, Hunwuk replied that the sight of joy reminded him of his lost comrades, so if only he knew how to become stronger, he could save them. Youngjun punched him in the shoulder, saying that it was a blow filled with the grievances of their fallen comrades. Then he put his hands behind his head, asking if it was possible to change the past or if he expected to go back in time like a hero from a comic book and change everything. Let him look at what he has achieved in the present. Minhee and the others looked at our hero with smiles. Youngjun noted that he saved them thanks to his abilities. If it weren't for him, the mages from the portal squad would have been blown up on the front lines. Beaxial drank from a bottle. The craftsmen from the blacksmith squad would have become slaves to the villains. The people behind Youngjun looked at them with a smile. The guy said that their casualty rate in the search party would not be 9%. Running his finger along his neck, he noted that they would all be dead. After saying these words, he looked closely at our hero. He lowered his eyes, saying that he was serious about the fact that if he had a chance to go back in time, he would want to save everyone. Seeing the destruction on the street, he said that every time he went on a new mission, he could not get those they lost out of his mind. Then Youngjun pointed his finger at him, saying that they fought knowing that they could die like them, and he was the one saving them all this time. Hunwuk looked at his comrade in confusion when he said that he needed to stop moping. Let him focus on his job as their squad leader. Yuna grabbed his ear when he was saying that the only thing they could do now was get some tasty booze, and asked why he was pestering the commander. The girl hovered over him, saying that their security squad wouldn't tolerate this, but the guy replied that he was just helping Hunwuk cheer up. The hero looked at her in confusion, asking if the guy couldn't see that she was only ruining his mood. The other comrades grabbed his arms and legs and took him away. She said that he drank his favorite rum. Turning to the others, Yuna asked them not to pay attention because that's just Youngjun. Putting her hands on Hunwuk's shoulder, she asked if he was okay. The guy replied that he shouldn't have. Putting her hands on her waist, she asked him again what he was talking about. After all, they were his protectors, their job was to protect him. Youngjun, who was being held down by the others, said that Yuna was being too protective of him, and if this continued, Hunwuk would become soft. The two people couldn't help but laugh. The others started laughing after him. Standing next to Minhee, Gordon said that they were very friendly. The guy said that they were. Putting on his hood, the man said that it was nice to see, although a little awkward. Two guys were looking at the billboard. One of them said that the shifts were mixed up, although he was waiting for his first chance to get drunk in a long time. The second guy spread his hands, saying that there were instant noodles in the food supplies, and offered to take them after his shift. The brunette noticed Gordon walking. The man passed them, and the guy asked where he was going. Gordon said that he had fulfilled his role here, and they could go and rest too. Something began to appear behind him. Two monsters killed the guys. The machine said that their role was also completed today. Several monsters rushed inside. Entering, they killed everyone. The frightened guy hid behind the wall. As the monster's claw was about to reach him, he shouted into the radio that there were intruders. An explosion thundered in the building. Yuna, Youngjun, Minhee, and Beaxial looked at it in surprise. Opening his mouth wide, Hunwuk ordered everyone to take their positions. Something pushed the people back. The monster with red eyes was covered in blood. Running down the corridor, Hunwuk ordered the important guest Gordon to be evacuated first, but Minhee replied that he was missing. Opening his eyes wide, the hero looked at his comrade. The iron shutters fell to the floor. Blocks C and A were closed. At the other entrance, the monsters rushed in. Blocks D and B are out of control. The guys tried to hold them back. Another one transmitted over the radio that they were moving as if they knew the layout of the building, and the defenders would not last long. Hunwuk gritted his teeth. Throwing up his hands, he ordered everyone to leave the base. He himself would hold off the enemy while the evacuation took place. A huge foot stepped on the ground. Looking back, the girl said that it was all very noisy. They could have just sent the leadership. An army of various monsters was advancing, and she wondered if it was really necessary to send them to destroy the enemy. Someone was sitting on the back of one of the monsters, and it was noted that this person was damn creepy. Turning around, Hunwuk heard the sound of a horn. Looking through binoculars, the guy said that it was a necromancer and he was target number 1. He also saw Hyena. Then he noticed a man in a gray coat and said that high-ranking villains had been spotted. With them was a man in a green cloak and a guy with a plague doctor mask. A group of people on the roof were trying to hold back the advancing army of villains. Hunwuk gritted his teeth again. He turned around, hearing that the search party was leaving with the portal party to the location of the first target, and demanded that they turn back. Jun and the others tried to get around the enemies. Moving forward, the boy said that the first target has been detected and even the leaders of the villains are here. If they miss this opportunity, they will have to wait for another wave. Putting his hand to the earpiece, our hero replied that they are not ready to use the Mowgli yet. Hunwuk ran out the window. Looking down, he said that if something goes wrong, everyone could die because of him. He tried to remove Jun's hand, saying that he is not mentally ready yet. But he opened his mouth wide, saying that when they joined the squad, they knew the risk and demanded to do everything he can. Hunwuk watched the events closely. Raising the radio to her mouth, Beaxiel reported that the underground workshop was reinforced so much that it can withstand even a meteorite strike. Looking at the huge object in front of her, the girl told Hunwuk not to worry and offered to end this hell with the crazy weapon she created. The army of monsters moved forward. Looking at them, Jun asked if our hero really wanted to regret the past even more. The two snakes were breathing pink fire. Hunwuk closed his eyes. He moved his hand to the side and ordered the blacksmith squad to stop the Mowgli and prepare to activate it. He ordered the search squad to protect the portal squad. Jun and Beaxiel smiled when they heard the order to evacuate as soon as possible after creating the portals. Our hero opened his mouth wide and declared that today, right here, they will eliminate the number one target, the Necromancer. Jun and Beaxiel frowned, saying that the order was accepted, and Minhee looked confused. Magic circles appeared under the quadcopters. The Necromancer was sitting on one of the monsters. The magic circles flew over the army. Jun and the others fought the monsters. The first and second points were captured. One of the monsters was struck by fire and lightning. The third and fourth points were also captured. The Necromancer raised his head. Standing in the workshop, Beaxiel heard a question asking if she was going to leave out the fact that the repair work was not finished. Raising her head, the girl said that it was true, but if she said so, Hunwuk would not have taken the one chance in life. A new window appeared stating that the metal control had exceeded its limit. Red dots appeared on Hunwuk's chest. He thought that if he made a mistake, he would kill his comrades with his own hands. The magic circles gathered into one big one. The Necromancer stood up from his throne. A sword of incredible size began to descend to the ground. Controlling it, Hunwuk hoped that this one blow would protect everyone. He put his hands forward. The Necromancer's mouth opened in surprise. The Mowgli sank into the ground. The mechanics checked various parameters. One of them reported that the prediction of the Mowgli's impact zone was complete, the other adjusted the setting before launch. Looking at her comrade, Beaxiel apologized for being such an incompetent craftsman, but he replied that it was an honor to be with her. In the center of the workshop, a huge sword was visible. It was reported that everything was ready. Beaxiel looked at it. Raising her head, she said that she was counting on Hunwuk to finish the job. Later, the army of villains scattered in different directions from the sword falling to the ground. Minhee and Jun covered their heads with their hands. A fireball rose into the sky. Hunwuk also covered himself with his hands. The sword caused incredible destruction. Dead monsters lay on the street. People came to their senses by touching the headphones in each squad. Turning around, Yuna said that all the members of the security squad were alive and dealing with the monsters. She and her comrade were on the roof, and Jun was trying to see something. He frowned and replied that the search party and the portal party had lost contact with 16% of the members and was investigating what had happened. Looking to the side, our hero tried to get an answer from the blacksmith party, but someone said that the Necromancer had survived. The Necromancer was surrounded by flames. He opened his mouth wide. Looking through his binoculars, the boy said that he was suffering from terrible wounds. Seeing this, Jun said that the meteorite had worked and the time had come. Opening his mouth, Hunwuk realized that this was his chance to completely destroy the Necromancer. He rushed forward with his weapon, ordering the security party to continue fighting and destroy the remaining monsters and villains. Yuna looked at him worriedly and asked where he was going alone. Walking forward, our hero replied that it would be difficult to deal with these monsters that had infiltrated the shelter. Help was needed. Luna gritted her teeth. She looked at the others, telling all members of the security party to join the fight. The boy asked where she was going. Looking at him, the girl replied that she would follow the leader of Hunwuk. Flying surrounded by weapons, our hero thought only that if he killed the Necromancer, that everything would end and finally freedom of humanity would be within reach. The destroyed houses circled with a glow. It was our hero who put his hands forward, controlling them. Parts of the houses rushed towards the Necromancer. He looked up in surprise. There was a rumble near the giant sword in the ground. Hunwuk was approaching him. Covered in blood, the Necromancer was lying on the ground. A bright glow appeared in that place. After that, Hunwuk landed there. Approaching the wounded Necromancer, Hunwuk said that they finally met each other. Taking one of the swords in his hand, he asked what kind of expression he had on his face. Is it really unfair? He killed tens of billions of people, so he shouldn't even talk about justice. The blood-stained necromancer held his hand out in front of him, trying to say something. But Hunwuk cut off his head, telling him not to try to justify himself. A trail of blood followed behind the severed head. Looking at this with surprise, the hero said that the number one target had been eliminated. Hearing this, Yunha looked away. Youngjun finally let go of Minhee's hand. The skeleton's empty eyes were shining brightly, but the glow in them was gone. All the monsters fell dead. The people cheered, saying that they had stopped moving. The villain in the green coat rose up. Looking at him, Injun said to concentrate the firepower on the remaining villains. Today is the day they will free humanity. Everyone pointed their weapons upward. From the magic circles, red energy rushed towards the villain. Hyena covered herself with her hands. Looking away, she said that they were annoying her and wondered what the frowning guy was doing. Many dragons appeared in the sky. One of them opened its mouth and screamed loudly. A new notification about soul loading appeared. This is a special ability of the necromancer activated after certain conditions are met. Hunwuk watched the approach of winged monsters. The window notified about 30%. Looking at the necromancer's body, he was surprised. The window showed 70%. The dragon landed on the ground. The message showed 99%. A connection was visible between the two people. Words were heard that they were one person. Red pupils were visible in the eyes. The message congratulated on downloading the soul by 100%. A man was walking next to the dragon. Trembling, Hunwuk saw them. The necromancer raised his hands, saying that there would be darkness. The skeleton's eyes glowed again. Monsters were rising from the ground. The message announced the announcement of the night of the necromancer's death. People were scared. Hunwuk called the necromancer a scumbag. He provoked the hero from the very beginning, just to lure him out. Smiling ominously, the monsters attacked the people. Even those monsters that were hit by the meteorite were recovering. The guy fell to the ground. The flames burned brightly in the dead man's eyes. Now the dead man was completely surrounded by fire. A column of fire rose into the sky. Hunwuk opened his eyes wide. Opening his mouth, he shouted for everyone to evacuate and flee without resistance. A system message notified of the use of absorption. The necromancer rushed forward. The enemy was about to catch up with Hunwuk. The hero covered himself with his hands, using the body enhancement transformation. The necromancer's blow hit his hands. Hunwuk was thrown back. The dragons burned everything around the sword. As he fell, our hero broke the wall with him. A message appeared about the use of absorption. A fireball appeared in front of the necromancer. He shot it at Hunwuk. The hero closed his eyes from the heat. Hiding behind the shield, Yuna told him to pull himself together and survive at all costs. He looked at her with fear and told her to run. The girl turned around, telling him that she was his shield and her first life was his. The necromancer looked at this with displeasure. The message notified that the ability of the absorbed player Hercules was being used. Thus, the head of the ghostly beast appeared. The sound wave threw Yuna and Hunwuk back. The girl lost her weapon. The villain jumped towards them, raising his hammer. He swung it and struck both of them. They landed in different places. Injun looked up and called out to Hunwuk, but someone's blade pierced him. The villain raised him on his spear. Jusiep laughed as he watched. He pierced Minnie with his branches. The insects rushed into the house. Yuna noticed them approaching. The girl couldn't open her other eye. The bugs crawled into her mouth. Hyena licked her lips. A red moon appeared in the sky. Holding a butterfly on her finger, she demanded that they stop mocking her because she didn't like to watch. Tears streamed down Hunwuk's face. Watching his comrades die, he asked them to run. Someone's footsteps were heard. The dragon burned people. Our hero asked them to survive. A figure in a white cloak stopped in front of Hunwuk. Even though his face was masked, he recognized Gordon. He opened his mouth wide, asking about betrayal. A powerful explosion was heard near the bodies. Looking at the rising fire, the man noted that the safe civilian zone was almost cleared. Crying, Hunwuk asked why Gordon did this. He also said that it was all his fault. He trusted and brought the man here. Looking at him with a snake eye, the man replied that it was not his fault because he simply lived as the system ordered. The street was filled with dead people. Ignorance did not allow him to understand that he was capable of becoming a villain. Smiling, Hunwuk said that no one could know that not monsters, but the players themselves would destroy humanity. Removing his mask, Gordon began to talk about the last hero of humanity, the Great Emperor of Steel. But looking at Hunwuk, he said that he was an F rank. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Gordon said that they, the chosen divine beings, judged humanity. Gritting his teeth, our hero noted that he was a villain, speaking like a deity. If only he had learned how to become stronger a year or even a day earlier, this would never have happened. Smiling widely, the man asked if he felt wrong. Gordon told his head not to consider it a shame even if he had learned about it earlier. A tear flowed from Hunwuk's eye. At that moment, a tall man with a hammer appeared behind him. Gordon noted that in the end, the fate of an incompetent F rank would remain the same. As he left, he said that this was exactly the end that suited a person like him. Before the hammer fell on his head, Hunwuk shouted Gordon's name. A drop fell to the ground. Now, our hero woke up in tears. He got out of bed. Junmo, who had fallen asleep next to him, raised his head. The others gathered around, asking if he was okay and why he was crying. Seeing the tears in his eyes, someone said that for such a heartless man to cry, something must be wrong with him. They wanted to know what hurt. Hunwuk turned away, saying that he simply saw a tragic future. Junmo and the others looked at him. Our hero looked at the glow through the window. Frowning, he said that this future would never happen again, the one he would change at any cost. A crowd gathered at the checkpoint into the city. Someone said that her daughter was there. A woman knelt in front of a soldier, asking for an exception and let her in, but he said that everyone else was forbidden. Even from afar, a huge dome was visible. Several silhouettes were visible on the screen. Someone said that they really needed to admit it. Several people gathered in front of the screens in the hall. They could not do anything. Agreeing, someone asked for the public's opinion. One of the men raised his hand, saying that they wanted to say that they needed to quickly prepare for the peace that would form after this war. Someone raised their hand and apologized. The girl with long hair clarified that they thought everyone would just have to abandon about 1 million civilians in the wave zone. But one of the people on the video link raised their hands, saying that was not what they meant. They couldn't go there, so what should they do? The man raised his finger, saying that they were suggesting that they make a choice and focus on the well-being of the entire country, which was not just saving the people in Seoul. The girl gritted her teeth and said that was a lot of words to say that their position was more important to them than people's lives. One of the people folded his arms, saying that they wanted to save Seoul, but they needed to figure out how to do it because there were no ways. The girl put her hands on her hips, saying that there should be several players from guilds inside the wave zone that they could contact. If they worked together, they could minimize the loss of civilians. The guy on the screen put his hand on the back of his head, asking if the players would listen to them in such a situation. Soyun frowned and said that they, as the Zumanar Guild, would provide a heroic item to each player who eliminated the destruction factor inside the wave zone, and legendary items to the most active players. The people on the video link looked indignant. They opened their mouths, and the girl said that she could not ask them to keep a low profile, hide in order to survive for the good of the guild and do nothing. She slammed her hand on the table and said that they would do everything to save even one more person, and asked if they were satisfied with this plan. Everyone involved remained silent. Sitting down in a chair, she was outraged that she had to buy a solution to the crisis in the country with money and called them idiots. There were many monster bodies lying on the street. The underground bunker of the 1st Battalion of the 3rd Anti-Demon Brigade. Someone greeted Hunwuk. The hero replied that he had business with the battalion commander. The two men stood opposite each other, and Kangseok asked if he was okay. Looking at him, the hero replied that he had a suggestion. Hunwuk introduced a woman with fangs, saying that he heard that a terrorist had been caught. But that was not the case, and he noted that she had disappeared. Putting his hand to his head, Kangseok called her a headache. Two soldiers stood by a magic circle. He said that the prison was built with mana stones and barriers that kept players in. Unless they were S rank, there was no chance of escaping. Hunwuk introduced people in uniform, when the interlocutor said that a villain was hiding among them. He then remembered the monsters on the city street, saying that he was now under attack. In addition, many criminal players, including suspected terrorists, were out of control. There were many people in closed spaces. These players were wandering around Seoul. Countless shelters were built to protect themselves from monsters. A man with fire in his hands killed everyone inside. These shelters will become more dangerous places because of them. Hunwuk frowned, noting that it was a reality that even their squad, which had taken the least damage, would need a long time to prepare for infiltration again. Kangseok smiled widely, asking what he was suggesting. Remembering his past self, our hero thought that this was to be expected from the battalion commander. He was waiting for these words. Frowning again, Hunwuk suggested forming a special unit to ensure the safety of civilians and stop the damage that occurred during the wave. Raising his eyebrows, the other man asked again about the special unit. A fire broke out in a large house. Kangseok placed his hands on his hips, saying that in a situation like this, he would need to appoint at least a couple of leaders. Would they follow Hunwuk's orders? He chuckled and looked away, saying that there was no need to worry about that. The military was examining the bodies. Someone said that they should take care of safety first. There might still be monsters here, so they should be careful. With his hands on his hips, Minhee asked Hunwuk if he was crazy. They were in the army, and there was a clear hierarchy. How could a soldier tell officers what to do? Our hero lowered his head and said that he also thought that was stupid. He was planning on hiring only soldiers, not officers, and mentioned the battalion commander. He imagined Kangseok pointing his finger at him, asking what kind of unit would there be that didn't have officers. Minhee looked confused when he heard the battalion commander yell at Hunwuk, saying that he should at least take the second platoon commander with him, whom he trusted the most. Our hero turned his head away in mockery, saying that he would just be an advisor, although it was a pity. The other man asked what exactly he was sorry about. Imagining his attack, Hunwuk asked if he could carry out an attack on a large area, destroying several scumbags without their help. Then he imagined himself standing behind Minhee, who was being cheered on by people, saying that such an attack would save civilians from disaster. The red-haired man happily put on the energy glove, saying that large guilds would fight for him. As he left, he said that his interlocutor was not interested, but Minhee stopped him, asking if he would be the red-haired man's advisor, then that would be a completely different matter. Our hero smiled widely. Someone from the magic circle said that it was necessary to create. Sehi held her hands above her head, saying that she was almost done serving, but for some reason she had to suffer. It would be better to relax and hide. She turned around, seeing Hunwuk, calling him annoying, but he said that she was taken to a special unit. Putting her hand to her ear, she asked again, saying that she could not hear. Then Hunwuk raised his thumb, said that he delivered the message, but the girl repeated again that she could not hear anything. Watching the hero leave, Sehi wondered what was going on. She had an ominous feeling that the last days of service would not go very well. Someone said that they did not want to. Jun hid under the bed, and Hunwuk said that he had not said anything yet. Wrapping himself in a blanket, the guy said that he did not care, and whatever he said, he was against. Hunwuk looked at him silently. Jun closed his eyes and noted that the other person knew what he had to go through for the 30th Valentine, despite the fact that he would soon be able to leave the service. And no matter what, he was against it. But the guy opened his eyes wide when he heard the question. Was it not he who cherished hopes when he was alone? And he also extended the dispatch schedule for a week, and sometimes 2, although 2 days would have been enough. Hunwuk looked under the bed with a smile, said that this is not all. And if the battalion commander finds out about this, then he can forget about the end of his service. His army life will never end. Then Jun crawled out from under the bed and threw off the blanket, asking what he had there. Meanwhile, Wonsuk looked at his reflection in the water, not understanding how this happened and why he was in such a state. He turned around, seeing the military who were looking for surviving monsters to kill them. This scared him very much. Taking a breath, he jumped high into the air. The moon illuminated a high hill. Raising his hands to his mouth, Hunwuk shouted Wonsuk's name. He recalled their past, thinking about how he had remained sane until the very end and saved him. But where did he go? Then he remembered Wonsuk kneeling, saying that he was not the type to run away. Looking up, Hunwuk noted that he was exactly like that, but he still needed to trust a little more this time. A red building stood against a green hill. The order was heard to gather at the Special Forces training ground. People in uniform were carrying boxes. There were no more supplies expected after leaving, and they had to make sure they took everything. Hunwuk looked at the girl in front of him in surprise. Putting his hand to his head, he greeted Yunha. Raising an eyebrow, he asked what was wrong. Looking down, the girl replied that she had been misjudging him all along. Hunwuk smiled, replying that it was okay. Putting her hands on her hips, she still said that this does not mean that she completely trusts him. Then our hero looked at her strangely, asking what she was doing all of a sudden. The girl opened her mouth wide, said that she would keep an eye on him, because she also decided to join the special squad. Hunwuk opened his eyes wide in surprise. He smiled again, saying that he was glad about it. Yuna also opened her eyes wide. A little embarrassed, she lowered her head, saying that she was also glad about it. Remembering his past life, our hero thought that now that Yuna had joined, all the reliable people were with him. Having returned in time for the first time, he tried not to interact with old comrades and squad members unless there was a need. Later, several military men gathered in front of Kangseok. It was reported that the special squad ultimately had 11 members and 3 drivers. Frowning, Kangseok interrupted him, saying that he did not like the name because it sounded improvised. Hunwuk thought that he could protect everyone this way. The guys were a little unhappy that they would now be called a steel company, but the future he remembered was gradually changing. He realized that it was only possible to overcome the challenges together. One of the team lowered his head. In order to stop the wave in Seoul and prevent a hopeless future, they needed everyone, not just one person. It was reported that they had been given the task of rescuing people and making mobile strikes on Seoul. The steel company finished its report. Hunwuk was covered in blood. He looked ahead in confusion. A little further were the monster paths. Using force, he pulled the red shard towards himself. A new message appeared about absorbing mana steel. After that, the amount of mana increased by 0.7%. Hunwuk noticed a crack in the ground. A moment later, something burst out of it. A claw passed near his face. It turned out to be a giant scorpion monster. It looked at the hero with its 3 pairs of eyes. A new window notified that the boss monster had appeared. Whoever entered the nest of the ruler of the land will become its prey. The boss raised its tail. Hunwuk smiled, asking if the enemy was aiming for the back of his head while he was catching his breath, but it was too obvious. The monster struck the ground. Dodging, our hero turned around. At that moment, the monster attacked again. His hand touched the enemy. Hunwuk climbed up the monster. A glow appeared at the tip of the spear. He rushed into the enemy's mouth. Frowning, the hero fell inside. The boss clenched his teeth. Saliva flowed down his fangs. Hunwuk fell deeper and deeper. Calling the boss an idiot, the hero noted that he knew that he would be swallowed. A smile appeared on his face. He was grateful for this since he would be able to deal with him faster. He used body enhancement to resist digestive acids and finish him off with one explosion. The skin cracked and the eye began to glow brightly when using the Tsar Bomb. The system notified that the body can take damage if control is lost. His clothes were torn. The monster's stomach swelled. A bright sphere tore it apart. The head split into two. Hunwuk looked at the remains of the boss. The system notified that he cleared the event gate alone. As a reward, the hero received a gold card. Holding it in his hands, he was glad to have it because it was worth the torment of the monster's foul breath. A question appeared whether he wanted to use it. When used, the card burned in his hand. A new window congratulated him on receiving a new ability through awakening the feature. He received metal bending. Now it is possible to change the shape of the metal under control. The hand became metallic and began to change its shape. A warning appeared that it is impossible to use body enhancement during metal bending. Hunwuk looked at the blades on his hands as if reminding himself of someone. He looked pleased with his new acquisition, so he decided that the preparation for the Soul War was complete. Then, with an almost mad smile, he looked at the remains of the enemy. Particles of red metal rushed towards him. An ominous smile appeared on his face. This has not happened for a long time, so he will enjoy the feast to the fullest. 1 week after the incident in Seoul, the city was still covered by a dark dome. A representative of the National Gate Response Headquarters addressed the citizens. He warned about the gate that closed all of Seoul. This is not a drill. All citizens must immediately evacuate to the nearest shelter. The warning was repeated again. The boy stood on the street, covering his face with his hands. Many monsters were running along it. The monster almost caught up with him. The child cried out of fear. Headlights appeared next to him. The truck hit this monster and several others. The soldiers got out of the back. The soldiers began to shoot them. The order was given to concentrate on blocking the street from which the monsters came. The confused boy raised his head. Smiling, the soldier asked if he was okay and said that there was nothing to be afraid of now. The child was glad about this. Then he frowned, repeating that they cannot go too far. One of the soldiers sat on his knee, surrounding himself with a bright light. The same light surrounded the monsters. A moment later, they were scattered across the street, so they were thrown up. The man watched as the monsters flew apart. He extended his hand to the rest of the people, asking who these soldiers were. Seihi's hands appeared to have blades. Minnie's palm appeared to have a magic circle, and it opened a portal. Seihi entered this portal. She came out on the other side and killed monsters. After inflicting fatal wounds, she rushed forward, but looked down, noting that her grandfather had deceived her again. She and our hero stood near the portal of monsters. The girl asked if he would really go there alone. Looking at him, she recalled his words about how he wanted to help her level up in exchange for distributing the blow. He replied that he would go first because he had a task and nothing could be done about it. Seihi was surprised and asked if something would happen to him while he was alone. Hunwuk smiled sweetly, asking her not to worry because he would return, because he was confident in himself. Now, as she continued to move forward, she called him a liar, thinking about how quickly he would return. Suddenly, she noticed something in front of her. A huge green monster struck the ground. Seihi landed on her feet, looking at the deep hole in confusion. The monster began to inhale air. The soldier looked at him in confusion. The monster released a strong stream of air. Seihi prepared to attack it, but the veins on her face bulged and she could not move. Her comrades also froze. One of the soldiers tried to reach for the child. Minhee stretched out his hand. The other monsters noticed this. They pounced on the soldiers again. Seihi saw them approaching, looking at the hand of one of them in horror. With his mouth wide open, Hunwuk used a metal bend. The green monster's head was cut off. Looking at his comrades, he told them to come to their senses and continue shooting. The soldiers really came to their senses. They opened fire on the monsters again. Some of them attacked someone, but Seihi managed to break free by covering herself in a bright light. She smiled because she was happy to see her grandfather. Metal spikes were sticking out of Hunwuk's hands. The girl noted that he was late. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. Her comrade was happy to see him. Minhee looked at him questioningly. One of the soldiers asked what happened to him. Our hero raised the metal balls and ordered the steel company to stay in position and attack, and he would support them. The red-haired guy himself could not understand what he was looking at. Hunwuk said that questions were forbidden. If they did not want him to finish them off before the monsters did, then let them attack. Without taking his eyes off, the soldier opened fire. The child looked at our hero and saw an elephant. Hunwuk helped his comrades by controlling the iron balls. Stars were visible in the sky. All the monsters were dead. Our hero zipped up his clothes. The green spirit laughed at Sehi. She waved her away with her hands, asking her to keep her comments about Hunwuk's nakedness to herself. She folded her arms over her chest and turned away. Our hero awkwardly placed his hand on the back of his head when Sehi pointed out that he said he would finish the mission himself. But what happened to his clothes? Not much to see, though. Hunwuk spread his hands in confusion. Sehi smiled, hearing that it was the cold. He coughed into his fist when one of his co-workers addressed him. The guy with the child came closer and asked what happened to his uniform and said that he had to leave this point because of the child. Hunwuk noticed something. He raised his hand, interrupting his comrade. Several people were hiding behind the wall, and he told them to come out. They answered, so as not to be misunderstood, they evacuated. Coming out with their hands raised, they said that they were unable to get into the shelter, so they were looking for another one. Frowning, Hunwuk asked again, how could they not get in? The child ran towards them, seeing his father. The man hugged the child. He extended his hand, and he was saved because he was already in despair. It was a great relief that they came across such soldiers. Frowning deeper, Hunwuk asked again, are you sure this is a relief? Several steel balls appeared near his face. The rest of the people looked at them in fear. A bright glow appeared near our hero's eye. He used an explosion. The steel ball on the civilian began to disintegrate. The people's heads exploded. The child opened his mouth in shock. The soldiers were very surprised. Sehi also opened her mouth, and someone asked if he was crazy. Our hero led the way and walked forward. He reached out to the child, then grabbed his clothes. Angrily, he said that he hated being attacked from behind, so it would be wise not to do it. Bringing a knife to the child's head, he added that it would be better if he didn't do it until he killed him. The rest of the people sat down on the ground and covered their heads with their hands. The soldier pointed his machine gun at Hunwuk, demanding that he let the child go, and ordered the others to do the same. The rest of the nervous ones did the same. Sehi also pointed her gun at the hero. Standing by the corpses of people, Hunwuk heard what kind of soldier would kill civilians, and again he was told to let the child go. Then he kicked the body of one of the dead. There was a red metal shard underneath, and Hunwuk said that these dead were not ordinary civilians. They were players who were walking while hiding weapons from the new world. Then he opened his eyes in surprise. The others raised their hands, saying that Hunwuk was right because they had kidnapped them, and, in general, these people had killed too. But the soldiers exchanged glances. Hunwuk demanded that the child stop pretending. He brought the knife closer to his head and said that they had not been there for a long time. Opening his mouth, the child replied that he had not. The boy frowned, his eye turned red, and he asked who Hunwuk was. A knife appeared in his hand, his leg began to change shape. The child had become a grown man. Sehi and Minhee looked at what was happening in confusion. Now this guy struck Hunwuk on the head. He frowned and clenched his teeth. Our hero's neck became steel. Sparks flew from the touch of the blade to his neck. Hunwuk said that they knew each other well. The guy looked at him in confusion. But, punching him in the face, our hero said that he had already defeated him in his past life. There was an iron sphere in this guy's mouth. He was chained to a pole. Hunwuk looked at him silently. The tied-up man had lost a couple of teeth, called Hunwuk crazy, demanding that he stop feeding him spheres. What kind of soldier would torture a man by forcing him to eat this? Then our hero placed one of the balls in his mouth. He swallowed it with pleasure, saying that he often ate them. If the prisoner continued, he would get used to their metallic taste. Tears appeared in the guy's eyes. He did not understand why our hero was eating them. Grabbing his mouth, he brought another ball to him, but he said that he would tell everything. He said the name Igti. Introducing a bald man with bloody hands, Hunwuk said that he killed all the guards in the shelter and captured it, after which he closed the passage so that no one could hide there. Frowning, the hero clarified, so he took refuge in a shelter. Remembering the wolf-like monsters, he noted that he had heard of a villain who destroyed the shelter and killed all the survivors there in order to conduct a magical experiment that would allow him to become much stronger. He imagined a beast with huge fangs, saying that it was the villain Renegade. In his past life, he was so careful that although he was not called a villain, no one knew what he looked like. Could it be that this is him now? Hunwuk held the prisoner's face as he said that in the end, some of his subordinates escaped, unable to bear his tyranny, and they were ordered to bring them back. He took the form of a child to get close to them, but frowning, Hunwuk called it a lie. He slammed his head against the wall, saying that there was another motive. The reason he went out of his way to kidnap them was because of his villain's mission. The mission log said to buy time until the erosion was complete before the end of the Soul Wave, kill 50 civilians, and meet the villain alliance after the erosion was complete. The hero squeezed his head tighter and asked if that was true. His eye glowed again and he used explosion. Something exploded in the prisoner's stomach. The soldier spread his hands in surprise when he heard about suicide. He asked who Igti was that the captured one would go so far for him. Hunwuk looked ahead when the other man asked if they should wait for Yuna to return, but he replied that they were busy, and considering how long it would take to rescue the lieutenant colonel and repair the hunter's armor, they wouldn't make it in time. The soldier's eyes widened and he noted that the villain had locked the hideout, so how would they open the passage on their own? Hunwuk smiled widely and looked away, saying that he had a way. The soldier's expression was surprised. Several soldiers were standing at the entrance to the subway, saying that they were the regular army of the Republic of Korea. They demanded that the door to the shelter be opened. Hunwuk pounded the door with his fist, saying that they had been informed of an illegal occupation of the shelter, which was a criminal offense that must be punished immediately. If they did not open the door, the military would use the master key to forcefully open it. The soldier put his hand on his face, wondering that the method was to lie about having the master key. Since they had locked themselves inside the shelter, it meant that they did not know what was happening outside. Smiling ominously, Hunwuk said that they had given enough time, and once he reported to his superiors, this situation would be considered an illegal occupation, and they would enter. It meant that they did not know that the regular army did not work as it should. The door to the shelter began to open. Sehi and the others were surprised. The man in the guard uniform looked at them, asking what was going on. Poking his head through the crack, our hero noted that the door was so thick that they wouldn't have heard him report that they were being taken over illegally. In front of him was a bald man in a guard uniform, who said that this was stupid and that they were carefully following the safety rules. Hunwuk and the others went inside. The people in the shelter looked at the soldiers passing by. The man noted that since the civilians were good at following orders, this shelter was a good example of how such structures should work. The bald man looked at the hero, who noted that no one cared that they came from outside, as if everyone was pretending to hide something. He smiled and said that it was a joke. The bald man looked at him in confusion. Hunwuk turned around, looking at his comrades. They looked at him. Our hero turned back to the man, who asked if this was the only squad sent to them or if there would be more. Smiling strangely, Hunwuk asked him again why he was asking. Did he really think he could give them a gift? The other man raised an eyebrow. Hunwuk waved his hand, saying that it was another joke. But if they were criminal players, it might work. The veins on the bald man's head bulged. He exclaimed that our hero was fine here. Was he really trying to probe him? But he claimed to be joking. Frowning, Hunwuk replied that the only one joking here was the other man. The hero noted the weapons in the hands of other people, saying that the room was full of armed players. Turning to his comrades, he ordered them to open fire. The soldiers shot everyone they saw. Some ran, trying to hide. Taking out his knife, Hunwuk turned to Igti, saying that if he wanted to deceive someone, he should start by choosing a security guard uniform that would fit him. The enemy was covered in stone armor. As he walked, he opened his mouth and called the hero a monkey, saying that he would make him shut up. Igti grabbed him with his stone hand. Igti appeared in the center of the hall, who pressed our hero against the wall. That head was completely covered in armor, and he asked if the hero would now be silent. Then he struck him with his head. But blood spurted out. Nailed to the wall, Hunwuk was covered in steel skin. Smiling widely, he said that Igti was stone and he was steel. The guy struck, after which people flew up. The stone man raised his hand and angrily shouted, "Filthy monkey, how can a soldier attack ordinary citizens?" The blue-haired man opened his mouth wide, frowned and asked, "Ordinary in emergency situations. It is the duty of the military to protect ordinary citizens from people like him." The man got angry, and in addition heard that he even killed the guards, so who is he trying to pretend to be? While people were shooting around, the guy asked where the real citizens were. The brute made a dash and shouted what he was talking about. The guy got angry and frowned. Then he struck from above. The stone man swung back. At that moment, he shouted, "Unlock." The stones flew in different directions. The blue-haired man stood at the entrance and asked that he attack the shelter to conduct experiments on living people. Clutching a spear in his hand, the enemy was indignant and asked what kind of heresy. "What are you talking about? What other experiments?" The monster spread his arms and said that there was no more space in the shelter, but people continued to come. Someone added that the stupid guards did not give a damn about the wave, but then they would have died of hunger much earlier. The stone man looked at the guy and said, "He's a player too, so he understands that it's a great loss for the country to lose people like them." The blue-haired man grinned. Unpleasant memories came to mind, after which he said that he once heard someone say the same thing. The interlocutor raised his hand and began to explain to the guy that they risk their lives every day, so in times like these they need to be treated more sensitively. Everything he did was based on pure and sober calculation. The sergeant interrupted him, saying, "Enough," after which the other looked at him and asked what. The guy began to attack and shouted, "He doesn't care that he's a renegade, he'll kick his ass first." He struck. Their fists barely collided, the stones flew apart. The stone man attacked the guy. Then he lifted him up and said that he underestimated him and he will have to realize where his place is. The monster grabbed the blue-haired man. He hung in the air. His face turned blue. The creature was going to hit the guy on the floor, telling him to die. The protagonist ended up on the floor. Stones were flying around. The stone one stood on his hands, leaning on the guy's shoulders. The train was moving along the rails. The protagonist, lying on the floor, smiled sarcastically and asked, "Is he done?" Then he thought, a metal bend. The guy used force towards his opponent. A notification appeared that it was impossible to use body enhancement while using metal bending. The battle continued. The young man thought about the steel physique. Then he made a dash and pounced on his opponent. Then he struck him in the head. The guy clenched his teeth and frowned angrily, using force. The stone suit crumbled, and, lying on the floor beaten, he asked to stop. Angry Hunwuk stood over the man. Then he opened his eyes wide and looked away. There were many people at the entrance who saw their fight. A frightened woman was holding a child in her arms and asking for help, saying that they did not see anything. The girl was very sick, and the brunette continued that they did everything they were told. The angry guy, looking at them, thought that this bastard had been starving people all this time. Then he stopped his gaze and continued his thought. Stop! It turns out he is not a renegade, it really is about rations. In his thoughts was why he tried to return the escapees. The blue-haired man watched as the bald man strangled the man who asked what he wanted from him. He also wanted to live. What was the problem? The guy saw the stone suit lying on the floor. The toothless man opened his mouth wide and told him to attack. The protagonist looked at him with disgust. Now he was absolutely sure that he was not a renegade. Continuing to hold the hostage, the bald man said that he did everything he said. He left him no choice. An unfinished scream was heard, a retreat. The man's head exploded and blood splashed. The guy opened his eyes very wide. Standing, he watched the whole situation. People were shocked by what they saw. The blue-haired man was angry, and behind him stood a crowd of people. The soldier was reporting to the chief, standing in front of him, that 21 players out of 32 who participated in the illegal takeover of the shelter were killed, 11 were injured, and they were taken into custody. The guy was standing in front of the main character when he asked what was wrong with his face. The soldier looked away and said that even though they were criminals, it was very difficult to kill them. While the employee was cleaning up the dead, they continued talking. The sergeant said that it would never be easier. Looking seriously at the guy and taking him by the shoulder, he continued that if they do nothing during such disasters, they will not be able to save powerless and innocent citizens, such is the duty of soldiers. The employee's eyes widened when he heard the command to gather. Someone asked for the chief to come out. He wanted to talk to him personally. The guy looked ahead and asked who was there. The brown-eyed man opened his eyes and mouth wide and said that he was a civilian representative. Then the blue-haired man was confused and asked again, "A representative?" Two men stood in front of him. One of them introduced himself as a member of Parliament Park Gilsang and added that he had an order regarding this shelter. Then the second said that he was Lee Hongjul from the Trade Association, and first he wanted to discuss the issue of distributing rations. The strangers began to shout and argue. Hunwuk watched them. One shouted that he was a member of Parliament, so he should listen to him, and the other said that he did not dare to utter a peep when the shelter was captured, so now he remembered his position. Chu Ti-yun, standing behind the protagonist, talked to the man and said that they would take care of it. The old man sat on the floor and said that they saved him, so he would not let them do this. Even though they were soldiers, it would not be easy for them to do this, and then asked for permission to do it himself. Then he raised his hands to his head, looked at the guy with fear, and said that what was important now was that there was something dangerous here. The interlocutor did not understand and asked again, "Dangerous?" The rails went into the darkness, and the old man continued to tell that he could not say a word because of Gong Ikti, but he heard that the sound of something similar to the breath of a beast was getting closer. The soldier looked at the man with horror in his eyes when he asked to quickly conduct an investigation, because he was afraid that something could happen. In the guy's thoughts there were guesses. Is it possible that there is a gate inside the shelter? The dispute between the representatives continued. Hongjul proposed to first choose a representative of the shelter, after which Gilsang objected, asking, he thinks what he is saying, because he is a member of parliament and should be a representative. The protagonist thought the renegade used Igti to instill fear, which allowed him to do whatever he wanted. Behind the scenes, the silhouettes of his rivals popped into his head. He continued the thought by saying that the puppet was dead. The protagonist stood angry while the men continued to yell and sort things out. After which he thought that while the military was here, the easiest way to take control of the shelter was to become its representative. Looking at the screaming Gilsang, a question appeared in his head, was it one of them? Then Hongjul screamed, and the guy continued to think that someone was manipulating people, remaining in the shadows. The blue-haired man bared his teeth, frowned, and thought that it was the renegade. After which he asked, "Bastard, where is he?" The bodies were in flasks with liquid. The dead were hanging on the wall. The dead man was floating in the liquid with a tube in his mouth. The old man dragged another corpse. Blood was dripping down the cart. A man was pushing a body on it. Then he turned around and looked back in fear. He saw a guy with black eyes and long fangs, who was grinning and holding a corpse in his arms. The man continued to look away. The stranger stared ahead. The old man was looking at the dead man lying on the floor. He was covered in blood. The blue-haired man came up to the employee from behind while he was in a stupor. The man turned around sharply and grabbed the guy by the throat. Then he said angrily, "Stupid bat, he told me not to touch what belongs to me." The vampire was sitting on the floor and begging for blood. Looking up, he continued to ask the old man to give him clean blood, not dirty blood. The man stood with his back to the guy. The bodies were floating in flasks with liquid. The gray-haired man looked at the test tube with liquid and said, "Fool, it's like drinking salt water to get rid of thirst." And the vampire said that the old man is crazy. Then he opened his mouth wide and shouted why it was necessary to drag these soldiers into the root cause of the erosion. The man smiled slyly and said that when it starts properly, what can they do? Instead of doing something himself, he simply chose a place for their graves. Thoughts flew through his head that he was the only one stupid here. Why did they lose then? It was all the fault of those same soldiers. The vampire angrily said that they were different. The old man slammed his hand on the table and asked him not to bother with inventing excuses. The guy clenched his teeth and said that the Ori failed because they were not fit for this. The man waved his hand and told him to take a look. Then he smiled slyly, picked up the flask and thought, the lives of everyone present here are in his hands. The brunette was sitting in the dining room and eating. Suddenly people came up, one of whom called out to him and asked how it was possible to hand out rations so thoughtlessly. It seemed that he was guided by personal hunger. The fat man was chewing his food and shouting at him to look at the children. How could he say that when they had been starving for days? And the plot noticed that before the rations were fully checked, the head of the trade association suddenly started handing them out to feed the civilians. Hongjul then looked at his colleague and asked if he was planning to control them using the rations like Igti did, to which he replied what kind of member of parliament did he take him for? How dare he make such accusations again? After which the plot noticed that, as befits a politician, the member of parliament made a rational remark, expressing his position. The protagonist looked ahead, frowned and thought that it would be wrong to consider one of them a renegade. The soldier held the package in his hand and turned to the sergeant. He looked at him trustingly and asked if they could also take the rations. After these words, the protagonist became angry and said, "No, there is someone behind Igti. He is deliberately hiding." Suddenly he decided to use poison. He continued to say that it would be impossible to defend this place if they fell, and asked if he still wanted to eat, to which he replied, "No." The man with the tray in his hands asked why they weren't eating freshly cooked rice. It was an old man. Smiling, he continued to say that the meat was finger-licking good, and told them to eat quickly. The blue-haired man extended his hand and replied that provisions were important during a disaster. They couldn't eat what was meant for civilians, they had dry rations. The soldier, his eyes wide open, held the bag in his hands. The protagonist pushed the tray away with his hand and said that the employee didn't have to worry. The old man got angry. He was still holding the food. When Hunwuk was called, he said to wait a little. Then he turned away and replied, "The sergeant is listening." He was told that they had already lowered him down here. In someone's thoughts, it was that the soldier was a bone-deep marrow. The gray man watched the guy go, and the soldier couldn't take his eyes off the food. It was still lying on the tray. The man turned to the guy in the helmet and asked if they had accepted anything about what he had said yesterday, to which he replied, yes, they were investigating, so the old man shouldn't worry. After which he smiled and replied, what a relief. The guy in the helmet and the protagonist were standing near an incomprehensible plant. One of the guys looked at them and said that such plants cannot be found on Earth and the temperature here is different. Then he looked up and added that it looks like this place appeared due to erosion, with which the protagonist agreed and replied that if they do not stop this, then, after which he fell silent. In his thoughts, moments emerged like after the first wave of California, like after the second wave in Shanghai, then he added out loud, and after the third in Berlin, Seoul can be flooded with monsters. The blue-haired man looked straight ahead in surprise when someone said that for now they should return to the squads, the sergeant and he will stay here. It was dark at the end of the tunnel, of all places. This is happening in it, what a failure. Steam was coming from the rails. The little girl was holding a glass in her hands and asked for more water. Pouring water into a glass, the man kept saying, of course, for which the girl thanked him. He thought that they were unlucky, let them try to stop this with their military discipline. With a smile on his face, the gray-haired man poured water for the girl. The plot noted that this gate was completely different from the usual ones. The main character and his assistant were standing among the plants. They looked at them, then the girl in the helmet asked the sergeant if they could handle it together, because if erosion led to this, then the gate there was a completely different level. He stood up and answered that it was obvious that there was nothing else. If a boss monster appeared, the complexity of the cause of the erosion would require the forces of the S group. The brunette opened her mouth wide and shouted that this was a suicide mission. Then they covered their faces with their hands when the portal sparkled. The guy smiled confidently and said that they could handle it. The plot reminded that of all places this was happening in a narrow tunnel. What a failure. The soldier opened his mouth and asked the leader why things were so bad, to which he replied in the negative, adding that it was a great stroke of luck for them. Then he grinned sarcastically and continued, only the monsters were unlucky. Scary creatures that looked like dragons began to crawl out of the portal. The girl looked at them with her eyes and mouth wide open. The monsters were becoming more and more numerous. Words were heard that since they had made a nest in the tunnel, they had only one way forward. While the monsters were advancing on the people, the protagonist said that they only had to protect the tunnel. The soldiers were ready to fight. Sei's call was heard. Magical bodies flew out towards the monsters, which were becoming more and more numerous. Green ghosts struck the monsters, and they fought back and bit back. Their claws were very long. The girl held crossed swords in front of her and asked how long they needed to hold out. The guy raised his hand, made a dash, and shouted that it was time to retreat little by little. The fight between the creatures continued. The dragons were stronger than the spirits. The soldier shouted loudly that this was not a retreat, they were just being pushed back. The scarecrows were getting closer. Plants were reaching for their paws. The monster took one step after another, and the plot noted that they were greatly affected by the erosion around them. The blue-haired one was angry, and the plot continued to explain that they needed erosion since it was coming out of the gate. The monster jumped. The story said that the moment they left the place absorbed by erosion, their defense would drop below average. Magic balls flew out of the boxes. The protagonist turned to the sergeant and told her to compress the air while he was spinning the balls so that later she could speed them up as much as possible. The guy controlled the balls with his hands and continued to say that they would defeat them in one go. The girl swung her swords in different directions. The monsters continued to fight the ghosts. The boy and girl's forces were aimed at the dragons. The protagonist bared his teeth and shouted, "Hey, frogs, do they know what a blender is? It will grind them into dust now." The balls and green magic connected. The guy shouted and controlled the forces. The girl helped him. Magical actions began to weaken the monsters. Blood oozed from the blows of the balls. The protagonist held his hands above his head and watched the confrontation. The plot noted that the cause of the erosion played into their hands this time. The guy was tense and did not lower his hands. In his thoughts there was only one thing. If they do not finish them off at the entrance, then they will end. And he continued that they need to be stopped. Hongjil stopped near the stairs, grabbed his stomach, and said that it was seething. What was wrong with it? He grimaced and his face turned pale. Normal teeth began to turn into fangs. He looked like a terrible beast. His fingernails became like a monster's. Suddenly, blood began to flow from his neck. A notification came, which said about a hidden task and 3 points. The wounded man was lying on the floor, and an old man stood above him, his fingers sparkling with magic and pointing at the beast. A new notification said about the completion of some mission. The gray-haired man frowned, raised his finger up and thought that the experiment was a complete success. Now it was time to change the location of the events and subjugate all of Seoul. Monsters began to emerge from the portal. It was glaring. There were more and more monsters. It was raining in the city. The head of the largest creature appeared from the gate. Its tongue was like a knot. The dragon burst out of the ground onto the street where there were people. They held their heads. Some began to run away. The monster rushed over the houses. The whole sky was in lightning. Soldiers with weapons stood on the roof and watched what was happening. Everyone was scared and stood with their mouths open. One of them thought that the boss monster that caused the erosion in his past life was incredibly huge. In the background of all this, he continued his thought by saying that there was even an earthquake warning back then when this creature used the power of its massive body to burst out of the ground to the surface. The guy was still controlling the balls and watching the portal. Dead creatures were lying on the floor. Suddenly, the gate activated. The soldiers looked at them, and at that moment, the blue-haired man said that the boss monster would appear soon, then ordered to compress the air again. The animal's muzzle crawled out of the hole. Then it roared angrily. The protagonist bared his teeth and thought that it was exerting pressure on a completely different level than how it felt from afar, but its roar was enough to make his body go numb. The girl was very scared. Tears appeared in her eyes. Then she opened her mouth and asked the sergeant if they could handle it alone, because he said that the S-group forces would be needed, to which he shouted that they could, because according to the information, this creature had released all of its power. Magic whirlwinds rose up, and the guy said that right above them, on the surface, at least they were out of range of its attacks. The tornado captured the cars. The thought continued that this root cause of erosion was a blessing bestowed upon them by the heavens. The monster looked terribly scary. The guy raised his hands up, balls hovering in the air in front of him. He shouted that he was relying on an assistant again, and added, "Use up all the remaining mana to the last drop." The girl opened her mouth and carefully crossed her swords. The protagonist put out his hands, controlling the force, and ordered her to make the wind as strong as possible, because if they could blow off its head, that would be the end. The forces knocked down the monsters. They attacked the boss monster. The protagonist opened his mouth and shouted, "Explosion." The monster tried to resist. The two were standing in the lab. The man smiled maliciously and said that the boss had appeared, the cause of the erosion. Now why not watch their dear soldiers die? The vampire opened his mouth and replied that he said that everything would be over when the boss monster appeared, so what should they watch? The gray-haired man turned to him and asked him why he thought they were exterminated, because they did not pay enough attention to detail. The guy with fangs bared his teeth when the man continued to say that due to ignorance, they believed that they could not be surpassed by someone whose rank was lower than S rank. It was this pride that led to their extinction, after which he added that he does not wear rose-colored glasses, ordered to close his mouth and follow him. A golden portal appeared. A soldier came out of it. He got into some room, after which he raised his weapon and said that Hunwuk is a scumbag. The soldier stood in front of the protagonist and asked if they would attack the cause of the erosion together, to which he replied positively. The guy continued to tell him to think better of it. It was the cause of the erosion. Even the red gates couldn't compare to it. The blue-haired man frowned and replied that that was why he said they were lucky. An incredibly narrow and cement tunnel and a boss monster that appeared in it that controlled the heavens and water. An incredibly rare and unprecedented opportunity. Until he reached the surface, he wouldn't be able to use even a tenth of his power. The servant listened attentively to the commander when he continued to say that that's why he wanted them to believe in them and do something else. The guy asked him again what he wanted from him. Looking at his colleague with impudence, the protagonist answered that they should find the hiding person who controlled Igti, because if he had something in mind, he probably had his own corner here. He continued to say that it was something like a laboratory. It was very likely to be closed or hidden by a magic circle that made it invisible. The soldier opened his mouth wide and asked what he should look for there. He should know, to which the main one answered him, an antidote. The plot noted that, judging by the way Igti died, he probably used some kind of poison that affects mana. The soldier was eavesdropping on the conversation. The guy in uniform asked what kind of poison. They were also poisoned, to which the blue-haired man asked him to speak more quietly. Then he frowned and said that if they found out about this, then not only their squad, but also civilians would be in danger. He and the sergeant would deal with the cause of the erosion, even if it cost them their lives. The guy looked at the boss in surprise as he continued to say that if they didn't find the antidote, everyone would die because they were the key to their operation. They had to find it. The soldier grinned, holding a machine gun in his hands, and replied that he didn't mind being the key. The employee walked forward with his hand outstretched. There was a golden hole in front of him. He was thinking about how to find at least something in this huge shelter. The sergeants were still fighting the boss monster. They looked ahead with their mouths open and thought that their blows were too slow. The monster was approaching them. Its pupils were narrowed. The monster opened its mouth slightly, in which there were many teeth. Then it opened it wide and released its tongues at the people. The tongues knocked them down. The protagonist swung his spear. Then he saw one tongue attacking him. The guy managed to slip out from under him and said that they had to defeat him at any cost before the northern part of Seoul turned into an uninhabited, destroyed area. Then he looked ahead angrily. The fight continued. The guy shouted that he would climb into his mouth. The colleague looked at him and replied that he had gone crazy. The dragon's body was on the other side of the portal. Volcanoes were erupting there, and the girl continued to say that she did not know what the protagonist had planned. But if he made a mistake, even if he defeated him, he would not be able to return back. The guy shouted back that he knew, but before the boss monster hid in another world, he would defeat it in one explosion. Tongues intertwined with magic, and the blue-haired man shouted for the assistant to use spirits to hold the monster's head level, then thought to himself about the steel physique. After which he raised his hands up, swung his spear, and continued that so far there has not been a single case where he would not risk his life. The protagonist went into the monster's mouth, after which he closed it. Green men attacked the dragon. They covered his entire head. The girl held the place crosswise. The spirits tried to open the monster's mouth. The sergeant opened her eyes wide and realized that she had reached her limit, after which the reconnaissance swords and the ghosts were still crawling on the monster's face. The girl opened her mouth wide and called Hunwuk. The door to the building was open. The assistant looked away, froze, and said that they had not planned it that way. The men stood and looked at her. One of them said that one had survived, to which the soldier asked who they were. The gray-haired man smiled, closed his eyes, and asked what she was doing. If she did not work, she would not get food. The vampire replied, not to command her just because he gave her tainted blood. Then she released her claws and said that she did not see that girl. It was good that those soldiers were not visible here. The old man opened one eye and said that they were stronger than he thought. Well, considering that the monster fought only with its head stuck in the gate, thinking that it had a hard time. The creature's muzzle was still sticking out of the portal. He opened his eyes. A blue beam burst out of his mouth. Everyone standing nearby was shocked. Blood splashed out of the dragon. A notification came that Takibai was defeated. Blood flew around. A hand came out from between the beast's teeth, and then Hunwuk appeared. He fell to the floor. The girl looked at him and said, "It can't be, is he naked again?" The guy started to get up. The vampire said that this laugh is familiar. He is here. The guy's eyes were glowing blue. The man was very angry and in bewilderment asked how is this possible? Someone shouted, "Hey!" The guy kept shouting that he was glad to see the face of the villain renegade. The monster moved forward. Hunwuk gave the order, the king of the bomb. The monster opened his eyes. Hunwuk continued to give the order, Sar bomb. A notification came that continued use of metal bending may affect the user's lifespan. The remaining stamina is 30%. He raised his hands with the blade up and thought to shut up and that he was on the verge of death because this damn blade is very gluttonous. The blade was glowing. The notification contained information that, having drunk the blood of the boss monster, the cloud blade began to fill with an unknown energy. At the moment it was 89%. As soon as it is filled with energy, its full potential will be released. The protagonist narrowed one eye and thought, why the stomach of this stupid Takibai is so strong. Let it finally explode. Sar bomb. After that, an explosion occurred. The vampire rose into the air next to the monster. She, horrified, said that she recognized this Smet and realized that he was here. The old man shouted that this is impossible. Hunwuk smiled sinisterly and said that he was glad to finally see the face of the renegade villain. A notification came with congratulations and information that they defeated Dakibai Daodao, which means the membrane spread and erosion speed have decreased. But in order to completely eliminate the cause of the erosion, they need to find and get rid of the core. The military who saw this notification doubted that it was possible for two people to defeat the boss monster. Another added that they would have led him to it if Sergeant Hunwuk was an S rank. After which he continued to reason that if this is true, then this place will soon turn into hell. People looked at this notification in surprise. More and more people flocked to him to read the notification. At this time, the military went up the escalator. An order was given for everyone to remain alert. Sehi was surprised that the protagonist was naked again. He rushed to the attack and shouted that now is not the time to worry about such trifles. The girl asked in surprise if he thought it was a small thing. Hunwuk raised his fist to punch and said that it was a small thing compared to the need to stop them. The vampire screamed in anger that she did not want to deal with them anymore. When she opened her mouth, fangs appeared. Hunwuk rushed at the vampire. He delivered a crushing blow. The old man tried to cover his face. Sehi looked surprised when she heard the order to deal with the vampire, and Kat learned that she was the one escaping from the army. The old man raised his hand to punch when the protagonist turned away to say that if everything was as the report said, then her compatibility with. The girl shouted at him to look ahead. The old man grabbed the protagonist by the face. He lifted him by the throat. He slammed him into the ground. The protagonist smiled evilly and asked if that was all he could do. The old man swung his other hand and asked if he really knew how to make his body steel. The protagonist grabbed the old man by the hand. The old man smiled evilly and offered to test how long he could hold out in this form. The girl prepared to attack. The vampire released her claws. At that moment, Sehi began to approach the vampire. The girl held out the blade and asked again about compatibility, after which she added that you should not start talking if you do not plan to finish, and also said to just attack. The vampire swung and said that she had no intention of getting involved with any of them and offered to finish quickly. Sehi looked at her angrily. Entering the room, the military saw people in capsules. One of them said that no one could have thought that they removed the reservoir and made a laboratory here. Liquid was pouring out of the pipes into a crack in the floor. Minhee angrily asked how long they had been pouring poison into the pipes, and it was unknown how many citizens had already been poisoned. They needed to find an antidote. There was a roar and loud exclamations. Minhee was looking for something on the table and was indignant that he should have left something behind. A monster crept up on him from behind. People were in test tubes. Monsters were crucified on the wall. The redhead said that, in fact, only corpses in test tubes remained here. The poison continued to flow into the pipe. The guy looked at the water tank in frustration. An arrow was flying. It flew towards the old man, but he dodged it. Hunwuk caught the arrow. The old man grinned and came to the conclusion that he could strike at both close and long range, and also began to provoke an attack. The protagonist looked at him angrily. The grandfather bared his teeth and asked if he was planning something. The protagonist angrily shouted that he was exhausted. Gray looked at him in amazement and said that he thought he knew how to use his brain at least a little, and then noted that it had been useless all this time. The heroes were preparing for a new fight, and the plot noted that in his past life, the renegade was so cautious and cunning that he never participated in a fight himself, but now there must be a reason why he was fighting with such aggression. The protagonist gritted his teeth. The old man seemed to want to buy time. The grandfather raised his hand up, concentrating his strength in his finger. A notification came about the use of devil breeding, and also that the time limit for figures hidden in the moonlight depends on the user's status. Gray frowned and said that even if he decided to use his head, as soon as all the refugees were under his control, his plan would be pointless. The protagonist swung his arm and said to forget about it. A girl with a child approached the man and asked if he was feeling bad. The people around him began to turn into monsters. The soldier gave the order to open fire and limit the civilians who had transformed. The soldiers opened fire on the monsters. They tried to protect themselves from the bullets with their paws. The soldiers continued to shoot. The monster swung at the woman and child. It was ready to strike, but it stopped and stared straight ahead, uncomprehending. Water poured out of the sprinkler heads. It poured onto the monster. Under the streams of water, it began to transform back into a human. The transformation continued. The soldier stood with a lit lighter in his hands. He watched the monsters transform back and came to the conclusion that Hunwuk had predicted everything correctly. The blue-haired man approached the soldier and said that he had most likely prepared a large amount of the antidote, to which the soldier doubted whether it was possible, because you had to be an idiot to poison people and make an antidote at the same time. The protagonist laughed and said that he had prepared well, and since this poison transforms people, he probably foresaw a situation in which he would not be able to control them. The soldier sank to the floor and concluded that he had filled the water tank with an antidote. The protagonist tried to strike with his sword, but the grandfather blocked it with his hand. After that, they landed on the ground. Gray received a notification that his power over the transformed was rapidly decreasing, and eventually he lost it. The man looked at it and did not understand anything. He stood with his back. Then he turned around, horror in his eyes, and asked how dare he ruin his plans. Hunwuk saw the notification. Then he looked at the old man with an ominous smile. The old man gritted his teeth. He raised his paw and swung. He said that Hunwuk had ruined everything for him. Did he really think he would get out of here alive? He impressed the hero into the wall, saying that his death would be painful. The old man held him by the throat and said that he would experiment on him until he asked to kill him, then he would keep his head and put it on display. After that, the old man looked towards the tunnel. Hunwuk tried to resist. A notification came that the cloud blade was filled with an unknown energy by 100%. The old man looked surprised. The next notification said that the true potential of the cloud blade was unlocked and it was transforming into the dark hand of the cloud monster. The blade glowed with blue flames. A new notification came with information about the item. Its name was the Dark Hand of the Cloud Master. If you absorb water, you can release a wet fog and a lightning attack. After using a certain amount of lightning, you need to recharge before using them again. The Dark Hand of the Cloud Master headed towards the old man. After that, it hit him, and he flew into the tunnel. He flew so fast that the wind rose. The blade returned to the protagonist's hands. The old man came back screaming. He shouted at him that he was a damn monkey and that he would make stuffed animals out of him and his comrades. The protagonist called him a blockhead and said that he was pretending to be a smart man with his plans and all that, but he was more like a blockhead, and it remained to be seen how long he could keep talking. He pointed the object at the old man and said that he would turn him into a stupid yapping dog. The vampire rushed to attack Sehi. She slammed the girl into the wall. She put her hand in front of her with the cold weapon in it. The vampire noticed that she was too slow. She swung her arm to strike, asking how they were alike. Sehi closed her eyes, expecting the blow. At that moment, the blade flew between them. They flew apart in different directions. After that, the vampire sank to the ground, and Sehi remained slammed into the wall. The vampire bared her teeth and said that this could not be. The vampire rushed forward, saying that she had to check. The girl was still in the wall of the tunnel. She excitedly shouted where she was going and asked to go back. The grandfather clenched his teeth. Then he smiled evilly. He stretched out his hand and shouted that he almost became a victim of his sharp tongue. But his mind allows him to see through him and he will not fall for his tricks. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and did not understand what he was talking about. The old man looked at the blue light in surprise. The guy was going to hit the grandfather on the head from behind, saying that he had a poor mind. He dealt a crushing blow, shouting, "Dark Hand of the Cloud Master, fall." The old man bent from the blow. Hunwuk was preparing to strike again. He landed and hit the ground with his blade. The grandfather was covered in blood from the blow. The protagonist again rushed at his opponent. He raised his hand to strike, shouting, "It's over, renegade." The guy looked at his hand. At that moment, an explosion occurred. The blade began to tear out of his hands. A notification came that he would not be able to withstand the power of the Dark Hand of the Cloud Master. He held the blade in his hands with difficulty, lamenting that he had fed him so much and he had to take the hint and immediately slow down, and he did not understand how the sergeant managed to cope with this wild beast. Grandfather enthusiastically shouted that he was a fool and took a weapon that was beyond his capabilities to bluff. A new notification said that the Song of the Moon from the Moon and the Wolf will emit a sound at a certain purity, and whoever hears this frequency will be drawn into the user's illusion zone. But the maximum number of people who can be drawn into the illusion zone is 1. The guy struggled with the power of the blade. Grandfather shouted that he was finished. He closed his eyes, and then he screamed shrilly. Hunwuk found himself knee-deep in water, and in front of him was a red moon. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Illusion." The protagonist took one foot out of the water and thought that something was wrong, and he smelled blood. This is not just an illusion. He stood near the old man's hand, who angrily said that his mistake made him laugh. The art of illusion can directly control the brain. He will not be able to distinguish reality from illusion. His brain is like in a barrel. The old man's two hands were rapidly approaching the protagonist, and he screamed, "Die in complete despair, trapped in an illusion." The hand rose from the thickness of the water. The bloody monster screamed that he would never be able to get out of the clutches of his perfect technique on his own. This death would be too luxurious for such a fool who ruined his plans. The hand, half clenched into a fist, rose above the water. The protagonist, being in the fist, asked all the techniques to match you, and he will never be able to get out of his perfect technique despite the fact that it is possible. The power burst out of the grandfather's bag. A notification came with new information about the item fail note. Tristan, its effect is to track the target and break through to it no matter what. Blood gushed from the old man's mouth. He grabbed his head and crouched down. He bewilderedly lamented that his perfect plans in Illusion Zone were all in vain. It was impossible that his brilliant, incredible plans and techniques were so easily destroyed. The guy put out his hand, concentrated the power in it, and asked him not to talk nonsense, because he was a coward hiding behind plans in order to survive. The old man grabbed his throat and threatened to cut out his tongue. A new notification came that the simultaneous use of the Dark Hand of the Cloud Master and the Spear of Achilles are incompatible, and their simultaneous forced use does not guarantee the preservation of the user's life. The protagonist looked at him with a grin and said that if he cared about his life, he would not have gone back in time. The old man screamed shrilly, asking if he wanted to risk his life to kill him, and then asked him in bewilderment if he ever stopped to think about his actions. The protagonist grinned and said that he had done so much of this in his past life, he had done everything to survive at any cost, but everyone had died anyway. That was what a coward's plans led to. The fear of death was weakness. He rushed into the attack, ordering an attack. He, attacking the old man, offered him to die together. The old man only recoiled in horror. The protagonist used the force of two weapons on him and was pierced by their force. He looked at the old man's head. Gritting his teeth, he muttered that the coward had become a madman, but he was the one who had turned him into one. The girl was flying over the night city. The vampire was flying and lamenting that she knew she shouldn't mess with those soldiers. She saw the explosion, after which she was very surprised. She remembered the look in the protagonist's eyes and thought that he had looked back at her and laughed when he had started that suicidal attack, that he was from a special squad full of psychopaths. The vampire ran quickly. She ran around the corner and stopped to catch her breath. She breathed deeply and thought that because of the tainted blood she had to drink, her body was quickly weakening. She needed fresh blood. Not far from her, she saw a man walking. She grinned and thought that he was some kind of pathetic loser. She rose into the air and hovered above the man. She landed on the ground, but she got hit from behind. A sword was put to her neck, and she thought that she was sure that he was defenseless. She did not even have time to see anything. She heard a question in Japanese from behind. Do you attack from behind because there is no honor of a warrior? Is she strong? The girl looked down on her, saying that if so, she will die here. The military led by Hunwuk stood by the pink stone. It fell apart into small pieces. A notification came that they destroyed the core. The destroyed areas where the source of erosion was located were neutralized. All players who participated in the elimination of the source of erosion will be awarded experience points. The areas subjected to erosion will be turned into otherworldly magic stones. Pink stones flew in different directions. One of the soldiers asked if everything was over. Hunwuk said that it was time to receive rewards. All the soldiers received notifications about the accrual of experience points. The soldier clutched his face and rejoiced that he was now level 30, and the other was rejoicing at level 33. Golden wings descended upon the soldiers, and the soldiers asked if they could obtain C rank or B rank. The wings descended upon the soldiers. They rejoiced that their bodies were suddenly overflowing with energy. They received a new notification congratulating them and informing them that their holy power would be increased by 5 times, and their recovery would be increased by 2 times. Hunwuk shouted that with their current levels, they were now comparable to the commanders of the VSBM squads. From now on, whenever they eliminated the sources of erosion during the waves in Seoul, they would become stronger faster than anyone else. The soldiers looked at each other in surprise, and the guy continued that he promised this. When the waves came to an end, he would make each of them strong enough to become aces of the squad or the entire battalion. The military were happy, and the protagonist asked them to survive. Junmo stood aside sadly, but he straightened up abruptly, hearing the order to raise his head. Hunwuk ordered him not to be upset because he could not raise his level, and also promised to make him stronger than the others, and asked if he believed him. Junmo in response shouted that he believed him. The protagonist looked at him intently. A huge sword broke through the roof of the tunnel. The soldier tried to cover himself with his hand from the flying fragments. The sword continued to fall, and the guys asked if this was a capital column. The military stood with their mouths open. One of them suggested what it was. Hunwuk leaned on the object, confirmed that it was a sword, but it was unusual. They would not be able to swing it. A notification came with information about the object. It was a fragment of Moglai. The man climbed up, and the plot noted that it was the famous symbol, thanks to which he received the nickname of the Great Steel Emperor. The protagonist stood. He risked his life to collect these 13 sword fragments and bring them to the blacksmith, who combined them into a legendary sword, but a lot of time has passed since then. The notice said that the mass of the Moglai fragment was sealed. The protagonist raised the sword with his own power, after which he grinned and clenched his hand into a fist. He turned to the military with a request to quickly sort everything out and head to the next place, because there is little time, so they need to take as much as they can with them. The military looked around after the phrase that there is expensive magic ore everywhere. Greenhouse rushed straight to them, suggesting that this place is probably a mine, and also that for this money you can buy a good guild. Sehi stood in the corridor with her hand on her heart. The protagonist asked if she was okay. Turning to him, she replied that everything is fine and the wounds will heal quickly, after which she asked about his words about compatibility with the vampire. The protagonist replied that she had a very obvious way to win. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked again. A jagged wound was visible on her shoulder. The guy smiled sweetly and concluded that she was puzzled by the battle with players after the battles with monsters. The outcome of the battle does not depend on ranks and compatibility, and then offered to catch up with the vampire. Guiltily lowering her head, the girl admitted that she had missed her and she had immediately hidden, and they would hardly be able to find her during the disaster, but the guy said not to worry about it. The vampire looked at the explosion. She was very surprised. A small object was flying. It flew into her pocket. The guy said that before she escaped, he installed a chip on her. The protagonist turned his head and said that he did not know the exact location, but he could tell in which direction to look, and if they went now, they would have time to catch her before the end of the wave, if she was alive. The vampire, kneeling, thought why she was not finished off right away, but this was her chance. She released her claws, thinking that she would strike at the head. The man said in Japanese that if she was strong, she would die here. Swinging, the vampire asked him what he was talking about. She made a strike, but there was no one nearby. The vampire jerked forward. Another man swung his sword in the air. The vampire tried to dodge. She looked at all this in horror. Rocks began to fall around her. She did not understand what happened and thought that he cut the building, and she did not even have time to do anything. The guy said that he simply directed the energy of his sword in all the directions in which she could retreat, but it seemed that at her level it was impossible to see it. The buildings began to fall one after another. The guy began to move. He approached the vampire and said that she should thank her weakness. The vampire opened her eyes wide in surprise. She silently watched the guy leaving, and he said that a real warrior does not raise a hand against the weak. The vampire fell tiredly to the ground, and she screamed furiously, "Where do such madmen come from?" The ball was in the water. New information came in. Golem corpses are walking through the Donjek district. An order was given to contact an unknown player. Many people were sitting in the command center. Orders were given to contact the players. The girl stood behind the glass and watched the actions of the employees. Shouts were heard that the connection with the magician number 51 was interrupted. It looks like they were attacked. She thought that this was rare. She bit her finger and thought that players who get into battle alone think only about their own survival. It was Kang So-yoon, a representative of the Zumanar Guild, a top 4 player in South Korea. She thought angrily that they needed a key player, someone who would unite other players during the wave. At that moment, an employee rushed in and said that they had received information that the source of erosion in the Dongdaemun area had been destroyed by players. She turned around and asked in surprise who exactly, what guild he was from, who their leader was, what rank he was. The guy looked at the screen and reported that this was the 3rd Adamantium Brigade of the 1st Battalion, but he saw a small special squad there, and then he added in a trembling voice that their commander was an F-rank sergeant. So-yoon put her hands on her hips, asking how it could be an F-rank sergeant. Did he not understand how important the reliability of information is in times like these? The man, entering them, asked why she was angry, because given the situation, it is clear that low-ranking trash will be scurrying around everywhere. The girl looked at the man with disdain and asked what he wanted, because she thought he left Korea. Baekjun countered, saying that he simply did not interfere in a situation where there were no alternatives. The girl smiled, and the man continued. One of the guild's task forces had dealt with the gate and was now receiving supplies. After they were done, they would go to scout out the situation and the source of the erosion. Baekjun continued with a grin that this squad had quite skilled players. Their commander was in a rank, and with him they would be able to unite the players and save the people of Seoul, and this sounded like a worthy countermeasure and suggested trusting Commander Chu Kyu-young. Steam was coming out of the monster. The man stood with one hand on his waist. It was Commander Chu Kyu-young. He heard a message that they were surrounded by civilians and said that they would go with them. The military tried to stop the people, asking them to follow them to the nearest shelter. The man looked angrily and asked what they were counting on. The people looked up in fear and heard a proposal to end this. Orcs attacked the military. The man gave the order to kill them all so that no one would slander them. Several schoolgirls ran in the rain. Turning around, one of them asked what it was and if the others heard strange sounds, but her friend asked again if it was a dog. The girl used an inhaler. She was told to inhale it slowly, and when they left here she could rest. Lowering her head, the girl with glasses apologized to the others, saying that because of her they have to hesitate when they should hurry, offering to leave her here. Then her friend put her hands on her face, saying that they can't go without her and that she shouldn't say that. Some kind of explosion was heard near them. Looking at it with horror, one of the girls told the others to stand still, but she and another schoolgirl fell to the ground. The other two ran into an alley. Covering her mouth with her hand, she told the other not to breathe. Monsters in red cloaks landed on the ground. They put the unconscious girls on their shoulders. The schoolgirl peered out from behind the corner. The remaining monster looked around. One of them headed into the alley. Then the schoolgirl put her hands on her friend's shoulders, saying that she should stay here no matter what happens because she must survive and call the rescue team. Running out of the alley, the girl lured the monsters after her. She tried to run quickly, but the monster was already on all fours. A moment later, the monster was behind her. Later, he put her on his shoulder and jumped high. The last girl covered her mouth with her hands. She only thought about someone saving her. She looked up in horror. Again, she mentally asked for help. In front of her, she saw a monster in a cloak. Tears appeared in the child's eyes. The girl wanted to save her and her friends. Noticing her, the monster smiled. It wanted to grab her, but blood spurted from its chest. The monster fell to the ground. Seeing a man with a bright circle above his head, she heard a question asking if she was safe. Still crying, she was surprised, thinking it was an angel, and mentally asked to save her friends. Hunwuk came up to her when she fell. He looked at the girl in surprise, asking what was wrong. Someone asked him if he made a face again, but the guy replied that he did nothing. The street was filled with the same monsters. Someone said that they needed to leave here. Another person noted that they needed to run to the east. They also noted that they cannot take someone with asthma with them. Two people were arguing among themselves. The girl said that she would not abandon Hyuna, but the guy replied that she would not be able to help her if monsters grabbed them along the way. She was leading the child by the hand when a monster burst through the window. The girl said that she could do it. Running out into the street, they saw how many monsters burst into the house. The girl continued to encourage the child, saying that there was not much time left. At some point, her friend smiled, saying that they had succeeded. After that, she was already looking into her eyes, saying to stay put no matter what happened, because she had to survive and call the rescue team. Watching her friend run away, Hyuna extended her hand, mentally asking not to die for her sake. Now the child jumped out of bed and also extended her hand. She looked at the front door. She heard that someone had done something to save the rest of the schoolgirls. Frowning, Hunwuk asked the interlocutor about what had made some of them leave. He replied that the monsters continued to surround them. It was becoming increasingly difficult to defend themselves, and so there was no choice. The three-story building looked badly damaged. It was a high school for girls that had become a temporary shelter. The man with a bandage on his head opened his mouth wide, saying that he decided that if he wanted to save them, it would be better to go to another shelter. Hunwuk lowered his eyebrows angrily. They said that the other person had been in situations where monsters attacked him for no reason, and yet he sent a group of schoolgirls alone, without a single accompanying player, and this was not the best decision. From the realization, Kyoung's eyes grew larger, and he clarified, was this an interrogation? There were several people standing behind him, and he clarified that they were not a rescue squad, but an assault squad of the Great Mountain Guild. Does the hero even understand how valuable they are? But Hunwuk indifferently looked away when his interlocutor explained that they were not participating in a raid, but volunteering out of a sense of duty, and as the leader of the squad, he cannot undermine the strength of his guild. Frowning, Kyoung said that the hero appeared out of nowhere and began to criticize them. But is this right? Is he their leader? The other two squads silently looked at each other. Hunwuk's comrades looked at each other. One of them remarked that it seemed like they were uninvited guests to the people across from them. Our hero looked away, thinking that there was some sense in his interlocutor's words. The Great Mountain Guild was a private organization that did work for money. Looking at the angry Kyoung, he thought that after all, they had volunteered to do security work, and here he was, telling them what was right and what was wrong. Looking at his interlocutor again, he still understood this, but he had no trust in them. Introducing the flesh-eating man, he said that this team were his henchmen, and in his past life, he was one of the most famous villains. His subordinates did not act as security. The hero smiled slightly, thinking that he could not accuse them without evidence, and wondered if he should throw in some bait first. With a wide grin, Hunwuk said there was a misunderstanding. He asked if the other had heard of the Black Magic Association. Kyoung gritted his teeth in surprise. Imagining a figure in a red cloak, the hero said that it was a problematic fanatical cult that worshipped mana and performed human sacrifices. Imagining the jubilant members of the association, he also noted that they invited young women to make offerings. Hunwuk remembered the enemy he had killed, saying that he had killed one of the cult members who wore a cassock. Imagining a red cloak, the hero noted that they tranquilized and kidnapped students for human sacrifices. Hunwuk and his squad did not want to simply waste their strength to protect the shelter. Kyoung gaped in surprise, hearing that they believed that finding their traces and getting rid of them was the best way to protect the shelter. Our hero clenched his fists, saying that the more important thing was that they would not immediately sacrifice a human. They can still save the kidnapped students before they regain consciousness. Huameng entered the room, asking if they were still alive. With her hands on her chest, the girl said that if she could save her friends, she would do anything, and if the military needed a sacrifice, she would be it. Hunwuk looked at the girl seriously, who said that she really wanted to save her friends. Understanding her feelings, he knew that a student like her should not go forward. It is a soldier's duty to guard and protect civilians. And Huameng again remembered the glowing circle above our hero's head, thinking that he was an angel. Tears of happiness flowed down her face when she realized that it was not a dream, and he really came to save them. Huameng lost consciousness again when Hunwuk told her to entrust it to them. The hero looked at the girl in confusion. Taking her in her arms, Sehi asked him what he did this time, but Hunwuk replied that he did nothing. With his back to the others, he heard the question, "What is his plan?" Kyoung frowned and opened his mouth wide, saying that maybe the Black Magic Association was behind this, but they did not know where they were, so how should they save these students? Looking at him, Hunwuk replied that it was simple. Smiling ominously, he said to let them kidnap him. Opening his eyes, the interlocutor asked again. Eyelashes were painted. Bright lipstick was applied to the lips. The military tried to restrain themselves, finding it disgusting. On their legs was wearing a short skirt. Sehi grabbed her head, saying that even monsters would not kidnap him. Hunwuk looked great and said that he did not think it was that bad. It was unlikely that monsters cared about appearance. The hero looked away when one of his comrades asked if what he said was true. Was another squad supplying the students' Dark Magic Association? Hunwuk replied that he was sure of it. He glanced at the squad standing nearby. Kyoung turned around, looking at our hero with confusion. Looking back at his comrade, the hero heard the question of whether he should deal with them first instead of relying on them, and replied that it was dangerous to blame the big guilds without evidence or justification. Smiling widely again, he also said that he had thought of something. Several trucks were driving along the road. Jun was driving one of them. He turned his gaze, saying that the picnic did what it could. Huameng was standing near the stairs. The girl folded her hands in prayer, and he decided that all that was left was to save those girls. Meanwhile, the monster was shouting at the girls in the cage. Frightened, one of them covered her head with her hands. Frowning and opening his mouth wide, Hunwuk said that they were starting to implement the plan to save the civilians. An explosion was heard near the hero. Hunwuk held his breath. He fell to the ground and a couple of monsters landed nearby. Kyoung and his comrade, who were watching nearby, were dissatisfied. The boy asked what they would do, because if the hero continued to investigate, he would find out about their connection with the Dark Magic Association. People said that his squad had destroyed the first cause of erosion. Maybe they should deal with him right now. Hunwuk, who was lying on the ground, was turned over on his back. Even the monsters were surprised by such beauty. Frowning, Kyoung asked, did his comrade really think that the attack would work? He said that they probably had a separate main squad. If they were careless, not only themselves, but also their leader would have problems. One of the monsters vomited. The other looked scared. Disgusted, he placed Hunwuk on his shoulder. Watching the monsters fly away, Kyoung said that if he exposed the association alone, it wouldn't change anything, and since he was taken to the base, they had even less to worry about him. A sinister smile appeared on his face because it was impossible to use abilities in that place, and that's why it was called Hell for players. As soon as the rescue operation began, they would strike from the rear. After all, the most natural death for a player is during a mission. The monster threw Hunwuk to the floor. Opening his eye, he decided to look around. Seeing the bars in front of him, the hero realized that this was a prison. He briefly lost consciousness and they put mana limiters on him. Hunwuk looked at his leg in fear, seeing that the bag with the inventory was removed. A dome surrounded the building. He was in the same infamous Soul Detention Center where criminal players end up. Two soldiers looked at this building in panic. One of them asked again about the Soul Detention Center. Both of them opened their mouths in shock, because if Hunwuk had mana limiters on him, then the situation was hopeless. They saw a dome covering the entire area around the building. This was a top-level barrier. Until it was turned off from the inside, they couldn't enter. Two soldiers stood on the roof, asking if the lieutenant could hear them. One of them, covering the sniper, said that they were in position. She also came closer to Minhee, asking if they could continue with the mission. He replied that Hunwuk had given it to him, and he always thought ahead, so he was probably prepared for this, and he definitely had a plan. An order was heard for everyone to stay in position. The long corridor was illuminated with red light. Hunwuk thought about how he hadn't foreseen this. Looking at his handcuffs, he decided that he had made a big mistake this time. Hunwuk raised his head in fear, hearing the question of how much longer they would have to clean up after the prisoners. The guy in the blue uniform noticed a man in a green suit who had been here all day. The guy with white hair standing behind him said that he was sent by the Dark Magic Association and not to cause trouble. Then the comrade asked if they could be trusted. The answer was heard that they said that they would fake their deaths and give them new documents. Then everyone went further and opened one of the cages. Someone asked if they would be framed when it was all over. Looking at the scared girls, the guy asked if the comrade really thought they would allow it. With an ominous smile, he commanded them to stop talking and finish quickly. The guys put the girls on their shoulders. One of them asked someone for help. He hit her, told her to shut up. Looking at the prisoner, he asked what to do with them. Then he turned around when Wonchul reminded him that he asked not to cause trouble. Gritting his teeth, the boy asked him when he became the boss. The white-haired boy smiled widely, saying that he could see right through him. He said that he thought that the boy could simply defeat Wonchul. His leg began to glow. He asked again if he was coming or not. Frowning, Wonchul said that he would do anything to get out of here because he had to kill one person. His eyes narrowed as he said that he would kill anyone who got in his way. The red-haired boy turned away, saying that that was not true at all. The two of them passed by the cage with Hunwuk. Wonchul slowed down. He turned and looked at the hero lying on the ground. Then he continued walking. Raising his head, Hunwuk thought about what to do. He tried to influence the metal, hoping that he could use mana through the limiter. But nothing happened. Wonchul suddenly approached the cage and called our hero ugly, said that stupid zombies dragged another reptile. The wig fell to the floor. The white-haired man opened his mouth in surprise. He waved at him and said that he had recently. His leg began to glow again. He asked if Hunwuk really wanted to die so much that he came here. Wonchul kicked the hero. An explosion was visible outside the building. Minhee grabbed the radio, demanding that the sniper squad report the situation. A hole in the wall was visible in the sight. Looking through the sight, the soldier replied that it was impossible to see anything because of the smoke, and the barrier was still active. At that moment, several people crept up, and they had swords in their hands. Pointing with his hand, Minhee ordered his comrade to take a shield and go. But he replied that the barrier was still intact, and this explosion should not be considered a signal from Hunwuk. Putting on the glove, Minhee replied that they couldn't ignore what had happened. If it was his signal, otherwise the plan would fail, to which she also asked what to do about the barrier. Would it really be possible to pass through the portal? He clenched his fist and replied that the situation was urgent, so they had to do everything they could and they couldn't just sit back. Two people were watching them from the alley, hearing that once they passed the barrier, it would be unclear what to expect and they had to remain vigilant. He was on an assault mission, yelling and causing a mess. Kyoyoung said with an ominous smile that people like them couldn't eliminate the first cause of the erosion. As soon as they moved out, they would be hit from behind. Wonchul sat on the floor near the hole, looking at him, saying that he prayed every night that if he met the hero, he would tear him apart. His prayers were answered, and what's more, Hunwuk with a mana limiter. A chance like this shouldn't be passed up. Frowning, the hero said that the guy never listened, and that's why his legs were in trouble. Wide-mouthed, Wonchul replied that it was Hunwuk who did it. Smiling, our hero was glad that he was caught. He stretched his arms forward from Wonchul's leg. His leg almost touched the handcuffs. Wonchul stopped it, asking if he was really being taken for a fool. He wouldn't fall for the provocation to break the mana limiter. Standing up, Hunwuk ran past, agreeing that Wonchul was not a complete idiot. Running out of the hole in the cage, he entered the corridor. Seeing Hunwuk running away, Wonchul ordered the guy in the green suit to grab him. The guy's eye began to glow brightly. Omega stood in front of him. He raised his head in shock. At that moment, Wonchul rushed towards them. The two pounced on him. Smiling, Wonchul said that there was no escape from here, and he would not rush after being caught. A huge fist hit his face, interrupting his monologue. This sent Wonchul flying to the other end of the corridor. Hunwuk looked at him in confusion. His eyes narrowed when he realized who was in front of him. Wonsek's face was visible under the hood. Dark clouds hung over the building. 10 minutes before Hunwuk's meeting with Wonchul, a trail of blood was left behind the body. The students were lying in bloody raincoats. One of the association members ordered the next candidate to be brought in for sacrifice, saying that no one wanted to return to the mana limiters. The girl was laid on the table. Raising his hands above his head, he told everyone to pray with joy for eternal life, and also pray for the key that would lead them to being near the mana. The participants rubbed their hands for eternal life. A bright circle appeared above the monster's head. Blood began to flow out of the student's body. Her eyes opened and began to glow brightly. The girl's blood became a tree, and the tree grew larger. After the ritual, her body lay back on the table. The association member looked away. A smile appeared on the other's face. Raising his hands, the cultist said that they had finally found the last victim, and once it was offered, they would be able to meet someone. The bodies of the 3 students rose into the air. Speaking to the others, the cultist said that they were offering these 3 girls, who carried pure mana within them, to the red flower. The crowd lay. Standing near the wall, a certain girl was watching this. This vampire frowned, wondering what they were wasting blood for, and this was why she hated cultists. At that moment, an explosion was heard in the building. She turned around, thinking about what she had just felt. The cultist raised his hand above his head. The crowd looked in surprise. The entire hall became silent. Someone licked their lips. The girl in the red robe said that before the red flower bloomed, they had to do something. From the street, a hole in the facade was visible. Hunwuk stood between 2 enemies. Wonchul smiled widely, saying that he couldn't escape from here. But then he received a punch in the face. He was thrown to the other end of the corridor. The hero looked at the man in front of him in confusion. His eyes opened when he recognized him. Wonsek's face was visible under the hood. The blonde was unconscious when Wonsek asked why Hunwuk was there. The handcuffs fell to the floor. The tall man spread his arms and said that he never imagined that they would meet like this. The hero replied that he was glad to see him. Rubbing his wrist, he asked the man if he was involved in the kidnapping of the girl. Wonsek raised his hands, saying that he was stuck here because of the barrier surrounding the detention center, and asked to believe him. Hunwuk frowned, asking what was wrong with his face and how he got here. The man remembered how he became a monster, saying that he could not remember everything well and that everything that happened was like a dream, and when he opened his eyes, he already looked like this. Then he ran along the forest and said that if they saw him in this form, not only the players, but also his own comrades would attack him. Confusion was on his face, he had no choice and had to run. After some time, he stopped and fell to the ground, saying that he was too tired. Looking up, he opened his mouth. Tears began to flow down his face. He was in despair that he would now have to live as a vampire. 2 people in red cloaks approached him, asking if he was one of the failed subjects. Remembering these people, he said that was when the 2 heads of the Dark Magic Association appeared. He lost consciousness, and when he woke up, he was already here. Hunwuk frowned, hearing about the 2 heads, and thought that there was only one in the association, and who could the second be? He looked confused. Wonsek only asked to believe him. He really did nothing. The hero looked away. Putting his hand on his chest, Hunwuk said that the lives of the children were more important now and asked if he knew what happened to them. The man replied that they were most likely on the top floor of the building. Our hero, in a skirt, looked at the interlocutor, hearing that they said that as soon as the blood of 3 children with pure mana hits the altar, the red flower will open. As far as he understood, the children were victims. He didn't know what a red flower was. Raising his eyebrows, Wonsek said that he hadn't heard anything else and asked him to believe him again. He looked at him silently. He looked closely into his eyes, and tears appeared in his interlocutor's eyes. Then Hunwuk hit him in the shoulder. Smiling, the hero said that he believed him. Wonsek couldn't hold back his tears and snot. There was a knock on the door and a question about what was going on and why it was locked. Someone suggested breaking it down. Wonsek looked at the hero in confusion when he ordered them to split up. Frowning, Hunwuk said that he would go to the upper floor, and Wonsek would go down to figure out how to remove the barrier. There was a naval squad outside. Another blow was heard. Now Wonsek frowned, saying that he could handle it. There was another blow on the door. Grabbing him by the neck, Hunwuk moved closer, about to say something else. Afterwards, our hero headed down the corridor. The doors flew off their hinges from a punch. Wonsek prepared for a fight. Putting a fiery fist in front of him, the guy asked what he was doing. They didn't know his name, and now he was in their way. Straightening his shoulders, a wind current formed around Wonsek. Opening his mouth wide, he screamed loudly. The man remembered the conversation with Hunwuk and his words about how he had not yet been recognized as a deserter so he could return to the squad. But if he ran away, Hunwuk would kill him. Rushing into battle, Wonsek said his name and said that he was from the attack squad of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade. Hunwuk climbed the stairs. He thought that if he did not hurry, the girls would be in danger. He peered around the corner, thinking that he needed to approach as carefully as possible. But he covered his nose with his hand, smelling a disgusting smell. Hunwuk inhaled again, thinking that it couldn't be just 1 or 2 people who smelled like that. The hero's eyes widened in surprise, seeing that the Dark Magic Association had been destroyed. One of the people conducting the ritual noticed something. Taking the hammer in her hands, the girl asked if someone had really approached the sacred altar. Hunwuk, frightened, raised his hands. He decided to run away from there as quickly as possible. A powerful explosion left a hole in the facade. Smoke was coming out of it. Hunwuk hid behind the wall. One of the girls was lying on her back, begging to be saved. The blonde in the red cloak turned around, saying that Hunwuk was hiding like a rat. She licked her lips, then she threw off her cloak and said that if the hero showed up now, she would show mercy and kill him quickly without torture. But then she told him to continue hiding. She licked her lips again, noting that it would be more fun to play with. Minhee pointed at the shield, telling his comrade to take it and go. The people standing in the alley heard that when the military went through the barrier, it would be unclear what to expect. Someone said that they were on an assault mission, but they were yelling and causing a mess. It was pathetic. Kyoyoung smiled ominously, noting that people like them couldn't eliminate the first cause of the erosion. As soon as they moved out, they would be hit from the rear. Several soldiers were standing near the portal. Minhee looked at Chialsu. Earlier, Hunwuk, standing next to one of the soldiers, said that they would conduct a deception operation. Looking at Kyoyoung and his squad, he said that there was no doubt that the Great Mountain Guild was related to the Dark Magic Association. However, the reason why none of them can attack each other is because they are a guild and the hero and his comrades are a military unit. Looking at his interlocutor again, he said that when the assault begins, they will aim at them. They need to pretend to be weak and give them a chance to attack first. Frowning, he also added that this way they will have. Coughing into his fist, Minhee thought about creating a reason to justify attacking a large guild. Looking at his coat, he noted that there was a mistake in his plan. Throwing up his hands, he noted that he was going on a liberation mission alone and they could not resist their firepower themselves. Smiling slyly, Hunwuk replied that there was no need to worry about it, we need to concentrate on buying time. Taking his comrade's hand, he said that he was the key to this operation. Now Minhee led the entire squad, ordering them to begin a deceptive operation. The sniper looked through the scope. Armed men gathered behind them, but there was a man in the air above them. It was Sei who was looking at them. Landing on the roof, she knocked everyone down. Then she rushed forward. With quick movements, she struck the enemies. One of them tried to reach for his sword, but she threatened that if he moved, he would lose his head. Then the man looked at her and she demanded that he give the signal that the murder went according to plan. The watch on his wrist gave a sound. Kyoyoung smiled contentedly hearing that a signal had been received from the sniper team and ordered the strike team to move out. Armed with swords, the people rushed forward. They approached the group at the portals. Holding the radio in his hands, Minhee heard that the others had dealt with the sniper team. The attackers had almost caught up with them. The guy with the shield raised it above his head. From the impact with it on the ground, the attackers were thrown back. With his mouth wide open, Minhee commanded to open fire. The remaining soldiers began to shoot at the enemy. Kyoyoung looked angry. I don't understand, how did they find out about them, and called a squad of magicians. People appeared with staffs in their hands, and they created magic circles. Pink flames headed towards the squad. The military took cover behind the shield. The flames consumed everything around. Now Kyoyoung smiled, imagining that he would write a report about how all the members of the VSBM squad were burned in battle by a player from the Dark Magic Association. A bullet hit one of the magicians. Smoke was coming out of the barrel of the sniper rifle. Looking through the sight, the sniper said that the target was captured and he was providing support. Raising his head, Kyoyoung was surprised at where the members of the assassination team had gone. At that moment, a portal began to appear next to him when he called the tanks. Nisha's squad directed this fire into the portal. Kyoyoung opened his eyes in surprise. I don't understand when they ended up there. Taking aim, Minhee ordered to take position and open fire. The entire squad began to shoot at the enemy. The shields blocked the bullets. Kyoyoung opened his mouth wide saying that they were aiming at them from the very beginning and was indignant at how these soldiers dare to fool the guild Great Mountain. The hand raised up began to change shape. The guy said that he was the commander of the strike force will kill everyone. A vortex appeared above his head. Gritting his teeth, Minhee looked at it. The enemy jumped, causing damage to everything around. And frowning, he suggested that the squad planned something facing this vortex. The vortex was approaching the squad. Minhee gritted his teeth thinking about when the hidden card that Hunwuk mentioned will reveal itself. The bloody corpse of the guy was lying on the floor. 1/6 clothes were torn off after the fight. He pressed the button on the wall. A notification was heard that the barrier surrounding the building would be removed. He remembered Hunwuk's look and his words that you can't run away, you need to fight. Then he looked at him in confusion, hearing that he had to protect his comrades like a real soldier and then they would stand up for him. Looking away, 1/6 said that he would not run away again. Kyoyoung approached the squad, saying that he would tear them apart. They rose into the air towards me. Then they stopped. The whirlwind in Kyoyoung's hand disappeared. Someone said not to interfere with him. Eungjun appeared behind him, telling him to get out of the way. They left bright marks on his glasses. Many wounds appeared on Kyoyoung's body. The guild warriors looked at this in confusion. The sniper was also surprised. She also smiled happily, seeing Eungjun. Kyoyoung's body fell to the ground with a crash. Eungjun took off his helmet. Raising his head, he shouted Hunwuk's name. Chialsu, a little scared, asked what was going on. The guy with red hair smiled madly, asking where the hero was. The interlocutor just looked at him silently. He pointed his finger to the side, saying that Hunwuk was there. The barrier began to disappear. Hunwuk took cover behind the wall. Still smiling madly, Yeonjun raised his head, telling our hero that he would stab him alive. A powerful explosion broke part of the wall of the building. Behind Jihyun, 3 girls were lifted into the air. She said that our hero was hiding like a rat. One of the girls cried, asking to save her. The blonde licked her lips. Taking off her cloak, she said that if Hunwuk appeared now, she would show mercy and kill him without torture. But she changed her mind, telling him to continue hiding. She licked her lips again, noting that it would be more fun to play. It was announced that the barrier surrounding the building would be removed. Sehi watched the barrier being removed from the air. The girl looked ahead in surprise. A system message about worshipping darkness appeared. You need to recruit 500 fanatics who will worship you, then sacrifice them and the red flower will open, destroying the earth. Behind Jihyun stood a man in the same red cloak. She told him to complete the ritual while she dealt with our hero. The cloak lying on the ground began to connect with the cloak on the occultist. The ritualist completely absorbed it. Taking a hammer in her hands, the blonde said that she was bored with the task and it was time to have fun. Standing behind the wall, Hunwuk thought that there should only be one person to manage the Dark Magic Association, so where did the second one come from? Confronting 2 villains at once is a big risk. A bright ball illuminated the entire room. A crystal appeared. Gritting his teeth, the hero realized that this was the core of the erosion source. Branches began to emerge from the source. These branches quickly filled the space. Raising his head, he watched what was happening. Yeonjun looked at what was happening with confusion. Raising his head, she also drew Minhee's attention. A huge tree appeared from the top of the building. Hunwuk remembered 1 second his words about how once the blood of 3 girls with pure mana fell on the altar, a red flower would bloom. Then he said that the girls were sacrifices. What is a red flower? Making his way through the branches, the hero repeated the words about the blood of the owners of pure mana. He gritted his teeth, comparing the red flower and the tree that grew out of nowhere. The occultist continued the ritual. Hunwuk didn't know what their plan was. The girl in the red raincoat was unconscious. A huge tree towered over the building. Before the red flower bloomed, he had to save these girls. Jihyun moved the hammer behind her back, finding Hunwuk. He looked at her, angry. The hero managed to dodge the blow. The bark flew off the branch. Landing, Hunwuk looked at his leg, thinking that he should find a bag with his things first. Jihyun was already behind him, asking about his clothes and whether he was a pervert. Now he would be arrested for indecent exposure in public. The bright hammer was very close. Hunwuk's skin began to be covered in steel as the seal was applied. The moment the hammer was about to hit him, transparent hands appeared. A green spirit stood in front of him. Covering his face with his hand, Hunwuk realized that it was the spirit of the wind. Sehi held the blade in front of her, and he realized that she was here. The girl climbed into the gap, asking the hero if he was safe. He replied that she was just in time. Frowning, he said that in addition to the blonde, he would go after him, and Sehi would deal with Jihyun. The blonde licked her lips, asking if the pervert's replacement had really arrived. Sehi looked at her in surprise. Jihyun grabbed the green spirit, saying that he was very appetizing. The wind spirit opened his mouth wide in pain. The blonde smiled ominously, saying that the Manevalan would eat him without leaving a trace. Sehi rushed into battle. Jihyun brought the hammer behind her back. Unexpectedly, Hunwuk grabbed her, telling the girl to dodge. The release of energy broke part of the wall of the building. Hunwuk and Sehi fell down. The hero managed to grab onto the fragment, and he told the girl to be careful of the enemy. If Jihyun caught him, he would absorb the mana and then release all that he had stored up. As Sehi fell, she asked about the release again. He opened his mouth wide and shouted for her to be careful at close and long range. He would go and save the girls. He looked at her carefully and reminded her that during a fight, there was no such thing as a suitable opponent or advantage, you just need to find a way to win. Sehi opened her eyes wide. After a moment, she repeated that she could do it again. Jihyun noticed Sehi in the rift. Absorbing the mana of the green spirit, the blonde asked how many more were there. Licking her lips again, she said she wouldn't mind more, and she looked delicious. Sehi gritted her teeth, asking if this was really fun. Many wind spirits appeared around her. Jihyun smiled happily, saying that there were so many, she was shaking with patience now. Rushing into battle, the blonde told her not to cry later. The spirits also rushed towards Jihyun. The blonde brought the hammer behind her back and said that she would absorb all the mana from these spirits. An explosion was heard at the base of the tree. The figure in the red cloak raised the blade above his head. His eye glowed brightly. The blade of the blade almost caught the girl, but something knocked it out of his hands. The unknown looked at the bright object in front of him. A message appeared stating that the weight of the Muggle fragment had been released. The large sword rushed towards him. The blade passed next to the figure in the red cloak. He bent down to avoid the blow. The sword pierced the floor. pointing his hand at the cultist, Hunwuk told him to stand still. He frowned, saying that he looked like the head of the Dark Magic Association. His plan was unknown, but he should move away from the captives now. The enemy began to throw off his cloak. It came off him like a second skin. This cloak began to form spikes on his body. Hunwuk's eyes widened in surprise, and he noticed that it was not a human. A dark figure with bright eyes stood before him. It was a dark elf. Gritting his teeth, he thought about how rotten the villains were. Dark elves are creatures that succumb to decay after defying the gods. It is said that there are people who offered these souls treasures in exchange for power. Hunwuk was surrounded by a bright glow of indignation that they were now selling people. The elf bared his sharp teeth, saying something. Information about the crown of light and darkness appeared. It quickly increases resistance to the undead and gives an aura to the specified equipment. The hero's hair stood up. He demanded that the elf shut up, he doesn't care, and he will kill everyone. Someone said, Sergeant Sehi is too honest. The girl looked at the other man in surprise, asking if this was really a problem. Hunwuk, who was practically naked, introduced the other soldiers, saying that it was not just her, but many soldiers as well. In the army, players are trained according to their skills. Looking at the girl seriously, he noted that the rules said that unfavorable battles should be avoided. But what should one do if this was impossible? Looking at her wound, Sehi repeated the question. Now the girl was surrounded. Looking at this, the blonde was happy, shaking with impatience. Sehi rushed into battle, telling her not to cry later. Ji-hyun brought the hammer behind her back. Smiling widely, she said that she would absorb all the mana from these spirits to the last drop. So she used release. The spirits were thrown back. An explosion was heard at the base of the tree. The green spirits were bound after using restraint. The blonde smiled again, saying that she wanted to play for a while. At that moment, Sehi attacked her from above. But Ji-hyun saw it. Then Sehi gritted her teeth. The blonde's hammer began to glow brightly. The brunette fell to the floor. The blonde looked at it silently. Lowering her weapon, she said that it was boring and that it was only fun to fight with someone who was her equal. Sehi wiped the blood from her lips. Then Ji-hyun thrust the hammer forward, saying that they would play another game and asked if the spirits liked hide and seek. A stream of energy burst out from the hammer, and a part of the wall collapsed on Sehi. The girl tried to avoid the collapse. Covering her face with her hands, she thought that this was what the crazy one was planning now. In surprise, she opened her eyes, realizing that she could not see anything. A new window appeared with information about Manhwa. It is a heroic rank item with a mana search effect and can also restrain any target that the player senses. It is also possible to release all the mana that has been collected to create a shockwave. Ji-hyun's eyes were shining brightly. All the spirits turned pink. The blonde said with a smile that there was no hiding from her. Taking the blades in her hands, Sehi flew up, hearing that the enemy was coming to search. One of the spikes injured her. The girl covered her mouth with her hand. A drop of blood fell next to the dead bodies. Ji-hyun hit the spirit with her hammer, saying that she found it. The sergeant saw the blonde attack another spirit. Ji-hyun's eyes were shining brightly. She said that the opponent was so energetic, and now he is hiding somewhere. Maybe she is crying in the dark. The brunette noticed the blonde flying past. She gritted her teeth in fear, realizing that she was searching for spirits in the dark, deciding that this was clearly some kind of searching ability. Ji-hyun struck another spirit. As she absorbed it, she noted that she was still having fun. So she continued to absorb the rest, saying that she would eat the spirits. Sehi watched in horror. As she absorbed another, the blonde asked if this was driving Sehi crazy. An evil smile appeared on her face and she asked how about kneeling down and begging for mercy. The girl should stand in front of her and beg properly. Sehi gritted her teeth. The remaining spirits headed towards her when she told them to gather. They flew into her body when the girl said that she could not lose them all. Smiling widely, Ji-hyun called her an idiot, since she could now see where all their mana was concentrated. The sphere of the hammer began to glow brightly from the use of restraint. Sehi opened her mouth in surprise. She again remembered her question about the chance of winning. Then Hunwuk raised his finger, said that in this case, you need to use all possible methods. Not understanding, looking at him, the girl asked again. The interlocutor pointed his finger to the side, saying that if it seems that you cannot overcome the enemy in a head-on collision, then you need to attack from behind. Then she was very surprised to hear that it is stupid to consider something like honor in a fight to the death. Why fight honestly with criminals who have done who knows what? Hunwuk put his hand on her shoulder. Approaching her face, he said that war is not a sport. In a real fight, everything is meaningless if you die. She must forget about the rules and her honor. After all, this is the only way she can survive. Now Ji-hyun struck her, but she was very surprised at what she saw. When the hammer bound the spirit, she realized that this body was not real. Sehi raised her head from her seat on the ground. Her eyes widened. In an instant, she managed to plunge her blades into Ji-hyun's body. The spirit and the hammer fell to the floor. The injured blonde called Sehi a cowardly bitch, asking how she dared. and she calls herself a soldier. Opening her mouth, Sehi asked again, "Is this a joke?" Getting closer to her face, the girl said that she did not expect to hear this from a creature like her, especially after she cast darkness and drank all the mana like a mosquito. Sehi smiled and said that even though she was a soldier, she would not fight honestly against those who steal and sell children. In response, Jaehyun frowned, saying that she would kill her with her own hands. The swings of the girl's blades left a bright mark. The green spirit was released. The bonds of the others also fell. Sehi lowered her blades. Looking at the body of the defeated enemy, she said that from now on she doesn't mind being a killer as long as her enemy looks like a blonde. We return to the hero, who gritted his teeth, asking how rotten the villains are. He was surrounded by a bright light, outraged that they are now kidnapping people. The dark elf looked at him silently. Baring his sharp teeth, he said something. Hunwuk used a metal bend. A sharp blade appeared. He demanded that the enemy be silent, and in general, he will kill everyone. A red light surrounded the elf. The enemy's eyes began to glow brightly. Hunwuk glared at him. The girl on the floor was unconscious. The hero rushed to attack. The elf rushed at him. They almost caught up with each other. Suddenly, Eunjun appeared between them. Hunwuk was happy to see him, but the hero had to block his comrade's attack. He said with a crazy smile that Hunwuk was caught. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.